Well, a very good morning to you all, race fans, and welcome to this final round of the 2025 Endurance Championship with Alliance Sim Racing. And today it all comes down to this, where the mountain will decide the champion. After a season of endurance battles across some of the toughest racing that you will find on the iRacing calendar, the Alliance Sim Racing Endurance Championship reaches what is probably the most fitting grand finale you could think of. It is, of course, the Bathurst 1000. Mount Panorama has written history so many times before, and today it will be no different. These teams have prepared so many practice laps for this moment. 1,000 kilometers of strategy, survival, and sheer determination is what it's going to take to win the crown today. It's a test of endurance, teamwork, and of course the driver's nerves, with every pit stop, every lap counting, and every mistake could spell the end of a championship dream. As we take on this legendary challenge today, we're proud to welcome a new partner to the Alliance Sim Racing family. Welcome to SolarGuard, who will be joining as sponsor for V8 Supercars Season 6. Their support helps keep the action alive, and we are looking forward to a very big season ahead. On behalf of everyone here at the Simple Racing broadcast team, a pleasure to be back with you. My name is Jared Cole, and I'm joined in the booth by none other than Josh Harris. Mr. Harris, welcome back. It's been a minute, but we are here for some more V8 action today.
Yeah, absolutely. Good morning, Jared. Good morning to everyone at home watching along. How exciting. There is absolutely nowhere better, just about, than anywhere in the world, but certainly in Australia, to go supercar racing. What a day. 161 laps, Jared. These guys have got their work cut out for them. There is no doubt about that. And if anyone wants a beautiful little appetizer ready for the real life 1000 in 3 weeks, this is probably about as close as you can get. Strap yourselves in, ladies and gents. This is going to be a whole heap of fun.
Absolutely. And before we get into that, we do have the absolute pleasure of bringing you the replay of Thursday night's top 10 shootout. We're going to jump straight on into it because there is less than half an hour to go before we get underway with racing today. So this should whet your appetite, I am sure, as we see the racing from Thursday night. Troy Stonestreet was the first driver out on track. And it's always a bit of a challenge, isn't it, Josh, to be first out there, because you know you've got to set a good lap time. You know you've got to make sure that you are consistent. You keep it out of the walls, most of all, but you don't really have much of a measure of just how quick the other drivers are going to be in a shootout. It's always a challenge for the first one on track.
Yeah, sometimes that's a good thing, though, Jared. Sometimes that means that you're not comparing yourself to anyone else, and you're just going to go out, you're going to go as fast as you can, and what happens, happens. And we do see here Troy Stonestreet has made a really nice start to the lap. He's navigated through the first couple of corners really well. A bit of a slide there coming up out of the cutting, and just a brush on the wall. I'm not sure, Jared, whether that'll register as a 0x, which will invalidate his lap, but he is absolutely pushing. If you think that these guys are going to leave anything on the table, you're sorely mistaken. Look at that right up against the fence, Jared. Hardly
millimeters.
any room at all.
Millimeters.
Absolutely millimeter perfect. These guys, they practice a lot, Jared. They do know how to throw these things around. And now we start the descent down the mountain. One of the most tricky parts of any racetrack in the world is getting down this mountain. Really easy to lock a brake here, so Troy will be working hard to make sure that he gets the car turned in at the elbow. And now he points down Conway straight. Another brush on the wall. He is definitely trying, Jared. I guess one of the things with being first out in the shootout, your 10th qualifier, the absolute worst that you can do is start 10th, so you might as well throw it all on the line and see what you can do, Jared.
Absolutely. Got to leave it all on the track for these events. And top 10 shootouts, every time you'll see these drivers absolutely pushing the limits. Bathurst, of course, up and over the mountain, is one of the most challenging places to go fast of any track that I can think of, really. There's very few other tracks that require so much dedication and such I guess a lack of fear more than anything else, isn't it, Josh? Because those walls are right there. There's no room at all. A 2:06.7, that's a very quick time to start us off. I think probably about the 2:06 is what I'd be expecting from what I've seen around here. But not a bad time to start at all. A high 2:06, Troy Stonestreet setting himself up well. And obviously those couple of brushes with the wall not causing any issues. As we get to our second driver on track, this is of course Kai Ardley from Full Throttle Bandits, who gets out for his hot lap. And this being a team race today, of course, you'll see a couple of drivers' names on the door there. But Kai took the challenge in the top 10 shootout and immediately underway. So we'll take a look and see if we can get a bit of a read on how this lap looks compared to Stone Street's first run.
Yeah, absolutely, Jared. And straight away, you don't get much of a chance to settle in here before you are immediately into the really technical stuff. We're up through turn 2, through the cutting, really starting into that steep part of the climb now, and we now crest over the top of the hill, the absolute highest point on the mountain just through here as we drop down into the very, very famous grate. And see how he's going. It does look like he is.
Those times can't be right.
No, that is not right.
Bear with us. We'll get a bit of tweaking done because there is no way that Ardley has gone 5 seconds faster in Sector 2. So bear with us. We'll get that sorted. As much as Kai would love to see that, I don't think there's going to be anywhere near that level of difference between the drivers today. I'm expecting more like the Sector 3, Sector 4. There we go. That's corrected. Less than a tenth per sector is about what I'd be expecting. A big hello to everyone in the chat. Rebecca Clifton joining us today, and of course the support for Team Accelerate there. And Aiden, good to see you, mate. Yeah, big day in the office for us here at Simple, absolutely. We have got, though, a stellar lineup of commentators that'll be coming in and out of the booth today to keep us all fresh and to keep bringing you all the action across what we expect will be about 6 hours of racing, give or take. It does depend, of course, on safety cars, as always, Josh.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at these second times, Joe. This is an incredibly close lap. We are not going to see huge differences in time across these 10 cars today. Kai Ardley rounds the last corner and shoots across the start-finish line, manages to put 0.34 of a second on Tony, on Troy. Done a fantastic job there to hold his position. We now get our first chance to look at an Angry Birds car, Jared. Matt Vanderkraan, a pretty safe pair of hands. Someone who a couple of seasons ago was, far and away the lead car in ASR, Jared. But as the league grows in popularity, that also means that it grows in its reach to really fast drivers. And what that means is that Matt Vanderkraan has absolutely seen people start to join this league who have his pace. We see him now through turn 2, a little bit of a wiggle there. Hasn't used all of the exit road. I don't think that Matt will be particularly stoked with that run. He is quicker than Ardley though, but Ardley had a slower sector 1 than he would have liked as well. So we'll see what Matt Vanderkraan can do over the rest of this lap, Jared.
Look at that, it's basically line ball with Ardley. That second sector has effectively brought Vanderkraan back in line with Ardley's time so far. This is going to end up being a very, very close lap again, I'm sure. G'day Zoe Vandermeulen, great to have you along with us again for what will be a cracking day of racing. Sean Vandermeulen, of course, will be out on track representing as always. We'll see him, I suspect, a little later on in the day. Of course, 2 drivers swapping back and forth across the course of 6 hours. As Vanderkraan completes Sector 4, I'll tell you what, this is a real roller coaster for Vanderkraan. Up in Sector 1, down in Sector 2, up in 3, down in 4. And if my maths is any good, I reckon he's ever so slightly ahead of Ardley's time right now. But we're talking hundredths, if not thousandths in it as he comes down to complete Sector 5.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, now the biggest stop on the whole track, one of the fastest corners in World Motorsport there, coming through the kink into the chase, lay onto the brakes.
This is going to be tight.
Onto the brakes. Manages to climb that curve really nicely, Jared, and you're absolutely right. 6 thousandths in that last sector into the final corner now, getting it stopped at Murray's, get it turned in, and then the short little shoot down across the start finish line as we see Matt Vanderkraan slot into second place for 1/100th of a second off Kai Ardley's time. These guys are really putting a show on for us. Now we get to see the one and only Mr. Vandermeulen in his world-famous fire suit, Jared, and we will see how he goes as he sets out for his top 10 lap.
No giving this one away for us today, Zoe. I'm sure Sean's already told you how he went on Thursday night, but let's see what he can do here today. Gets it going up Mountain Straight, and this is always a it's probably a chance to take a breath as you look towards the mountain ahead, because you've really got to focus in as you get up towards Griffin's Bend. It's where it all starts to get very, very tight very quickly. It's a nice open section, a little quicker than Ardley here, almost a tenth faster. That is a great first sector for Van der Meulen as we head up the hill towards the cutting for his hot lap. It's I don't know how these guys run these sort of times. You know, we're already into the low sixes, and we're the fourth car here. I'm just gonna let me do a little bit of background here, Josh, as we come up and over the top of the mountain and see just what the fastest time has been set in terms of Bathurst, because I reckon these guys will be getting pretty close to it at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we might be in a 2:04 in the real world, but keen for you to have a bit of a look. I think one thing impressive to note as we do watch Sean Van der Meulen navigate his way down through the dipper and towards Forest Elbow. This is his first race back with ASR since breaking his wrist, Jared, and obviously Sean would have been in the car doing some practice, all that sort of stuff, but a really solid effort to go from a number of weeks out of the sim, out of that routine of driving these cars and practicing, and to go and bang it into the top 10 in what is a pretty stacked field is a pretty impressive effort. So Sean is absolutely on the pace. Unfortunately, sector 4 and 5, he dropped a couple of tenths, so his trip down the mountain was nowhere near as fast as his trip up. We see him now.
This, though.
It is. These guys are all very tight on times and doing a fantastic job, might I add. We see Sean Van der Meulen across the line into second.
By 1,000th of a second over Van der Kraan. Oh, that was so close.
That's all it takes. That's all it takes. Fast as fast, Jared. And yeah, you know, we're seeing three cars split by 400ths of a second is pretty impressive. These guys doing
Not surprising,
an
is it?
absolutely fantastic job. And impressively, Jared, so far, no mistakes. It is a really genuinely difficult thing to do, to put one of these laps together, I must say.
And looking at the times, just having a look, Garage 61, which I know is not, the only resource for times, but it's a pretty good indication of what we can expect. The best all-time lap recorded in a Gen 3 supercar around Bathurst on Garage 61 is a 2:05.45, followed by a 2:05.9. So only two drivers ever to get quicker than a 2:06. So the fact that we're already, pretty low on the 2:06s bodes really, really well. And Sean McNamara, in what is a very super cheap auto but not looking livery, already on track to improve Ardley's time as he gets himself up by about a tenth and a half through the first two sectors. Let's see what Sector 3 delivers for him here.
There's definitely time. There is definitely time there. We saw Van der Meulen, Jared, go faster in Sector 1, 2 and 3. It was the trip down the hill that really showed where Ardley was genuinely fast.
Here we go. I'm doing a bit of mental math here. That's what, 2, 3, 4 tenths up at this point.
Yeah, that's fast.
McNamara's on for a 2:05. He's on for a 2:05 here.
If he can get us stopped in the chase, he will go a long, long way to getting himself set up for 2:05. There is no doubt about that. This is going to be a fun lap no matter what. And you see there, Jared, you want to know just how hard Sean is pushing. Launching over that inside curb at the kink at the chase takes a huge amount of confidence, because it is so easy to get the car unsettled there. We see him, he gets it stopped, he gets it turned really nicely at Murray's corner.
2:05.992.
Across the line.
He's done it.
We see a 5, Jared. We see a 5.
Sean McNamara breaks into the 2:05s. And look, if we take Garage 61 as a pretty reasonable resource, he's one of only a couple of drivers ever to get into the 2:05s. That is an absolutely cracking lap from McNamara. Psychologically, how do you reckon that feels for the 5 drivers still to run their laps? Because that is blisteringly fast.
I had a quick squeeze at the qualifying times the other night, Jared. I didn't spoil the top 10 shootout for myself. but I did have a quick squeeze at the qualifying times. I think that there's a number of people in this league that aren't running Garage 61 that get in the fives. I reckon there's still more pace, Joe. I think that we will see.
Wow.
I think that we'll be somewhere down closer to a mid five by the time that we finish. But for now, we see Thomas Freeman from OPR absolutely starting to light this one up. He has put his best foot forward through sector one. Only 8/100ths in it. This is on track already to be a really fast lap. We see him now climb up over top of the mountain. He has lost nearly 2/10 there. We'll see what he can do on the way down the mountain, Jared, to see whether he can claw this time back.
Yeah, it's look. I mean, he's up against a very, very quick time, and we are talking just tenths in it. I will say Thomas Freeman currently holds the fastest lap for this season on Garage 61 of a 2:05.917. So he's got a 5 in him, but he's not on track for it here today. And you got to wonder, is he maybe just holding back a little, knowing that it's better to place a bit further up the field than to crash out altogether? You know, if he knows he's got a 2:05 up the sleeve, he's got about 4/10ths to play with back to Ardley in second, but he's used up a lot of that already on the run. He's down, 2, 3, 4, we'll call it about 4/10ths down on McNamara, so this is going to be very close to Ardley's time if he keeps this up. Pulls back another 10th, though, in Sector 5, so needs to make a very, very solid run to the line here to try and cement second place. He's not going to catch McNamara's time, but can Freeman put this on the front row?
Well, I guess we're about to see. He has got it stopped once again. It is so difficult, Jared. I keep on talking about it as he drops into third place.
Only a couple of hundredths.
I was going to say Ardley, Freeman, Van der Meulen, Van der Kraan. So close.
400ths between them.
So close.
That's ridiculous.
Well, and yeah, exactly. Like 400ths across 4 cars. He's just insane. But, super impressive. As we see now, Jason Bentz sets out on his lap nicely through turn 1. More difficult at that corner than it looks, Jared. When you draw it, it just looks like a nice, easy 90-degree corner. There's a couple of funny little camber changes in the middle of it. Maximising through that corner is actually more difficult than you might imagine.
Oh, the hell corner is awful. No two ways about it. The line that you have to take through there to be quick, it really unbalances the car as you clip the curbs, and it's so easy to step the rear out and indeed spin these cars. The fact that these guys even keep it straight and run these sort of times is beyond me. Absolutely is. G'day Sarah, hello Justin, welcome to the chat. Good to have you along for today. I'm expecting it's going to be some good racing. We're getting closer and closer to the green flag. Only about 10 minutes, 11 minutes or so until our 11 a.m. start time. And we have just a few drivers left to show you here from Thursday night's top 10 shootout. Jason Bentz looking on track for a pretty quick one. Lost a lot of time though through Skyline, a half second, so that's going to set him back a long way here. Can he recover any of that on the run down? This is a really, really tough part to find any time in. A big slide as he gets down towards Forest Elbow, locks up that rear left. That'll slow him down on the exit. Doesn't quite tap the wall, very close to it. Somehow manages to keep it more or less on with McNamara's time, but definitely needed to pick up some more there if he wants to get back towards the top end of this field.
There was a big wiggle on the way out of Forest Elbow as well, Jared, which will affect him the whole way down Conrad Straight. Obviously, with such a long, wide open throttle straight, it's always a challenge. Yeah, we see him lose another couple of tenths there. Unfortunately for Jason, he is going to slide down from his original qualifying position to where he starts this race, but these races are these top 10 shootout sessions are such high pressure. We do see him there drop into 7th place. Unfortunately, not the time that he would have been looking for, but nonetheless, it's a solid effort, and we now hand over to Scotty Gamble. Those who are regular with us on a Tuesday night know the pace that Scotty Gamble has. I'll be interested to see, Jared, whether he can knock McNamara off. It's worth noting, Jared, I've just quickly, for a little bit of fun, pulled up the top 10 shootout results from last year's real-life Bathurst 1000. And so far, McNamara with a 2:05.992, that would have seen him starting on the third row of the grid in fifth place, Jared.
Wow. Okay, that's that's something else, isn't it?
Yeah, so last year's pole time was a 2-minute 5.5 set by Brody Costecchi in the Erebus Camaro. So that's our goal, Jared. If we can get under a 5.5, or even if we can get to a very low 5.5, that's a pole position at Bathurst.
Yeah, that's something to brag about. And at this point, Scott Gamble is chipping away at that. He's already got almost a tenth up on McNamara's time. Let's see what Sector 3 brings. Does he have a bit of pace up and over Skyline and down into the dipper? Waiting on that Sector 3 time. Oh, another few tenths, a few hundredths rather.
McNamara did until this point held the purple sector for Sector 3, still holds the purple sector for Sector 4, and he's going to continue to hold it. McNamara's run through the dipper to the elbow, Jared, absolutely set this lap. There is no doubt about that. But let's not take away from the rest of the lap. But even when people, very quickly, we saw Sector 1 and 2 didn't stay purple. Now Sector 3's been beaten by Scott Gamble. Sector 4, Scott Gamble's not a slow driver in any way that you can frame it, Jared. He has pulled a 10th in 5, but he lost a 10th and a half, close to a 10th and a half in Sector 4. That shows the commitment that McNamara showed down the mountain was immense. This one is going to be very, very close, Jared. There is absolutely nothing in it. What does Scotty Gamble do? He crosses the line straight to the top with a 2:05.8. That is an incredibly fast lap, Jared, and I've still got my times up here. That's my two on the second row, third place at last year's Bathurst 1000. Let me assure you, that is a fast lap, and he has had an absolutely phenomenal run. As he entered the elbow, Jared, as Scott Gamble entered Forest Elbow, he was absolutely line astern. He everything that he had gained, he had given up, and then down the hill, he managed through really what is only 2 braking zones to pull 1.5 tenths. That is an absolutely fantastic run. The commitment through the chase must have been next level.
Yeah, absolute knife edge stuff, right? I reckon a millisecond later on the brakes, a millisecond earlier on the throttle, and he was probably sideways and off the track. Scott Gamble's had just an amazing run. Take nothing away from McNamara, though. 2 drivers setting 2:05 qualifying times is just, frankly, stupid pace, and I'd love to see it.
Yeah, absolutely. We now hand over to Greg Favell. He is now up to pace, but unfortunately had a wiggle on the way out of 1. And that meant that he was compromised the entire way up Mountain Straight, and so he gave up 2.3 tenths on the way up the hill. It's such a shame, so hard to claw that back, and Greg would be so aware in that car. We see now Sector 3, he's gone faster than Gamble, which is pretty impressive. We'll see now how he goes in this run down the hill. This is where he's got the opportunity, Jared. This is the sector where Scotty Gamble really struggled. Yeah. It is nearly a tenth, but we've got to remember that Scott Gamble went down there 1.3 tenths slower than McNamara. So that was the opportunity. That was the sector that that there's really some pace to make up. Sector 5, now this is a challenge. This is where Scott Gamble was insanely fast. And the last little Sector 6, he was also obviously very fast. Look at how much curb he takes there, Jared, into the chase. That is absolutely phenomenal. The fact that they can hit that curb like they are and still get it pulled up is mind-boggling to me. I reckon that's an off-track. That looked to me like an off-track. I'll be very, very surprised, Jared, if this lap counts. We see Greg Favell come around the corner. We will see what happens here. Does his time register?
Just held on.
Holy smokes. That must be as close to an off-track as you can get. As we see now, Favell has secured himself a second row start. We hand over to our last runner, the last in our top 10 shootout, as we do see.
Pressure's on now, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
James
Absolutely
Scott from
it is.
AOTT Revolution E-Racing. Last on track, he knows what's at stake and he knows what needs to be done to get up to the front end. That's not an ideal exit from Hell Corner. Already probably putting himself behind the 8 ball a little. Let's see what Sector 1's time looks like for him. Scott Gamble and, of course, Mr. McNamara himself, both in the 205s. He's managed to hold on reasonably well. Scott retains contact, at least, with Gamble's time. Only 5,000ths of a second in it. So James Scott absolutely pushing as he exited Hell Corner. Let's see what Sector 2 brings as he gets up and out of the cutting. It'll be just around this right-hander that he hits that Sector 2 timing marker. Pulls a full 10th out of Sector 2. Wow, this is quick.
I was going to say, as soon as he only lost 5 1,000ths in Sector 1, I don't know whether you spotted it, Jared, but James actually he lost the rear in the middle of the corner and then had another small slide on the exit of Hell Corner. To only lose 5 1,000ths tells me that he is a fast man. He now comes down the hill. This is where he's got the opportunity to really pull time on Scott Gamble. We'll see what he does here. And look at that.
2/10, my goodness.
Yeah, absolutely. James Scott is on this. He will have known the time that Gamble put down. What he probably doesn't know, Jared.
Josh.
Yeah, 100%. What James Scott didn't know was where he could make that time. He knew that he just had to go out and go as fast as he possibly can. And sure enough, that Sector 4 where Scotty Gamble struggled, James Scott has absolutely made him look stupid. And then Sector 5 down the hill. What an exit out of Forest Elbow. Another 10th and a half, Jared. This is an insanely fast lap. There is absolutely no doubt about it.
This is going to be mid-205s. The driver's starting to grid up now. We are ready to jump across to racing in just a moment. Let's see how James Scott's lap finished off. There it is, 205.285.
Goodness me, that is fast. That is insanely fast, Jared. I have nothing else to say.
I am staggered by that speed. James Scott, a legendary lap. That was so nearly a 204. I mean, those last couple of tenths would take so much to get to, but what do you even say? That was a phenomenal finish. Great results all around, but AOTT Revolution E-Racing car number 243 will start pole today at 205.285. Just phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal.
Yep.
With that, Josh,
got no words.
We go
that
racing.
Is a fast lap. I don't know how he's done it. That is insanely fast. That is seconds and seconds and seconds faster than I can do around here. I don't consider myself to be particularly fast, Jared, but I also don't consider myself to be horrifically slow. That is a mind-bending lap. He has done an absolutely fantastic job. That cements that 243 car as no doubt the favourite based on pace. But, Jared, you actually don't need pace to win this race. 161 laps of this track. Like, throw all that out the window. That's great, Jared. James Scott did a fantastic job. He put himself on pole. He was insanely fast. He is now only a couple of metres ahead of second place, and he's got 1,000 kilometres of some of the most treacherous racetrack in the world to navigate, and that pace now counts for just about absolutely nothing, unfortunately.
Look, I don't know. It's pretty special still, regardless, isn't it?
It is. No, we won't take away from that. But unfortunately, there is so much to play, and how exciting to get to go for 1,000 kilometres of racing. Yeah,
I mean, I can't imagine we're going to see anything like that sort of time here today, but it's possible. Like the fact that we even saw something that quick in qualifying, I honestly, I had no idea that we were going to see times like that in that shootout. 206 was what I had in mind. Someone hitting a 206 and a low 206 should have been enough for pole, and I stand thoroughly corrected. James Scott has absolutely set that team up, and John just noting that Trent Allen, as the first driver in that car, probably going to be under a little bit of pressure here to get a good start as we wait on the last few cars to grid up, and we get this one underway. Folks, I hope you are strapped in. I hope you've got yourselves a nice little beverage or some snacks to get you through what will be around about 6 hours of racing here. The forecast will be an interesting one. We've heard whispers of potential for some rain a little bit later on in the race. I don't quite know when we're expecting that might come over, but we'll watch the skies for those clouds. Right now, though, beautiful blue skies. The weather looking absolutely perfect for a start here. Just the slightest of breezes, nice and cool, 19 degrees, 31 degrees track temp, and we are looking like it's going to be a beautiful day of racing. Zach Brown with the question, anyone know who Aiden Sykes' co-driver is? I can tell you just as soon as I find Aiden Sykes in my list. I'll get an answer for you on that one, Zach. G'day Ryan Palmer, welcome to the chat, mate. Good to have you along with us. Aiden Sykes driving with Mitchell Steele Allison today in Ugangatangas Racing entry, which of course is the most difficult team
Brown
name in existence.
Absolutely stitching you up there, Jared.
He 100% is.
Zach absolutely doesn't care who is in Aiden Sykes' car. He just wanted to hear you say Ugangatangas Racing, which I think that is an all-time stitch up, and I really love it. Well done. That's a lot of fun.
Look, any predictions before we get this underway, Josh? What do you reckon's ahead of us here?
The only prediction that I can make, Jared, Bathurst is incredibly famous for the fact that no one has ever won from 8th place. So the 801 sim racing car, sorry guys, your day is done. For everyone else on the track, I think the Bathurst has been won from literally every other grid spot. But very famously, never been won from 8th, Jared. So I'm not willing to put any other guesses on the table because, I just simply, I don't know is the answer. There's so much racing. It is so hard to put a prediction down. What I would say, the 243 car, Trent Allen and James Scott, and the 543 Scott Gamble, Scott Mackay car, they're nicely out in front. They're fast. And hopefully they can stay out of any first lap shenanigans and get the head down. And I think that this is a race where being at the front helps.
Well, let's see how we go. The lights are up. We are about to go racing. The flag drops and we are underway. This start of the Bathurst 1000 and a horror start there for Scott Mackay as he gets all sorts of bound up on the line as we come down to Hell Corner for the first time. The pack already jockeying for position as we see Sykes and Fraser dropping through. Cairns and Coleman also dropping a few positions. And we make our way up Mountain Straight for the first time. The Gen 3 Supercars are making all of that glorious V8 noise. We've got side-by-side racing all the way up as we get towards Griffin's Bend for the first time. Let's see if we survive this one. We do have a black flag for Troy Sipple right off the start, so whether he's jumped the start a little there or something else, I can only imagine that's what's caused that one. But to be serving a drive-through so early on, look, better now than later, I suppose. As we come up and through the cutting for the first time, and Allen leads the way up. We shouldn't see too much movement in the pack here as they make their way over Skyline for the first time. Cold tyres, and all of these drivers will be very cognizant that this is lap 1 of 161 here at Mount Panorama. Trent Allen and Jordan Ross leading it out at the moment. But the real story so far, Scott Mackay dropping 3 positions with that bog down on the start, back to 5th. Not where he would have expected to be.
No, it's not, Jared, but that's not the end of the world. He kept the car straight. He didn't panic. He found his position in the train and he's up to speed now. Realistically, the difference between 5th and 2nd at this point of the race isn't much. So he's, things have been okay there. And we've seen, for the rest of the field, a really nice, clean first time up over the mountain. They've done a really good job. I love this. I love this part of the race, Jared. Just this enormous train of supercars, and look at them. It's the first lap. They don't care. These guys are absolutely jockeying for position. Trent Allen immediately knows that he has to think about defending. These first couple of laps are when you are, most easily able to grab a few positions. And Jordan Ross is making no illusions about the fact that he wants to lead this train. He wants to get out in front, and he wants to put a bit of time on Trent Allen in that 2:43 car.
Well, across the line for the first time. This second lap will be really interesting to see just what sort of times are in these cars so early on in the day, and we'll start to get a bit of a picture of it. But you can see right now there is very little separating any of these cars as we start to get a feel for just some of the gaps opening up. Really a very tight bunch up front still, with Trent Allen, Jordan Ross, Greg Favell all right in amongst it as we come up towards the cutting again. So nothing to separate these first 4 or 5 cars. We'll bring up our usual battle box here, folks, that will help us keep an eye on it. G'day, Damo. Welcome to the chat. You were supposed to be the co-driver for Sykes, were you? Got told didn't start for another 2 hours. Well, I mean, as a co-driver, maybe you could have picked it up 2 hours in, I guess. Maybe he was just trying to help you sleep in. I do appreciate the prediction, though, from Rick. A car will win. I would hope so, but you know, you never quite know some days.
Look, I appreciate it. I think that's about as close as a prediction as I can make as well. So we'll absolutely leave that one there like that. We've also got a couple of predictions coming in for some fishy boys. So we'll see how they go. Probably not the best qualifying for the Fishy Motorsports gang. They'll be looking to move forward throughout the race. One thing that I'm interested to see, though, Jared, as we cast our attention back to the front of the track here, and we see Jordan Ross has absolutely put a move on. 2 wide through the kink is so hard to do, and straight away we see Trent Allen, 2 wheels in the grass. Can he get it pulled up? They continue to go through the chase. Trent Allen, he takes his medicine, he drops back into second place. I was just about to say, Jared, I'd been watching Trent, and he's straight away doing it again. He is driving mid-track, Jared, and that costs you lap time. And I think that Trent just needs to remember that this is a 161-lap race, and he needs to race his preferred racing line. He needs to get around this track as fast as he possibly can. And you know what? If there's a couple of cars behind you that are faster, you will actually lose far less time, Jared, if you just race your line, let them through, go as fast as you can. If you're going to race mid-track, you're just going to cost yourself time. We can already see here, he's too wide again. He's going to have to defend his time because he's got a car beside him. But this is going to be chewing time up of everyone behind him. And really,
contact!
As we see, there's our first crash. So that's driven
into the wall.
Absolutely, and collected on the way through. I'm not sure who by. Everyone doing a fantastic job of avoiding him at the moment. Unfortunately, that really is a result of that. I'm certainly not Trent Allen's fault. He wasn't the cause of that accident. But by racing everybody, we find ourselves in these positions where people are a little bit out of position. And unfortunately, there for Greg Favell, found himself on the outside at Griffin's Bend. And very, very easy to get some oversteer there, Jared. Got himself up on top of the strip, got himself all sideways and fired back across the track in front of someone else. I'm not 100% sure who it was that he hit. I'd love when we get a chance to go back and have a squiz at that.
We'll absolutely be having a look at that.
Because, that's a real shame. Greg Favell managed to qualify all the way up in 4th place. We just see here, Greg gets a run. He knows that Trent's going to defend, so he goes on the outside. That does leave Trent. He's got no option here. He has to run too wide through. They go too wide. Griffin's corner so hard. You see there, Greg Favell out on that grey stuff, and he just gets a little bit sideways and gets into the door. I'm not 100% sure who that is. Maybe Troy Stone.
I think that might have been Kai Ardley, actually. We take a look. That is the livery of Kai Ardley. So, look, I'm not going to put anything at Ardley's feet. I'll let the stewards have a look at that. I think, though, Favell's actually done most of that to himself, just getting a little bit loose, pushing a little too hard out wide. And, look, I mean, these times with full tanks, you can see we're only seeing like 2:09, 2:10 lap times, but with a very, very full tank in these cars, it's going to really change the dynamics of these cars as they start to load up. And it's one of those things that's going to happen. Griffin's is notorious for it. There's such an early build-up of debris and marbles on the outside there, and all that needs to happen is you're already a little bit loose and you start to clip that outside curb and it completely changes the suspension geometry on the car, and just like that you're sliding, and if you can't pull it up, look, maybe Favell would have been able to get it there if Kai hadn't been where he was, but once he starts sliding across in front, there's nothing that he could have done.
No, that's really, it's such a difficult thing, Jared. It's nearly impossible to go too wide through Griffin's there. There is only one line, and that is tucked all the way down on the inside in the little drain that's there. It really grips the car up and pulls you through. As soon as you miss that inside line, you just lose so much speed, trying to wrestle the car, and Favell there doing everything he can to keep the pace up, and just unfortunately got a bit of a slide in. Probably in my very quick opinion from one look, probably no one driver did anything broke any rules there, Joe. That's really a little bit of racing, and I think that if we every race driver, when they watch these things back, they realise that in hindsight every single person that's involved could make a different decision, but these decisions are made so fast and with such big consequences. I don't think anyone did anything wrong, Jared. No rules were broken. I don't really expect to see a penalty, but such a shame to see Favell all the way down from second row of the grid from memory to probably absolutely dead last with only 5 laps in the bank. So it's a real shame.
Yes, Vanderkraan had a really good crack at Ardley there, coming down Conrad Straight, decided to drop back in behind. Now Anthony Visma finds himself on the inside of Stephen Varga. They come through Hell Corner. David Coleman running a suspiciously retro-looking livery on that fishy motorsport car up in front. DJR, I believe.
That is definitely DJR. I think it's a fantastic looking livery. Done a really nice job of combining what is an instantly recognisable livery with his own fishy branding. I think that's an absolutely fantastic mashup, and a big kudos to whoever has put that together.
This battle for around about 9th, although it's a bigger train than that. Really, everyone just kind of lined up behind Will Buchanan in 8th. So you've got Buchanan, Cairns, Coleman, Visma, then Vargs, Simon Haynes is in it, Mick Clifton not too far back. You've got less than half a second between this massive train of cars, and we're going to see a great view of this, I'm sure, as we get to Conrod Straight. A big gap starting to open up, though, ahead of Buchanan, almost 3 seconds forward to Stone Street, and that trio of Ardley, Vanderkraan and Stone Street, and then, of course, Allen, Mackay and Vandermeulen. But right now, Jordan Ross taking full advantage of the early run, up a couple of positions from the start and out in front by almost 3 seconds over Allen. So starting to establish an early lead here, but again, a very, very early lead. Ryan Palmer just calling out that he heard that crash before it happened. Not surprised, honestly. Jamie Dyke, welcome to the chat, mate. Hope you've got your racing gloves ready for today. It is a good-looking car, though. Absolutely. As we come down into the chase once again, we've got side-by-side Will Buchanan almost able to hold off Cairns, but not quite able in the end. And Cairns goes through as we get a little bit of a changing of the guard, and these drivers start to settle in. We've got the two Quantum Racing cars just look not competing, but just not giving up too much of anything. Luke Allman, don't know what happened. Everyone disappeared, then it kicked me. That's a good question, Luke. I want to say that maybe you were stuck in the original session. I know they did have to change race sessions about half an hour out from the start of the race today. So yeah, don't know quite what to tell you there, Luke, but hopefully you can get back into it. Oh, this was in this race, was it? Oh, just iRacing things then. I suppose that is one of the things, isn't it, Josh, that real life racing has over sim racing, is that once you're on track, you don't tend to just vanish from it. That's a general rule.
Well, yeah, as a general rule. But, it's what it is. Greg Favell, man on a mission. Jared, he's repaired that car. Probably not the happiest bloke on earth at the moment. Has just punched out the fastest lap of the race with an 8.7.
Well, he's wanting to get back up front, that's for sure.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't be stoked either. The other thing, Jared, the only other car in the 8s, Jordan Ross, he has the best lap of an 8.978. Trent Allen in second place with a 9.4. That really shows that speed difference between Ross and Allen, and and why Ross was pushing so hard to get that move done early in the race. It was really important for him to move forward and start to put his best foot forward. I'll be interested to see how he goes from here, and whether he can hold that pace, because he's definitely moving at a pretty rapid clip. Oh, we see there Dave Coleman
bit of a nudge into the back of Buchanan.
letting Will Buchanan know that he's there. He's just saying, hey, look, I'd probably prefer if we were lapping ever so slightly faster. But nothing in that. That's okay. That's just a little friendly hello. No,
just
no
bump
harm,
drafting,
no
isn't
foul.
it? Just bump drafting.
Yeah, I don't think that you're meant to bump draft in the middle of the chase, but I could be wrong.
I mean,
Dave
if you've got the
Coleman's
skills for
probably
it.
better at it. Yeah, he's better at it than I am. There's no doubt about that. So we won't make too many comments on what you should and shouldn't do. I probably shouldn't comment on what Dave should do. But yeah, we'll leave it like that. It's going to be good.
Craig Healy from EWT trying to get the move done on Adrian's LA's Team AJR car, not quite getting it at this stage, but he'll find himself nicely positioned for the run up Mountain Straight. Might have a crack at it into Griffin's again if he can get just enough of a tow. See how we go. Jamie Dyke, some sage advice there for Luke Allman, and of course for Dean Logsdale. They're still in the lead lap, absolutely. Anything can happen, and it's only going to take, touch wood everybody at home, it's only going to take one safety car to compress this field right back up again. So yeah, I wouldn't be too worried just yet for the 9.5 AJR entry back in 32nd right now. We'll point that out for the viewers at home who are new to the coverage here. Our timing tower only covering 30 drivers generally, but you know what? Given that we've got the 32 cars here today, and everyone probably wants to see everything that's going on, let's extend that just a little and make sure we pick up everybody on the stream here today, because I think there's probably at least a few viewers for every team here today.
Yeah, absolutely. And one thing that I know, Jared, Dean Logsdale isn't exactly the slowest bloke on earth. So, as Jamie Dyke said, still on that lead lap. As we see here, Coleman putting the move on Will Buchanan through the chase. He was fast into the chase last lap when he gave him that touch, and now he's saying, no, Will.
Oh, there's contact.
That's a real shame. Very hard to tell from this angle who was at fault there, and unfortunately, Dave, regardless of whether he was at fault or not, he has lost a couple of positions. So that's a shame. Big shame as well for Will Buchanan, who has been turned around. That looked to me, Jared, like the most likely thing that we would see on a replay was Will Buchanan committed and just drifted wide. Couldn't keep the car tight enough given the speed that he was doing through there. So that's a real shame. Very early on in the race to be committing those, to be turning or getting turned around. No matter how you look at it, bit of a shame there that that those guys weren't able to play just ever so slightly nicer together. But we see here Dave well and truly committed on the outside, gets that fishy car turned in, and yeah, unfortunately, Will Buchanan either fully grip limited and not able to hold the car tight, or didn't realise that Coleman was still tucked up there on the outside. Regardless of which way you look at that, a real shame for both of those guys involved. But we are not even 10 laps in yet, still a huge amount of time to go. So head down and keep moving forward. They'll be back in the hunt in no time.
Absolutely, they will be. And have a look at this lineup. The battle for ninth behind Visma right now. Bit of a gap opening up really towards Damien Cairns, another 4 seconds up the road. But this line this is what I love about V8 Supercar racing at Bathurst. A little touch of the wall there for Haynes with Vargs, his teammate behind him. And they come down Conrod Straight and you just get this beautiful lineup of V8 Supercars. It almost pains me to admit I've not seen Bathurst in real life, but geez, it's on the wish list.
Yeah, absolutely. It's pretty cool, Jared. There's nothing like it. Is the only thing that I'll say.
Yeah, just the raw sound from these things. Look, I might hang in there. I don't know about you, but I'm pretty keen for the Toyota Supra to join the fray here. I'm looking forward to not just from an iRacing perspective, but real world. I don't know. I like the shape of the things, and I know it's very, very far removed from the showroom floor Supra. But
well,
I
the
think
showroom floor Supra doesn't exist anymore. Jared,
there is that, to be fair, right?
You are correct. It is a long way removed from the showroom.
It actually exists. Yeah, that's a fair call, Josh.
No, I think you make a good point though. I think everyone's excited about the Supra. I really hope that they get it standard into iRacing. That would be very cool. But yeah, I mean, is there anything cooler than our own local racing series having the biggest manufacturer of cars globally racing with us? I think it's pretty awesome.
Yeah, you hear so much said about the decline and the predicted death of supercars. You bring Toyota into it, and all of a sudden it doesn't look like going anywhere quite so soon after all for all the detractors of the series. So yeah, I'm pretty keen on it.
It's going to be fun, and I can't wait. It's only this time in 2 weeks, Jared. I'll be hitching up the caravan ready to shoot off to Bathurst the very following morning. As we see here, cars too wide coming up over the top of the hill, Jared. There's probably nothing scarier in motor racing than that. These guys are brave, man. They have some big kahunas if they are willing to go too wide. We see it doesn't last very long. They slot back in, line astern. Troy Sipple, take a bow, my friend. Whether you wanted to be too wide or not, you survived it. That was pretty impressive. Certainly not something that I'm prepared to do very often, Jared.
No, I will avoid at all costs, as we see.
Oh, big crash in the dipper.
Big moment there for Galloway. Manages to get it moving again and doesn't hold anyone up too much. But will of course bring the cars behind a little closer than they were a moment before. As up ahead, Troy Sipple locks the brake, just trying to get it pulled up behind. Adrian Zelle is going to have a great run down Conrod now as they come under, of course, the Ned signage. I will say this much: I find it really interesting that the scan for Bathurst includes the Ned whiskey sign, and yet iRacing have a blanket ban on alcohol and tobacco liveries. It's a very, very interesting one, and I assume it's a licensing thing more than a drug and alcohol approach.
Yeah, I'd say so. Either that or they don't know what Ned is.
I mean, maybe someone really argued hard for Ned on the basis of the Ned Kelly legend or something like that. I don't know.
Who knows? I find it most interesting, Jared, that there's actually some quite new signage around Bathurst. And then you go through turn one here where there's all the West Track signage who haven't sponsored Supercars since 2013.
There you go. Isaac jumping into the chat. He'll be joining us in just a few minutes as a co-commentator. But just giving us a bit of the background, the scan originally had Jim Beam on it and was replaced by Ned Whiskey at Supercars' request. And also Repco replacing Super Cheap Auto during the E-Series. Yep. So there you go. Nothing like a bit of real-world requests from the powers that be to get this signage changed, eh?
No, and of course, and that it is the Repco signage on the front. Oh, I just noticed there, Jared, in that shot, Cooper's Mild, who are the official beer supplier of Supercars. That wouldn't have been on the wall at the time of the scan either. So it's interesting, isn't it, that Supercars have gone through and any of their current sponsors who compete with a sponsor that was in the scan, absolutely being booted.
Yeah, not surprising. And so it gets very messy down into Forest Elbow. Big hit on the wall there. Straight into the corner of that tyre wall. Surprised that the engine's intact, but that's going to be some repairs. for Aidan Sykes in the Ugangatangas Racing number 24 entry, and he's going to have to wait it out to get it moving again. So that'll be a pray for a safety car moment to catch up a bit of time there, I imagine.
Yes, I think so. I think there's a couple of people now, Logsdale, Favell, the cars are stacking up that desperately want to, regroup this pack. You look down the list, Jared, there's still a number of battle packs, but we're really starting to get into that rhythm, where we're approaching the 100-kilometre marker of this race, and what we're going to see is those gaps really start to spread out, and people start to have their own little patch of road, which for some of the drivers they'll like that, but for us we don't get to see stuff like this as we see a couple of these guys go door to door. That is brave.
Feel a squeezing Marsh.
Yeah, absolutely. Marsh probably just a little bit late onto the brake there. He could have got it tucked in on the way in and really pushed Phil Ho on the way out of the corner. But some beautiful racecraft nonetheless. These guys having an absolute ball as we look back to Vigor and Will Buchanan. Obviously, Buchanan suffered that spin a couple of laps ago when he tangled with Dave Coleman. He is probably considered out of position, Jared, for his pace. Will Buchanan's a pretty speedy bloke, and that is no shade on Rick Vigar, just that I expect that Will Buchanan is going to be looking to move through the pack pretty quickly. I'll be interested to see how he goes here. Get it pulled up into the elbow, Jared. Get a draft down Conrod, and you have set yourself up for a whole heap of fun going too wide through the chase.
I think this is what it really does show up here, as you see Favell pick up a slowdown there, the yellow flag on the timing tower. It really shows how difficult Bathurst is up and over Mount Panorama itself. Buchanan, by all rights, should be a decent amount quicker than Vigar. And again, as you say, no shade, Buchanan's just damn fast. But there is absolutely nowhere to get a pass done up there. And if you don't get the exit out of Forest right, which Buchanan just didn't quite tack on close enough behind Vigar, and he finds himself stuck there now. Could be that Vigar's just loves Bathurst and has a bit of extra pace here, but you would ordinarily have expected Buchanan to be in position to make a move, but could not get it done up and over the top, and he's going to really push to get it done before they go over the mountain again here. You can see he's right on Vigar's tail. He's going to be alongside as we get to Griffin's Bend, I have no doubt. And this will be where he looks to make the move. Vigar not make it easy for him though, sitting in the middle of the track the whole way up, and he'll choose Buchanan, force Buchanan to choose a side here. Buchanan not close enough to make anything off it, so he's going to be sitting there in 21st for another lap.
Yeah, absolutely, and really there's a bit of an opportunity here in between Griffins and the cutting to get a pass, Jared. But once you make this left-hand turn here into the cutting, short of a very, very brave move in a couple of places, that is it. And you are line astern all the way over the hill as we look to Anthony Weismer, who has a whole heap of damage. I'm not sure what's happened there, Jared. I've missed it on my instance as well. He's already got the damage there, so it's before that, but this is going to be challenging and holding up a lot of people. It's always a scary thing when you meet a damaged car coming up over top the hill. I think it's you, Jared.
Silence comes past Weismer here. We'll just see whether the damage is already there, if this is where it's happened. Weismer's still got the front bar on at that point, but it does look like the damage has already occurred prior to that. So we'll have to keep an eye on it. It hasn't registered as enough of an incident on our telemetry to really flag, but you can see it's certainly done plenty of damage to Weismer's car. Here comes Michael Whiting past Damon Fisher in the Angry Birds number 16 entry. Takes 13th position and gets underway. Weismer here you would think would pull in pits. No, he's going to keep going. So it feels like he's got enough pace left in the car to continue on rather than lose the time in the pits at this point. And already a fair bit of change going on throughout the pack. Right now though, Jordan Ross out in front. You can see all on his own. A good, 6.5, approaching 7 seconds ahead of Allen. This is probably the ideal way that you'd want to start a Bathurst 1000, isn't it?
It is, and obviously these cars starting to get to the point, Jared, where the fuel load coming off has matched to the tyres. So we are seeing a number of cars doing their fastest laps of the race at the moment. The top four all set their fastest lap on the last lap, Jared. So Jordan Ross with an 8.78. You know, it was only 15, 20 minutes ago that I said that Jordan was one of only two cars in the nines, and now he's doing an 8.7. Trent Allen with a 9.2. So, you know, Jordan Ross is still pulling half a second every lap. So, a big shunt there for Weismer. He's really continuing to push with this car, but he just went in hard as he approached McPhillamy Park.
Yeah, you can see this is going to be part of the fuel strategy at this point. Weisman doesn't want to come into the pits yet if he doesn't have to. Well noted by Mez in the chat, the radiator would indeed have good airflow. I've always said that losing a panel is just great weight reduction, right? If you can get in behind someone, you don't need the aero so much. Unfortunately, not particularly well positioned, and it looks like Phil Manuel will be thinking about making a move as we get down through here. Mr. Harris, it's been a pleasure having you along for the first hour of coverage today, and of course you've got a few things to celebrate this weekend. Congratulations, of course, mate, on your engagement, and a very happy birthday for tomorrow as we say goodbye to you from the broadcast.
Well, it's been my absolute pleasure. I wish everyone the best of luck. I hope you have a fantastic day of racing. Thank you so much for having me in your homes and in your ears. I can't wait to be back chatting to you on a Tuesday night as Season 6 kicks off. Jared, have a fantastic call. Enjoy the rest of your day and go a supercar.
Go a supercar. That's the way to do it, mate. Josh Harris leaves the booth, and we welcome in his place Isaac Edwards, who jumps on in with me. Isaac, mate, you've been watching along so far. Give me your take on the first 14 odd laps. We're almost 10% of the way there to the Bathurst 1000 marker. It's been an interesting start, hasn't it?
Yeah, 100% has been. A few spins, few accidents. It's kind of typical of what you get with Mount Panorama with these cars.
Well, I mean, it wouldn't be Bathurst without it, would it? It's a tricky place. I'm quietly a little impressed at the lack of safety cars so far. For all of the damage, everything we've seen, it's been out of the way enough that these guys have managed to limp them back to the pits safely, and it does make for not only a nicer flow of racing, but also a slightly quicker race all around, which I think a lot of these drivers will probably appreciate. Big moment there. Kai Ardley has just had a massive moment in the background as he hugs the wall going around. That car is in bad shape, but again, we're talking about limping it back to the pits. Yeah, that's not the ideal
that's not how you really. Yeah, I don't think you're meant to start the car. I like that, but yeah, at least we shouldn't have what happened in the real life 1000 last year, which was an absolute snooze fest.
No, we've had plenty of action. Ardley is somehow holding that straight. I have no idea how. Look at the angle on that front end.
That's going to be. Oh, this is going to get really sketchy. Oh, tries to get off the racing line as much as you can. Oh, it's.
I have no idea how that car is still turning in any direction at this point.
It would be turning like. Oh,
that's terrifying. Not only for Ardley, but for all of the drivers coming past. You're not expecting to see a car going at such a slow pace.
No.
As he tries desperately to stay within the lines on the entry to pit lane. We'll go back and we'll take a look, see if we can see just what happened there for Ardley. I don't see much of a listing of anything that's happened in terms of our telemetry. So he's hit the wall pretty hard, but it's not been enough to register as a full-blown crash, which means he certainly kept some pace up in doing it.
Judging from that little shot that we had, it looked like he just lost it on his own. Must have gotten off into the off of the marbles, and knowing the nature of Mount Panorama, given I've walked this track a few times before the 6 hour, as we can see the replay here, all the rear steps out, bang!
That's a huge hit. Matt Vanderkraan just makes it around the outside, a little bit of a tap, but Yeah, Ardley copping massive damage from that one.
That almost reminded me of Tim Slade's crash. I think it's the opening round of Supercars a few years back. Double shifted coming down that section, but instead of going in headfirst into the wall, he slapped the car side on and was...
Yeah, I almost wonder if Ardley clipped the inside wall there that shot him out or something like that. It's a really odd angle to be coming at the wall there, but in any case, it's absolutely not what he had planned.
Oh, no.
We stay with this battle for 10th for the moment. Stephen Varga fairly comfortably leading them at the moment. Clifton under a little bit of pressure from Whiting and Fisher behind. They're just lurking in the background, but we approach now the 100k mark, just ticking by, and the news out in front is really all the same. Jordan Ross out to a massive lead, almost 7.5 seconds right now. The next few drivers starting to space out a little bit as they settle into their rhythm. Trent Allen down a position from his starting point. Scott Mackay has climbed back after his horror start to third. Dropped a few positions off the line, just absolutely bogging it down when the green flag dropped. But the drivers all starting to just get spread out a little now. This is the tightest battle on track at the moment, but of course plenty still going on as the drivers get ready to really just settle into their fuel strategies, and this is where the bulk of the race, although it is fairly processional at times, isn't it, Isaac? It's where the race is really won or lost, is how you play it through the mid part of this race. You know, get settled in over that first 100 k's, and then about 800 k's to go. A 5-second penalty there issued for car number 5, that's Kai Ardley, for the contact with Matt Vanderkraan's number 180, which is not incredibly surprising. I don't know that Ardley had a lot of anywhere to go, but certainly made it very difficult for Vanderkraan to get past without that contact.
Yeah, there was not much Kai can really do. Like, he smacked the wall head on, and I don't think he would have had much control of the car going into the elbow. So
one of those things, isn't it? Do you keep rolling, or do you jump on the brakes and just pull it up? I think Dandridge did, and he's probably a little unlucky to collect Vanderkraan on the way through.
Yeah.
But at that point, you know that the cars behind you are going to be coming down already at max effort on the brakes. It would have almost been better for Ardley to just let it keep rolling straight into the tyre barrier rather than try to pull it up and make the turn. In any case, what's done is done, as Ross sets the new fastest lap, 2:08.696. So we're still a good few seconds off qualifying pace, but that does not mean that these guys are driving slow at all. The tanks are starting to empty, but of course these tyres will be starting to just sort of level out a little bit as we get to towards about that lap 20-25 mark. I suspect we'll see some of these drivers trying to push maybe even as far as 40 laps from a set of tyres. I haven't done the maths on the fuel burn though. So if I reckon Ryan Palmer's probably got a pretty good idea out there. Ryan, if you've got any clue on the fuel burn and just how far they can make it on a full tank here today, that'll be an interesting one, because I think that'll be the limiting factor. These tyres probably will be feeling very greasy and really lacking grip by the 40 lap mark. But this is one of the few races where you've got the distance to really try and stretch out a fuel strategy, isn't it?
Yeah, it is 100%. Like here in the little battle packs you have here, you don't want to be burning up the tires too quickly to try and catch up. You just want to try and settle into your own rhythm, and when the tires really do come alive, really start having that moment to strike.
It's a very slow pit lane too. The entry to the pits here at Bathurst is one that you have to really get right down about probably 40-50k an hour as you hit that last kink. A little bit of contact with the wall there for Simon Hedershout in the fully served United SLS Racing entry out just ahead of Phil Manuel. You've got to really slow it down, and that's where the most gains can be made from the fuel saving strategy. If you can get an extra lap on your competitor and really extend a bit further out in front of them, give yourself a bit more room to make your stop as fast as possible in and out, it just might be enough to pull an extra position or two each time they do change over. Out in front, though, Jordan Ross really setting up to have virtually no concerns whatsoever as far as his pit times go, because he has such a massive lead already in this race. Not so much here for Stephen Varga, slowly getting reeled in by the likes of Clifton and Whiting. We're going to have some side-by-side action here, I'm sure, if not this lap, if not next lap rather, than probably the one after, as Clifton looks for an opportunity to come past Vargs. Now, the question here really, Isaac, is do you actually make the pass, or do you slot him behind and you take advantage of the fuel saving that the slight bit of aero behind Vargs will provide? It's a hard call.
It is a hard call. It's like the lesser of two evils. Like, if you make the pass, you could have a good pit lane strategy and could fly ahead, but at the same time you could try and gamble for an undercut. As we see, Whiting looking to have to go to spend, but thinks otherwise. But it's like, do you pass and try and get a gap, or do you just go for an undercut? For me personally, if I know I'm not going to pass, I'm going to try and go for an undercut.
Yeah, it's a tough call, particularly at Bathurst. It's one of those tracks where the undercut can be really, really strong, and having clean air ahead of you absolutely makes such a massive difference in the pace that you're able to actually put down. And really nothing evidences that more than Jordan Ross out in front. Big moment there.
A little too close for comfort to the wall there.
That's what you've got to do for Bathurst, though, isn't it? You've got to really risk the paint, and I think I've heard it said many times, if you come away with this, come away from a race at Bathurst without leaving a bit of paint behind the walls, then you're not actually racing hard enough.
No. And we've seen with, like, the major Bathurst events, the 1,000, the 12-hour, even the 6-hour, you get a lot of these drivers like driving on the ragged edge of perfection just to try and either get a leg up on the competitors, or even try and win something out of it.
Big ask. We'll take a look back, having a look at some of the early casualties, I suppose. Greg Favell obviously needing some repair work done. Finds himself a long way back and some work to do. I'm just having a look for where Will Buchanan's ended up in 18th now, as he continues to climb back towards the front of the pack. Probably the saving grace for Buchanan at the moment, after that earlier spin from the contact with the Fisher Motorsports car, is that he is finding himself in a part of the track where there's a lot of room between cars, and he's only really having to look at passing one car at a time, which makes a huge difference in the sort of progress that you can make. At this stage, finds himself back up to 18th, still 8 places behind where he started, and trying to reel in Anthony Weismar out in front, who is, though, maintaining a fairly reasonable gap despite the damage to the car. This little foursome here, though, the battle for 10th, is still going on, and no one really making the move just yet. Whiting's had a bit of a look a couple of times, but Clifton not quite doing enough to hold him up. He's keeping pace.
It looks like he's lost a bit of time to Varga. He's slipped back quite a bit and back into the hands of Whiting, so he must have burnt up his tyres a little bit, trying to catch up, or even try and fight with that's close, with Varga there. So there's a possibility that Clifton could be the cork in the bottle, and that's a really defensive line heading it down into the S's.
Yeah, Varga's starting to pull away here. I feel like Clifton might be just finding a bit of a limit to what his tyres are able to do now. You saw him contact the wall up and over Sulman a little earlier in that crossing of the mountain, and now finds himself just struggling to hold Whiting and Fisher off. Fisher's just sitting back, letting this all happen at the moment, and sometimes that is the best strategy, as Ross sets another fastest lap, 2:08.6 flat. Trent Allen going 2:08.96, so he's just inside the 8s. Really the quickest drivers on track at the moment. Whiting is absolutely going to have to fight for this. Clifton's not going to make it easy. It's an interesting choice, isn't it? Defending this hard so early in a 1,000 kilometre race. Understanding, of course, why Clifton's doing it, and any racing driver will. But there's still a long way to go in this before you really need to worry too much about a position here, a position there. And it's costing Clifton his focus on sticking with Stephen Varga up ahead in the quantum racing entry.
Yeah, Varga's basically tapped out now. There's a 1 second gap. I think what's happening in Clifton is that he's become so under pressure that he's forgotten about Varga and is trying to stop himself from being passed here by Whiting. So we go, Fitzpan, is he going to get it done? Oh, looks like there's going to be a pass done, and
Clifton very, very wide, had nowhere else to go. Will Fisher get a shot here, though? That's the real question, because they are basically side by side. Fisher, unfortunately, on the outside of the cutting, he's going to have to back right out of that one.
You don't want to go too wide around the cutting. We've seen many incidents in the past where we've had people going too wide at the cutting. It's caused a massive crash. Like, I think the first one I can think of on top of my head was, well, of course, the Ambrose Murphy crash 20 years ago.
A classic one, right? Was that 20 years already?
It was 20 years.
Wow. That feels like yesterday, honestly. I remember watching it as a kid.
Yeah, seeing those two...
Young man, let's say.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, you don't really want to be going too wide. The majority of this, on the top end of this track, just...
There's no way to do it. Absolutely no way to do it.
It's like maybe McPhillamy Park when you do have a chance, but everywhere else is just super sketchy. Like, I've done a couple of track walks myself for the 6 hour, and I can tell straight away that it looks tight than what you might envision it to be.
Yeah, it's Listen, thanks for making me feel, mate. I said watching it as a kid, and then I realised that 20 years ago I wasn't even a teenager anymore. I'd just gotten out of the teenage years at that point. So, look, I think the memory blurs a little bit for all of us as we get on, and you know, you like to think that it was longer ago than that, but yeah, sure enough, it's been a couple of decades. And if memory serves, was that the one where they basically pulled each other out of the car and had a bit of a punch on track?
It wasn't really a punch on, but
there was some pretty angry words.
There was some angry words spat up between the two. Yeah, it was like look up, you know, iconic Bathurst moments, and you will find the Ambrose Murphy
100%
kerfuffle on there.
Listen, feels old and wasn't even born for that race. You're maybe a week old. Mate.
I was six when it happened.
There you go. Well, look, let's not talk too much about how old I am these days. I will console myself by knowing that I'm younger than a few of the drivers out here on track today, at least. But I am also slower. Phil Manuel coming in as what looks like the first regular pit stop in the schedule here. He's just made his way on in. Kai Ardley had the pit stop on 14 to repair that damage, but Phil Manuel coming back out on track now, so double stinting this. That'll be the first one, and I expect we'll start to see some other drivers thinking about it now that we reach the lap 20 mark. That seems to be a pretty good indicator, I expect. First Bathurst memory was the Coulthard flip in 2010. There you go. That was...
No.
It had to happen, didn't it? Fisher's been pushing Clifton for so long, and finally a bit of contact.
I don't think the pass was on. That was very, very brave there by Fisher. It's just...
It's a small line from brave to foolhardy, isn't it? Big dive, and just impatient, really. Yeah. And I expect he'll be getting some notification from the stewards for that one, but we'll wait 100%. And see what race control say. Hard to imagine they won't.
No, I think that's a penalty for sure. Like, I get patience is a virtue, but you just don't want to be making stupid mistakes. Even this early in the race, you just don't want to be, you know, losing your cool and saying, you know what, I'm just going to pass you here, if you like it or not. And yeah, just the pass wasn't on, and I do expect to see a penalty come.
I don't think I've ever seen a pass on into Forest Elbow unless someone runs wide like that, and Kai Ardley shows us how you get it done. Really, Galloway just a little late on the brakes, and Ardley forcing his way through. Galloway's going to find himself out of the slipstream here and likely to lose 2 positions. Kai Ardley side by side, but look at Greg Favell. He wants to get on with it. He's doing a little bit of bump drafting here to try desperately and push hardly ahead. I don't think he's quite going to get an opportunity, but he's on the inside, late on the brakes. Greg Pavel goes through, and Bruce Galloway loses 2 spots from that one error coming down at Forrest's elbow. And that's how you do a pass through the elbow. Absolutely.
100%. That's how you race. Like, it was all fair game. There was no contact. Just see what's happened here.
Gillo's had a big moment, and as always, that last curb manages to pull it up short of the wall.
Saved it.
It's not often you see a car actually save it once you clip that outside curb and get a little bit sideways. He's done very, very well to pull it up. Saw it happening early, and thankfully gets it back on track without any damage.
100%. I'm going to use a bit of the skippy terminology here. He was right out sideways at the final corner.
Oh, 100%.
And manages to save it. Don't really, like you said, don't really have the chance to save a lot of moments when you have a spin, even at Murray's corner, because we've seen many crashes in the races in the past where you would end up hitting the wall after you have a little bit of a spin at the final corner. I just see a bit of another pass here by Buchanan down in the chase. Does he do it? No, he just
can't quite get there. Vanderkran's into the pits. So this is starting to happen. A couple of stops being made a little earlier than others. Weisma finally coming in, and he'll be looking to get some damage repaired there, no doubt. A beautiful pit entry, actually. That's one of the cleanest pit entries I think I've seen here at Bathurst. It's a really, really tough one to negotiate, but did that very quickly.
Whiting could have a chance here to make a pass coming into Griffins. Does he get it? Yes, he does, but does he pull it up? That's the next question.
I made it look pretty easy in the end, and plenty of space given by Vargs. It's smart racing from Stephen Varga, right? You don't want to get tangled up coming into Griffins, because it's one of those corners that has a lot of room for you to slide, and the outside curb particularly, it's a fairly aggressive one, and it'll spin you around and take you a lot longer to recover from there than other places on the track. So probably not a bad idea to just slot back in behind. Yeah.
Like, and you might, if you have the chance, if you have the tyres and the fuel, you could probably try and get the pass back. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see if he tries push through even further. Say it's a beautiful retro livery by Whiting there.
It is. If I'm not mistaken, that's one of yours, isn't it, Rosa?
It is. It's the,
there you go. Look, without bias, I'll say it's a good-looking livery. Remind me, which one was it? Which livery was it based on again?
It's actually last year's Matt Stone Racing SP Tools livery that Cam Hill ran.
There you go. Doesn't look half bad as a fishy livery. Rushworth and Houghton swapping it up here back in 28th. Rushworth just giving up the position as Andrew Johnston starts to make his way up. Rushworth really only just out, and full tank and fresh tyres here. He makes his way up the hill, coming in on lap 22. John Williams in Dark Horse Racing back in the pits at the moment as well. Simon Haynes coming in. So the pit stop's starting to flow through. The interesting one for me will be Jordan Ross out in front as he makes his way up the hill. Now that is a lapped car behind him. I think that might be, as a guess, probably Mark Houghton.
Yeah, it was Houghton.
So, look, just clear air, almost 10 seconds over Trent Allen at the moment. Jordan Ross putting in a huge first stint here. I got to have a look at the entries list to see just who's paired up with. Because I thought it was perhaps Sean Van Meulen, but it may not be. It does look like it'll be is it Sean Van Meulen I think he's paired with. So really setting up pretty nicely there, if that's the case. Can't be though, because Van Meulen's out on track in fourth at the moment. So I'll have to check on the entry list, because I can't see Jordan Ross anywhere on there, and that's probably just my old eyes. There we go. Sean McNamara. Wow.
Sean McNamara.
Okay. So
it's a pro lineup.
This is not going to drop away, is it? The pace after Jordan Ross's pit stop, that is absolutely not going to slow down at all.
Yeah, no. These two
Brooks
are
asking how the weather is looking. I will. I'll take a quick look and see what I can see for you, Greg. You'll have to bear with us here because, of course, the new UI is not super friendly for a broadcasting perspective for me. Yeah, there's the 5-second penalty. Not surprised to see that one.
No, not surprised at all.
Looks like just the hint of clouds starting to sneak in around the edges. So I expect that we will potentially see some cloud cover a little later on.
Trent Allen then?
There is a good chance of some showers over, well, probably the next little while, but it will depend very much on the wind, and there hasn't been a great deal of it so far this race. The weather itself looking fairly mild overall. You can see only a 3 km/h breeze. So although there may be some rain clouds out there, they're going to take a very, very long time to actually arrive. That said, you can see them just starting to build over the back of Mount Panorama there. So we'll wait and see if that eventuates to anything, as Matt Vanderkraan finds himself behind Terry Marsh, who's up 12 spots since the start, up into 17th now. Assisted in some ways by pit stops, of course, and that's where it all starts to get a bit funky at this point. Vanderkraan up the inside of Hell Corner will get the position as they make their way up Mountain Straight, but Marsh just slotting in behind. Side by side here, Philo goes past. Allen looks back up the inside, decides not to have another crack at it. Would have been an interesting one. Side by side here, though, Marsh is on the outside of Vanderkraan, right behind those two. Vanderkraan holds the inside line. That'll get him out in front, and he should be able to hold that position at the very least up and over the mountain itself. Still a few battles going on as we see Ross finally coming in to pit lane at the start of lap 26.
Oh, and I think that's Terry Marsh has just crashed.
Terry Marsh has had a big moment coming out of the cutting. I'm not quite sure what happened.
I looked away for like a quick moment, but it looks like the rear stepped out coming out of the cutting. We're about to see what's happened. I think the rear has stepped out on him, and
just a little aggressive on the throttle. Not too much damage, all things considered.
Yeah, these cars are like very sensitive when it comes to throttle response. Like the default position is 6, and I'll tell you straight away because I have a left foot.
Turn it down.
Yeah, turn it down because it's very quick on the throttle, and enough torque will definitely spin you around. And knowing from experience, it is a really frustrating experience.
It is, yeah. I always find that myself with these cars. I really do try and drive it with the throttle turned up a bit and learn a bit of throttle control, but it's a big ask. Troy Stone Street enjoying some time out in front, and this time around with the 801 livery loaded up, which he didn't have running in the top 10 shootout session earlier. A very, very good looking car indeed. So he'll enjoy a bit of time out in the lead before he decides to come in for his pit stop. David Coleman and Michael Whiting from Fisher Motorsports up into 2nd and 3rd as the pit stops start to flesh out, and we're seeing a lot of drivers making the call here. Now that's an interesting timing. If you're getting to the end of that tank of fuel, these drivers are going to have a really tough decision to make, because if they're getting 25 laps, then that means they're going to have to maintain a strategy that will actually see them pitting on about lap 150. Now the question is, can they pick up enough fuel and enough laps to actually perhaps extend it and get one less pit stop out of it, because that could be a game changer. It's early days, but what I'm really interested to see are the likes of Stone Street, Coleman and Whiting, just how long it takes them to come in and actually make that stop, because I reckon that could be the strategy. And sure enough, Stone Street in as he finishes up lap 26. I expect David Coleman will probably be in behind him.
I would think that, I'm not sure if there's a fuel restriction with these cars. Could be, but I think
I believe
Looks
there
like
was a mild restriction placed on the fuel tank here. If memory serves, I think it was about a 91% capacity. I will try and confirm that at some point today, but...
so it wouldn't be... Like these cars, I think these cars have a fuel tank of like 120,
133 litres?
At least. If it's 91%, it might be down to like 100, almost similar to like a Gen 2 fuel tank. So I think by the looks of things, 27 or 28 laps could be, the maximum you could get out of a tank.
Well, we'll see soon enough, because Rick Bygar's into the pits. I'm just having a quick look. Troy Sipple, Craig Healy, the only cars really left to pit now. So they'll have to be pushing it pretty close to limit.
It has to be at least.
Sean McNamara is now back out in front, and it maintains an 11-second lead over Gamble and Allen here. So expect this to continue to be very, very fast times indeed. Looking, I don't want to say unstoppable. There's still a lot of racing to go, but Sean McNamara, if he continues the sort of pace that he showed in that shootout, will be very, very tough to reel in here. Scott Gamble and Trent Allen need to make the most of it now in order to try and catch up in any way, shape or form. That looks like, what would it be, Daniel Johnston that these drivers have just gone past. So he's back in 30th at the moment, just ahead of his teammate in David Logsdale. And we see most of those first pit stops starting to pan out now. The last of the drivers in there. Daniel Snedden's on the way out, as is Nick Heusler in the Angry Birds 14 entry, with Sipple, Weston and Barrett still in their pit boxes. But the race order now pretty well determined for the next little while. It will be a question of who can maintain the pace, and this is what gets really tough in endurance racing, isn't it, Isaac? Is trying to maintain your focus through this period is a really, really difficult thing to do. You're 30 laps in, which is a solid, hour of racing in. You've got a bit of space in between all the cars. You can see the next car ahead of you, but you can't quite reel them in. And you don't want to be pushing the car so hard that you're actually burning up fuel or tyres faster than your pre-race planning allows for. It can be really, really tough for these drivers to actually hold it together through this mid portion of the race. And it's a long mid portion here too, isn't it? From lap 30 up to probably about lap 120.
At least. Like at this point, you definitely have settled into a rhythm and just let the race pan itself out. Like we've seen in the past that this is usually like a bit of a lull period in this race where, again, everything is sorted, everything is settled out. We've got multiple strategies going at once. But unless there's a good old safety car that could come out wherever, whenever, I would think that this would be the strategy that we'll see for the rest of this race.
Now, in saying that, we've got a couple of cars that are starting to get back together. A big moment there for Shalito, who looks to have picked up a bit of damage. Heavy on the brakes, just managed to keep it out of the wall. So that's not the plan at all, I'm sure, for car number 23. Slow but steady racing. Just curious as to whether there was anything that caused it. I can't see. Again, I can't see a particular incident, but really struggling on what should be, by this point, a few laps in, some fairly warm tyres. So wherever that damage has been picked up, and we might go back and see if we can track down exactly what's happened and where to Shalito's car. Unsurprisingly, up on the mountain, which is about what you expect, really, isn't it, Isaac?
Yeah, it's usually a bit of a
That'll do it.
Too hot, bang.
Bit of a clip of the curb, and that's it. You're sliding, and immediately some damage. You're really struggling to maintain the traction there, because those tyres will have overheated quite a bit from that slide. Then locks it up into Forest Elbow, just trying to get you're getting your head back in the game after an impact like that can be really, really tough. And Jake Slido.
A lot of red mist descending on that one.
Yeah, it really throws you, and it doesn't really matter where you are in the tower to go into the wall at any track, much less Bathurst, as we see another big lock-up. This car is struggling hard. Needs to probably take a moment, review the team name. Slow but Steady Racing probably needs to just bring the pace back a little bit and don't worry too much about trying to recover any of the lost positions right now.
Needs to go by the team name, be slow and steady.
Yeah, it's a tough thing to do though. Always is. Yeah. Varga gets a bit of a reprieve here as Logsdale pulls into the pits. That's an interesting one. I'm not quite sure why Dean Logsdale is back into the pits there. Maybe unhappy with something in the setup or needing to switch out for some reason. But very unusual time for a pit stop.
Yeah, 100%. I don't think he's gone for that long too, in the stint too. So something must have happened in the background that
no damage.
Yeah, we'll see in the timing tower if the name changes. Be very surprised if there was. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, Luke Orman's back in. Actually, no. To be fair, that would be the pit stop there because Luke Orman, of course, had that issue in the opening few laps where the car was disconnected. So. There we go. Just casting your minds back to the start of the race, folks. Luke Orman getting back in to have another crack at the mountain. So this will probably be pretty well their first real full pit stop. And of course, Logsdale racing all but a few laps, and that would have been enough to grab just a few extra laps before needing to come in for fuel. Jake Shalito was into the pits there for a bit of tidy up of that car, I'm sure. Further up though, James Hardy, the Quantum Racing 666 entry, under all sorts of pressure from none other than Jamie Dyke as they come down Conrod, and you'd have to think Dyke's going to put a move on here.
I would think so too. Look at the draft that he's had on heading into the chase. The fastest car in Australian motorsport, 300 k's an hour, side by side, gets it done.
Made it look easy in the end, and I think Hardy, recognising there was no contest there. Dyke had the position, Dyke had the pace as well. And so the Fishy Motorsports at number 80 entry moves on up into ninth. They're up 3 positions from the start. James Hardy's still up 5 from where he started this race. So can't be too upset about that at this point. 100%. The gap out in front though, take a look at this. Sean McNamara still in the 11th second range. So Scott Gamble starting to find just a little bit of pace. I don't think we'll see that gap reduce a huge amount just yet. And look, McNamara could be on a slightly different strategy, but keep an eye on the gap to P2 as we see Greg Favell up the inside now of Lon McKee, who in the car number 88 entry from Accelerate Endurance has no answer as Favell starts to climb back up through the positions after the early incident that took him so far back through the field. He's now down only 3 from where he started. Scott Gamble up in P2, right where the Evolution Racing Team 543 entry began this race. So they're holding it pretty consistently. Trent Allen only down a couple of positions as he kisses the wall down towards Forest Elbow. A few sparks here and there, a little bit of paint left behind, but no damage done. And he'll continue in P3 with a healthy 5-second gap to none other than Sean Vandermeer, and hope Zoe's still floating around in the chat somewhere. He makes his way down Conrad Straight. You can, and this is the thing, that's the view there. You can see the cars ahead. You know you're not going to have the pace to reel them in. It can be really, really tempting to push full noise, but this is not the time to do it in this race.
No, again, we've got a long way to go till you get to the critical lap, the critical moment of the race. At this point, you just try and settle into a rhythm, not try to battle it too much. You don't want to be making any forced mistakes on anyone. It's just,
good time to just settle in, guys. James Hardy getting passed by Kai Ardley. Where did that come from?
Must have had a lot of pace coming down Conrod Straight, almost similar to what we saw a couple of laps ago with Dyke, and it would almost be mirror for mirror here. gets the draft, gets the side. There'll be a bit of a side draft coming here for the chase. Yep, pass done. Very identical to Dyke.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. I mean, Ardley's on a lighter fuel load, assuming that he did fill up when he came in on lap 14 for those repairs. But yeah, very distinct difference in pace for James Hardy at the moment. And that's through the corners is one thing. To see that happening as we look up and over Conrad Straight, it's unusual without any visible aero damage to be that much slower down the straight there. So I don't quite understand that one for James Hardy.
Yeah, these cars do take in quite a bit of draft, and we've seen, even in real life, like the cars can literally get in the draft and slingshot past. The only I can really think of is Cam Waters at Sydney this year. Like, he was in the draft of Brock Feeney, and then like towards pit straight, got into the side draft and got him the win. One of the narrowest victories in Supercars history.
Yeah, and it was a great one to watch, and certainly a bit of a learning curve for me in my own racing in these cars, and starting to think about, okay, what could we potentially do in terms of causing a bit of a lack of pace. It's one of the things I've always loved about iRacing is how well the real world aerodynamics tend to translate to what you're able to do as a driver in iRacing, and it's what really makes it so much fun in the end.
100%. And the cool thing is, I was there at the venue when
that would have been something special. Big moment. That's Shalito again. Big lockup. Keeps it out of the wall. Lets Marsh and Weston through.
Oh, don't do it. Oh,
side by side.
Still side by side.
That's bold. Harry Marsh doing everything he can to hold off Scott Weston as they recover just a little bit. Meatball for Greg Favell. What's happened to Favell?
That's an interesting one. We should get a replay of that one soon.
Yeah, I'll take a look and see what we can find. I have no idea where it's happened. There's no issues that I can see, but let's take a look and see if we can pick up what's happened for Greg Favell here. Oh, he's blowing the motor. He's blowing the motor, although not entirely.
I say he must have downshifted too quickly. The engine is over revved and caused significant damage to that motor. So,
where's Josh Harris when you need him? He's the expert on causing damage to these motors with downshifts. You don't want to be downshifting these cars way too quickly, otherwise you will over rev the engine to the point that you can blow it. And one of the things we've learned over the time that these Gen 3 supercars have been available on iRacing is that it's not necessarily just a single instance of over-rev that will do it. We've seen it happen, and I suspect what's happened for Favell there is pretty similar. If you are just over-revving it a little, but doing it consistently, that will also blow your motor over time. And, a 15-20 minute official race, you probably don't notice it so much. You get into something like 1,000 Ks at Bathurst, and all of a sudden engine wear over time becomes a real issue. That's going to be pretty rough for the Accelerated Endurance 217 entry. Wayne Walker jumps in the car now, but it'll be a pretty long repair time for that one if they've used up a fast repair already, which I suspect may even be the case from that earlier incident, although I don't think Favell went into the wall, so they might just get away with this. It will mean, though, otherwise probably about a half hour to get that engine swapped over, and that will almost certainly be the end of the day for car number 217. We'll see how that plays out, but right now Wayne Walker sitting in the pits waiting for that to be done.
What a shame. It was definitely could have been up there within the top 10, maybe in the top 5, but just have a simple moment like over revving the engine a little bit too much. It's one of those little things that can really alter your race and potentially get you out of the race completely. And by the looks of things, he may have already used that fast repair because he is
been in there for over 2 minutes now. Yeah, it's not looking promising at all.
No.
I hardly about to look at a move on Jamie Dyke here. They're side by side into Griffins.
Oh,
Dyke having to go very, very wide to stay there. Ardley into the wall. That's going to cost him a little bit of pace up the hill, but it's plenty more than Dyke has lost by having to get out of that one.
Yeah. That was another clean pass, gave him enough room. There's usually enough room there around Griffins just to get over the line a little bit. But look at Kai, he's bolted.
Motoring away, yeah, plenty of pace.
Said, see ya later, Jamie, I'm going for the next guy.
Yeah, and Ardley's found quite a decent run of pace despite the penalties, despite the damage earlier. Only down 3 spots from where he started, but he's ripping back up through the lead. Something to take note of now, though. I've just had a look up the top of the tower. Sean McNamara, I would have to think, is starting to run a bit more of a fuel-saving approach. He's just run a 2-minute 11 lap on 10-lap old tyres. The gap to Scott Gamble has come back to just under 10 seconds. I reckon McNamara at this point is watching that relative between himself and Gamble and just trying to match it rather than continue pulling away. And he'll be taking advantage of whatever fuel saving that kind of delivers at this point in the race. So watch very, very carefully up front there, folks. Sean McNamara is starting to play that strategy game. They've established a really, really healthy lead over the rest of the pack. And all they need to do is hold that from here on. They don't need to keep growing that gap because the worst that can happen for them is a safety car. And if a safety car does come out, Isaac, it doesn't really matter whether you're 10 seconds or 10 minutes ahead. Chances are that you're going to be right back with the pack on the other side of that safety car.
100%. Like we've seen it on multiple occasions, even in real life, you can, have this monster lead, and when they say, have a safety car come out, there's your lead, gone.
One of the joys of endurance racing, it just makes it more and more likely as time goes by. Rushworth and Chad Vigard now in the battle for 14th. Chad Vigard's just been ever so slowly chipping away at the gap here, and now gets it to within 3/10. We'll take a look just a little further behind though, because Luke Orman back on track and battling it out for 22nd with Terry Marsh in the Revolution E-Racing number 241 entry, and he's going to have a shot up the inside of the chase. Establishes himself very, very nicely on the inside. He'll move back over to the middle of the track, block that recovery from Marsh, and picks up another position up into 22nd. Again, making it look fairly easy.
Yeah, 100%.
Here's a couple of names that we're very familiar with. McKnight and Vargs find themselves battling each other for 11th. Not gonna see much here over the top of the mountain, I suspect.
No.
But Stephen Varga has been moving.
Yeah, these two have raced against each other for years. They would know how they drive. There would be a lot of camaraderie between the two of them. So I would assume, I wouldn't think there'll be any inopportune moments here and there.
Mate, you are far kinder than I will be. If anything, if anything that I've learned over covering ASR for the last what's it been, 4 or 5 seasons now? Then I know that these guys know each other well. They definitely though don't back out of racing hard. There will be plenty of panel rubbing if required to get a pass done. And Joe McKnight, Stephen Varga, no strangers to it either. We'll see how this unfolds. Both of them fairly comfortable for the moment to just continue lapping around. What I will point out though is the ever so slowly encroaching cloud mass that is building up on the other side of the mountain. It's not moving super quick, but it's definitely starting to show itself here. That breeze still very, very light, only a couple of k's an hour. I think the real challenge will be if that doesn't arrive soon enough. We're going to be finishing this race with potentially a few showers. That is a very, very light breeze indeed, and hard to say what to expect in terms of when it might arrive and whether indeed it will actually contain any rain at all. Maybe it's just going to be a bit of cloud cover. That'd be nice.
Yeah, a bit of cloud cover, bring the track temp down. I think the track temp at the moment would be enough to try and make these tyres feel a little stickier than I think it would be. Well, then again, it might also make the track even more slipperier, depending on...
None of these drivers really testing it in any particular way at the moment. I mean, we look up the front of the field. McNamara and Gamble running high 209, so they're well off qualifying pace, and it's really being dictated by the rest of the field at this point, and trying to just make it to the end of the 1,000 Ks is as much a challenge as the lap times. We'll jump forward here though, because have a look at Kai Ardley. He's about to make another move. We've seen this happen 4, 5, 6 times. Absolutely. Ardley getting this done again. Huge move across the nose of Lorne McKee to just widen off that entry to the chase, and Ardley now up into 7th as he continues to try and chase his way back up towards the front end of the field. Next on the list, Paul Burns needs to be watching the mirror, because it's only 3.5 seconds separating them, and if Ardley's progression is anything to go by, he'll be on the tail of Paul Burns from 801 Sim Racing in no time at all. Chad Vigar now having a bit of a look on Rushworth, the same kind of place. A little unsteady on the entry, but gets it done very, very easily in the end, and not quite so close as we saw from Kai Ardley. And another opportunity here, Snedden and Houghton.
They're all getting it done, heading into the chase. Here we go again. Done.
I mean, we know it's the best place for it, ultimately. There's not a great deal of opportunity. All you've got to do is hold the position across the top of the mountain, and you set yourself up down Conrad Straight to make exactly that sort of move, as we see Houghton coming through in the Accelerated Endurance 3.0 entry. Car number 351 crosses the line in 17th place as we start lap 36 for these guys. Sean McNamara out in front, all on his own. Did have the gap back over 10 seconds there for a moment, but has just backed off again. And that says to me that McNamara absolutely managing that gap back to Scott Gamble quite comfortably. They're running almost identical times.
Yeah, it's also, they're coming into a bit of lap traffic, so that might be playing a bit of a role.
Yeah, more and more of these cars starting to end up there. The very sad story today, Accelerated Endurance number 217, Wayne Walker, who we saw take the Season 5 championship quite comfortably again, has had a blown motor, and so finds himself sitting in the pits waiting for that to be repaired 10 minutes into what is usually about a half-hour repair. So he's not going to finish dead last, but will certainly be a long way behind when he does get back out on track. Anything can happen though. It's Bathurst, and this is always the important thing when it comes to endurance racing. Never give up, because the race is not over until that checkered flag comes out. We are coming up on an hour and a half into this race, lap 37, and plenty still to go before we see the end of racing today. Jordan Williams from Dark Horse Racing has managed to reel in Scott Weston. Let's watch these guys as they go up and over the mountain, and we will jump on board with Williams as he comes up through the cutting, just to give you a bit of a driver's eye view of what it's like around Bathurst here. And it is a fun track, isn't it, Isaac? But certainly requires some commitment.
Yeah, 100%. I've said this so many times, I'll say it again, like, any type of media, regardless if it's photos or videos, they don't do this track justice. Like, I've walked this track twice for the 6 hour, and you don't really know how tight some of the track is until you actually see it in person. Like, it is a very fun track. Like, there's a lot of undulation, a lot of elevation, a lot of blind corners, but there is just in most of the track, mainly on the top, there's very minimal room for error.
Some huge inclines they're dealing with as well. I had the slightest urge just then to actually lock the pitch angle of this gyro camera, so you could see just how much the nose of the cars does point down as you make your way down the mountain, because it is a very, very steep descent. A huge move under brakes there from Jordan Williams, gets it done, and it comes out of the chase, picking up a P24. Western, no answer there. That was a very well considered move from Jordan Williams as he comes across the line to finish off what was another successful lap for him. It's a really tough one, particularly because as you start that descent of the mountain, you find yourself having to change your braking style so drastically, because all the weight of the car shifts, and the the amount of braking effort it takes to pull up changes entirely as you fight against gravity. It's so much easier on the way up, honestly, because the hill's trying to help you. But on the way back down, it's a whole different story.
Yeah, the hills help uphill, but it hinders going downhill. Like with these cars, you don't really shouldn't be really try to brake during the corners, but in some cases, like some corners, like the S's and the elbow, you're just gonna have to really, feather the brakes heading through those corners.
And it's so easy to lock a tyre up as well, and if you do that on that downhill run, you can forget about kissing a spot goodbye. You've got to worry about kissing the walls when that happens, because there is no runoff whatsoever. We've said it so many times before, but it bears repeating. Easily one of the most challenging circuits anywhere in the world is Mount Panorama.
Oh, this is like Mount Panorama is up there. Like same with the whoa.
Jamie Dyke gets it done as McKee runs wide on the exit of the cutting.
He had a bit of looks like he was having a bit of a half spin coming into the cutting, so I think he must have either braked too late or just got himself into the marbles. And knowing the offside of the track, you don't really want to be going off into the marbles, even at the cutting, because it can act as like a magnet, really hitting into the outside wall.
Jamie Dyke now extending that lead, so Lon McKee maybe just overcooking the tyres a bit, and he's decided to back it off here as they recover. Kai Ardley not even waiting till the end of Conroe Straight. He's caught Paul Burns already, gets it done out of Forest Elbow. What a move. I've been watching it coming. I didn't expect him to make the move quite so quickly. Ardley just breezes on past. That's up into P6 now.
Kai's driving like a man possessed. Like, I think he might be an alternate strategy and may come back to bite.
You'd have to think so at this point, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Hopefully it doesn't come back to bite him. But at the moment, he's looking really good for even probably a top 5 at the moment. I think he's got a bit of a gap now between himself and Matt Vandergraan. So if he's going to try and start pushing, he might as well start trying to push now.
Well, he's certainly pushing on. The lap times for Ardley not incredibly quick, which is interesting considering the amount of movement that he's getting up through the field. Up into P6 now. His last lap at 2:10.23 to McNamara's 2:09.82 out in front. So he's not gaining on the front couple of cars, but certainly going quick enough that he will start to reel in Matt Vandergraan ever so slightly, only about a tenth between them at the moment. Sean Vandermeulen holding very, very nicely up in P4. I think maybe Kai Ardley getting to what might be, almost call it the end of this easy run, or easier run that he's had through the field, because the rest of the cars ahead of him are pretty well matching him on pace at this point.
Yeah, at least. Another bell back here.
Williams and Marsh now. Behind them
Gamble
is Scott Gamble. So Sean McNamara's already made it past these two. Scott Gamble's going to want to make his way past as well and not get held up too much, but he'll be quite happy to sit back and let this battle happen. Whoa. As Williams and Marsh trade spots, Gamble will be watching that with great interest and perhaps a little trepidation. As you see, Gamble just losing a little bit of pace there. But in the end, it makes it past Terry Marsh reasonably comfortably. He'll now look to wrap up Jordan Williams as they come around to start another lap. 40 odd laps in here, folks. The story is as follows. Sean McNamara out in front. The 95 Sim Sports entry has led pretty well from the flag drop. Now finds himself almost 11.5 seconds up on Scott Gamble, indeed just passing that mark as we say that. Scott Gamble very, very comfortably holding on to P2 at this stage. Trent Allen has dropped back from pole to be sitting in P3 right now in the Revolution E-Racing car number 243. And then a few moves here and there. Kai Ardley now into the pits, which is an interesting turn of events. It tells us that he's pushing very, very hard indeed and burning through that fuel. So we'll see how that strategy plays out for him. Jamie McKnight and Stephen Varga continue their battle as we come around for them to start lap number 40. This is the battle for P10. There's quite a bit going on at present as we see a few more driver changes starting to happen. The real story for me at the moment, though, is ASR Endurance 217. Popping that motor has taken them well out of contention, and I probably would have expected them to really be in this. You know, Wayne Walker is no slouch behind the wheel of a supercar, but it's going to be very hard to pull back what I expect will be about a half-hour gap, which is pretty painful in the end.
It is pretty painful. So, yeah, and would be trying to vouch for a couple of safety cars to try and get yourself, maybe just, if they do a wave rounds, they could, you know, gain a lap back on the rest of the field. So, unless they've elected to just call it entirely, which doesn't seem out of the question in my opinion.
No, look, if I know one thing about Wayne Walker, it's that he will not be giving up just because he's back there. He'll still want to see this race out, and I think that's the thing about a Bathurst 1000, isn't it? You really don't want to just give it away because of a setback and the fact that you might not win. It's something about completing the race regardless that is just, it appeals, you know. And I'll say from my own experience, the Nürburgring 24 hour was a bit of a bucket list item that I ticked off this year, even though we ended up being not particularly competitive. To say that I've done it is pretty cool. I don't know if I'll do it again. It was a bit of an ask, but to say that we've done it's pretty cool. Folks, we're going to take a very quick ad break, and we will be right back with you after this short message from our major sponsor.
Providing the best for your family means a healthy, secure, and comfortable environment. But the daily risks your family faces are often invisible. Solar Guard performance films protect what matters most to you. While you're concentrating on the task at hand, we're protecting your family from uncomfortable solar heat, harmful UV light, and glare. Our window films and protective coatings are designed with decades of technical expertise and provide a vision towards the future. Solar Guard
that aspect. They'll see their pit crew running frantically to get the right tyres. I hope it's not a situation obviously like Dan Ricciardo in Monaco some years back, isn't it, when he was sitting there waiting for the tyres to come out of the pit garage.
Yeah, exactly. Fortunately, iRacing pit crews are a bit more competent than that, as long as you tick the correct box on your LCD display. Here comes Chad Vigor for Angry Birds Racing, fighting for 12th place with Andrew Rushworth in the Accelerate 2.0 number 6, and it looks like Rushworth is going to let him go up the inside at Griffin's here. Just managing to pull it up in time is Chad Vigor. Both of these cars now having done one lap on the wet tyres. They are still feeling out these new conditions that have hit us. The track temperature is plummeting. In the dry conditions beforehand, it was around 43 degrees Celsius, I believe. Quite high, but now that the rain's coming, it is sucking all of the heat out of the track.
Yeah, it's free falling like the song to the Tom Petty song, isn't it? And these drivers, once again, have got to adjust to these conditions. They are some of the, if not the best drivers in Australia. Absolutely, for sure. So if anybody can handle it, we're tough Aussies. We certainly can, my friend, especially here in the home of motorsport Australia here in Bathurst. So you've just got to remember, just take it easy, build up the speed if you can, adjust to these changeable conditions, and bring it home. That's the first thing you've got to do when you drive around Bathurst, my friend, is you conquer the mountain first, and then you try to conquer the rest of the drivers that are around you. That's the key.
Yeah, you are racing the track as much as you are racing everyone else out there on it. The other thing that I'm thinking about with these wet conditions, obviously the OSR Bathurst 12 hour towards the start of the year had something similar happen where right in the middle of the race, a ton of rain just came down on the circuit midway through, and everyone tripped over themselves trying to tackle the conditions. I think a big part of that is the nature of the track itself. You can see, especially through the dipper there, the amount of rubber that's been laid down on the racetrack and how much of that rubber has been built up on the racing line. As James Scott in the AITT Revolution e-racing car runs wide across the top of the hill and gives up the last podium position to Justin McLean in the ERT95 Sim Sports entry. So a big change for the podium there, but yeah, a lot less grip on the rubber that's built up when you're in wet conditions. The problem is the nature of the track. It is so tight, it is so winding, the walls are so close that you don't really have a choice of running off the racing line to find more grip, and Scott's just kicked the rear end out on the run into Forest Elbow. Damage for the number 243, and the reigning V8 Scops champion will unfortunately have to bring that one back into the pits, I think.
Yeah, I pulled up the graphics to indicate to everybody the tyre compound that they're on, and they stayed out on the dries, and that's the situation. That's the punishment here at the mountain. The mountain says, my friend, unfortunately for the Revolution Racing team, they took that gamble to stay out on the dries, and it's not paid off. A lot of front-end damage that they'll have to head down pit road. They'll have to put those wet weather tyres on. And it's a long way too, of course, to get down to pit road once you do some damage up in the mountain. So very, very interesting. We've also got a bit of an incident that has occurred as well too, my friends. Somewhere it looks like right up top of the elbow here. I wonder if there's a possibility here of a caution of a safety car coming in.
Yeah, well, a safety car would certainly help the 243 here, wouldn't it? You could almost say a needless loss of time, not putting the wet tyres on and then spinning in the wet up the top of the mountain. Far from ideal, but oh dear, it looks like the second of our AITT Revolution e-racing cars has indeed gone around at the elbow. That's Terry Marsh at the wheel in the 241, and yeah, this has not been a good one for him. Looks to me like it's pretty much the same thing that happened to James Scott.
Providing the best for your family means a healthy, secure, and comfortable environment. But the daily risks your family faces are often invisible. Solar Guard performance films protect what matters most to you. While you're concentrating on the task at hand, we're protecting your family from uncomfortable solar heat, harmful UV light, and glare. Our window films and protective coatings are designed with decades of technical expertise and provide a vision towards the future. Solar Guard provides added protection to the places where they're needed most, creating invisible barriers for increased security. The people of Solar Guard design carbon-negative solutions that can help reduce energy costs and improve comfort. Allow us to tackle the invisible challenges so you can focus on the important things in life. What matters most to you? We're on it. Saint-Gobain, Solar Guard.
And that's even more difficult to spot your braking points, as you're basically just going to let it slide down or roll down the bottom of the mountain at the moment in these tricky conditions.
Yes, well, for the moment, we have the whole field, all the cars running, switching onto the wet tyres. So everyone's got their eye in for these conditions now. It's going to be up to them to keep the cars nice and straight around the mountain. And the track, well, I mean, the track is going to stay wet for a while, honestly. This rain is about a third of the way through passing over the circuit. It will go in, I guess, about 10 minutes time or so, maybe a little bit longer. But it's going to take much longer than that for them to work out a dry line and to get that moisture off the racetrack. It's super difficult.
That it is. We'll keep an eye on that you've got an idea of that weather forecast. Thank you very much for that. As you can see, it's 28 degrees. We're signaling that starts to pick back up. Cloudy with absolutely no chance of meatballs. Well, maybe some meatballs. We've had some meatballs for the drivers, but we don't want to have any more of them. Situations at the moment, we'll see a couple of drivers that are down there in the pit road getting some of those repairs chipped out at the moment. But we do have the 9.5 Sim Sports 951 back into the lead of this race, piloted by Sean.
Yes. Good job too from the 9.5 entry. They've got a solid driver lineup as well. You know, Jordan Ross and Sean McNamara. They've been members of different teams for a while now. Of course, 9.5 Sim Sports and Synergy Sim Racing, both very well-established teams in the AusNZ sim racing scene. But curious to see that 9.5 have partnered up with both Synergy and Evolution Racing Team for this event, and I think that's great for driver lineup purposes, because there's strong drivers at all of those teams. You put them together and you will have a winning package.
Absolutely. Ooh, we're seeing Scotty from P2, the Evolution Racing Team, heading back into pit road. Are they electing to take a gamble and seeing something about it drying up and trying to do a jump on the other teams? Thinking just to give you an indication, their best lap times that they did in this race so far were the 2:08s, but they're now into the 2:30 time zone. Almost 30 seconds a lap slower, obviously, because of these strict conditions. But they're not the only one. We're looking like the ERT by Justin, the 451 car. They're heading into pit road as well too. So let's see. I'm very interested, my friend, if they're going to be switching on those tyres.
Yeah, this is very strange. I'm not entirely sure why they've decided to go for that. It doesn't look like a tyre change for them. They remain on the wets. Potentially, they're trying to reverse engineer the strategy for the race a bit here. Top up the tank after 5 laps of running, and that can put them on a better strategy towards the end of the race. Often, with safety cars in the mix, Bathurst can be very difficult to actually plan in terms of strategy, stint lengths, fuel numbers, all that. But I would say that about a quarter of the way through, you're getting some idea of how the rest of the race is going to go, plus or minus a couple of safety cars, and you can set yourself up for a short final stop or a full stint towards the end, and I think that might be all you need. Potentially, the wet weather has provided them an opportunity to do that.
You're absolutely right on that. Strategy difference, what they're doing at the moment. You can see they did not like to change tyres, so they're not going to gambling. See off the racing line, Scotty gets there just to get an idea of what's happening with that spray. Go ahead.
Is there a safety car out? Because I'm looking at Scott Gamble right now, and he's touring around the top of the mountain behind a queue of cars.
There is a queue of cars.
Yeah, the safety car's out. It wasn't announced.
No.
So,
good call on that one.
Bit of a surprise there.
Race control that popped up, but there it is. So,
okay. So the incidents that we were talking about earlier, they seem to have indeed resulted in a safety car. So that's great for the 243 entry for AITT Revolution E-Racing. They made that little mistake staying on the dry tires, had to come back into the pits again, and also suffered a spin and damage. So James Scott has just been granted a whole lot of track position back, and he'll be looking to work his way back up through the field now.
Couldn't have come out a better time, isn't it, for some of the teams? Of course, any of those large gaps that you got, that's all over. You can see the rain chucking down at the moment. You get some puddles, of course, forming, but not up on top of the Conrod Straight right here, heading into the chase. But you will start seeing those puddles start to form on the track in certain corners. I'm just off the top of my head, I'm trying to think where would be the most dangerous spot if you wouldn't want to be approaching those puddles there, Reese, here in Bathurst.
Yeah, well, I mean, the puddles tend to form sort of off the racing line here at the chase. I would think across the top, Reed and Silman, McPhillamy, they're the places where I'd be most wary of the puddles, particularly the exit of McPhillamy. Again, thinking back to earlier this year, the OSR Bathurst 12 hour, there was a disproportionate number of crashes and spins that came from drivers exiting McPhillamy Park because there was a puddle right next to the giant curb that's on the exit of that corner. We might be able to see it if we stay with the field as they come around the circuit. I think that would be the biggest issue for me, because it's a high load corner, perhaps the highest load you experience the return on this circuit apart from the braking zone for the chase. Add a deep puddle into that right next to the white line and a curb, and you've got a recipe for disaster.
So we might have one more lap under the safety car, which it appears currently at the moment. They're just waiting for a few of those drivers to catch up to the snake itself. Which they are slowly going back actually to figure out a bit further back from here. Actually, for some drivers, it's a big field, of course, here this evening. We've still got a lot of drivers in this race, which is fantastic. Only the one retirement.
Yeah, indeed. One car not taking to the start of the race, I believe. The Ugangatanga's racing entry. Actually, no, they're 37 laps down, so they did actually take to the start, but they, along with the Accelerate Endurance 217, was in the pits for quite some time. The car that started in P4, we heard Jared and Isaac talking a lot about how that car had really high hopes and unfortunately was unable to really make good use of it. But after a long time spent in pit lane, Wayne Walker is back out there, albeit in 31st place and looking at about 10 laps down on our leaders at the moment. I don't think even an infinite amount of safety cars could fix that for them.
Yeah, it's just a little bit unfortunate. It's just another victim of the mountain. What's going to be interesting right now is you're trying to get some tyre temperature. You can just see a little bit of weaving there from Sean's car behind the safety car. It's because everything's just gone chilled for these V8 supercars at the moment, and they've just got to basically, they're going to be getting ready to go on that loud pedal. You know what happens with cautions, precautions, unfortunately. Let's hope these drivers take it easy, because we still have 113 laps to go on this race, so you don't want to be heading down there to pit road there and trying to get your crew there to get some duct tape out there and start patching up the car, mate. You know, it's a long way to go.
Yeah, so to my knowledge, this is the first safety car of the race, and well, there's almost always at least one safety car at a Bathurst 1000, especially on the sim. So I'm wondering how long we're going to have to wait until the next one. The rain is still going to be hanging around for a bit, and certainly the wet nature of the track is going to hang around for quite some time. So the drivers will need to keep their wits about them, otherwise we might see that Ford Mustang GT3 make another appearance very shortly. But just have a look at the way the rain affects the rubber there. Like right on the racing line, it's almost icy. It almost looks like ice on the road in snowy conditions. That gives you a clue as to how little grip they'll be working with on the racing line there. But like I mentioned before, there's not really many opportunities to take advantage of driving off the racing line for better grip around here.
And especially, yeah, once you get a restart happening, I think you don't want to be gambling too far out there just yet. Get a couple of laps under your belt at least, get the temperature up into those tyres there. Then start thinking about those overtaking opportunities. But you've got to remember too, reset also is a great opportunity to get some overtaking done because you're all bunched up. it's an easy way to get a couple of positions. There's a lot that will be going through these teams at the moment. The other drivers, their spotters, everybody else is going to be sitting there working frantically to try to help them out as much as possible. You can see some of the cars that are allowed to be left get back on through. There's a bit of damage currently at the moment. Which car is that damage on? Can't quite see. Front end seems to appear to be missing.
Okay, I'm gonna have a flick through and see who is the culprit there. Wasn't looking at production feed at the time, so I'm unsure exactly which car it was, but I think I found it. It's the Team AJR number 82 with Joel Osterbal at the wheel. Car running down in 28th position presently. First car 2 laps down. I'm not sure how long the car has had that damage, but evidently not quite the time to get in and fix it yet.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you, and also a big shout out to everybody for tuning in. Thank you very much. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe button if you're enjoying yourself the Bathurst 1000 here.
I'm just taking a look at what happened. Sorry, go on.
Still got 113 laps to go. Pace cars peeling into pit road, my friend. No, you're right. Go ahead.
All right. Well, I was just going to say I found the incident that brought out the safety car. It in fact was that number 82 car. It spun out of the dipper and ended up getting stuck in the wall. So that's why the safety car came out. That car has been freed from the wall, and now we can get this race started again with Sean McNamara leading the way, chased hard by Scott Gamble, who, as we mentioned, came through pit lane to top up the tank and extend their next stint a little further. The track is soaked now as we are back under green flag conditions, and just see how much they slither on the way out of Griffin's Bend. This is where setup differences between the teams are really going to come to the fore. Michael Stewart in the Angry Birds racing car running third at the moment in the 180 has got a huge pack of cars behind him. Got Justin McLean, Jason Bentz, Jamie Dyke and James Scott all looking for a piece of the action. And here comes Scott to try and find his way past Jamie Dyke.
I'd be very, very gingerly in this situation at the moment. There's a lot to lose here. You've got to try to follow the cars through. You've got the spray all over the place. It's very difficult conditions for the driver, no doubt. You can see in there, battling with the elevation changes, battling with the track temperature, battling with the conditions. You just see there, and you see the car, and you got to react. Who was that into the fence?
That's
there?
Bentz. That was Jason Bentz. So he has unfortunately fallen outside of the top position that they were running in there. The Quantum Racing machine has managed to continue on, but it's gotten a hefty amount of front end damage. I think that front bumper's only hanging on by a couple of links now.
Good exit out of the elbow as well too, which is the key to getting overtakes around here.
There goes the front bumper. I saw it flying up into the air.
That'll be a good souvenir for one of the fans here this evening trackside. I'll pick that one up a little bit later, but there we go, my friend. Headlights are even on. That is how the conditions are here in Bathurst. Down the bottom into the chase. Absolutely fantastic. Got to spot your braking point at maximum speed. You can see the damage there on Jason Bent's Quantum Racing entrance. We're looking at Jamie Dyke put pressure on James Scott there. And the front field are going to be making their way around, start another basically full lap under race conditions now after we had our first caution of the race. Sean leads from Scotty, from Justin.
Yeah, good lead being brought out by Sean McNamara now, obviously well prepared for the wet conditions. Now 3.5 seconds into the lead. James Scott trying to find his way past Michael Stewart now, who Michael Stewart, I'd been following him around the previous lap to see what happened to Jason Bentz, and Bentz slid because he had to try and check up. Stewart had a poor run out of McPhillamy Park, got into that puddle I was talking about earlier, and unfortunately Bentz didn't have many places to go, so he slammed on the brakes, locked up, and went into the wall. So it looks like Stewart is starting to fall back now. He's just lost the position to James Scott there, and he's still got Jason Benson, Jamie Dyke right behind him as well. Bentz now minus his front bumper, a little bit less downforce on the front, and not the best drag in a straight line, but side by side, and the wet coming up through Reed and Sulman Park is not ideal, but Bency manages to get it done.
Yeah, I think at the moment in these wet conditions, because they're going much slower, he's figured, what front bumper? I don't need it. I'm handling it okay. Look at that. It's even got a little bit of a speed difference. Either that or the rest of the field have actually backed off on this one, just thinking, okay, well, difficult to overtake at top of the mountain at best in dry conditions, let alone wet conditions. So that's the situation between those drivers. But we actually got a bit of a James Scott's thinking about here. They've got the Evolution Racing Team 543. Wouldn't send it in there, my son, but gets a good run out of the elbow. Should be able to take him down the chase here.
This is why James Scott is one of the most highly regarded drivers in the AusNZ sim racing scene. He knows how to go fast, and he's managed to overcome the difficulties that he had when the rain first came out. Now back into the podium positions, and he's put that car right back into its starting spot. Now he's got a bit of clear air ahead of him, and he can potentially catch up to McLean and McNamara up at the front. Meanwhile, Bentz showing that he's got magnificent pace. He's going to go for it on Scott Gamble down at Murray's corner. Has he gone too deep? Oh, maybe only just. Gamble tries the over-under, but it doesn't quite work. Car spun out of Murray's there. Well, that's one of the Mustangs that's fallen back. Not quite sure who that was. Also saw a car potentially trying to make it into pit lane as well. But, man, Jason Bentz, in spite of the dramas on the first lap after the safety car ends, manages to keep the race alive. It was Jake Shillito who unfortunately went deep in Murray's, and well, he tried to get accelerating again, but 600 horsepower going through those rear wheels on wet grass. That's, you're not going to get grip there.
Very, very lucky that nobody else manages to see that car spinning out of the final turn, of course, avoiding it. Sunshine back again, but the track is still slippery, as you can currently see at the moment. Scotty almost locking up the rears there just to make the car stop in time. That's a 543 currently running in P5 as we're on board Jamie Dyke for the Fishing Motorsports entry as he is navigating. You think Fish would be pretty good at the wet weather conditions here at the moment, wouldn't you?
Oh, Stewart spun. Michael Stewart spun, and that's a bad spot. A very bad spot. Right at the exit across the top. It's already involved one car. Oh, man. That is not good. Trying to see which car was the first to come up on them there. It was one of the Camaros. It was Lorne McKee in the Accelerate Endurance 1 machine, the 88. Just gets the rears spun up coming across the top, and poor Lorne, he didn't have anywhere to go. Up on two wheels and into the wall. Heavy damage again for a few cars from that. The rain has caused a bunch of chaos.
That it has.
Oh, and is that Lorne McKee there with a wheel missing?
It is.
Oh dear, that wheel is not connected to the steering wheel.
As well too, he's got to try to get off the racing line. There's really not many places you can get that done there.
And Conrod Straight isn't the widest straight in the world either. All he can do is just try and stick to the left as best he can. And have a look at the spray that's being thrown up by that stray front wheel. I've never seen spray like that before, spurting up behind the car. That's an instant trip to the pits for the number 88. The rain may have stopped, but the wet drama will still continue from here. Moving back up to car number 5. Full Throttle Bandits, Keenan Sykes makes the move on Brian Minogue. And that car will move back up into 12th position. Just one position below where they started. Full Throttle Bandits, one of those teams that's trying to make some kind of recovery here today. For the moment, Scott Gamble showing that while... Oh dear. Further problems for Lorne McKee. Hang on a minute. He didn't make it into pit lane. That's the road into Bathurst.
There it
so
is,
he
yeah.
tries to get on the brakes. Oh no, it just doesn't stop.
No. And that's a long way around to go back in the pit road as well too, remember? So they may look at requesting for a tow, because that's the pit lane entrance that was missed. So he's going to be sitting there going, oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. I'm pretty sure there might be some other choice words that are used, but we won't repeat them on there.
No. Not family friendly. Well, I can tell you that McKee has managed to get into the pit lane. He had to cut across the gravel trap on the inside of Murray's to do so, but still managed to get that car off the racetrack. The battle between Scott Gamble and Jamie Dyke interrupted briefly by a lapped car.
A big challenge for P2 currently at the moment. You mentioned once James Scott got 3, as they're getting round lap traffic for themselves as well too. That's Justin up the road there, so it's going to be a good run out of elbow. Overtaking opportunities, of course, as you're going to be running down here. Will there be side by side? Yes, there is. Sticking right to the middle of the track there is McLean.
And James Scott gets through at the chase. Had to dip a couple of wheels in the grass on the way down Conrod as well, but that's up into P2 for car number 243. And considering where we saw them... Sorry, go on.
No, you're right. Go ahead, my friend.
I was just going to say, considering where we saw them when the rain first came, I wouldn't have expected them to be back in that kind of position. It's been a stellar job from James Scott to recover that car's hopes.
With the pole set up currently at the moment, making their way back up in the P2. Drivers also excel in these changeable conditions quite well, so they're loving it for the Revolution Racing team. They seem bringing on more rain, but it seems to be this rain is clearing up. It's not falling down anymore. It's up with the weather conditions. Track temperatures increased back up to 31 degrees. So now, my friend, you're going to get to that decision of when is the track going to be dry enough to switch it back over to dries. A lot of these drivers went down on lap 42, anywhere between 42 to 47. And that fuel window becoming up as well too.
Yes, so yeah, thinking about that sort of transition point from dry to wet, I'd try to make it last as long as possible, really, because the last thing you want is to be out on cold slicks on a track that's still too wet for them. So, let's just throw a number out there. So the fastest lap of the race in dry conditions, a 2:08.6. Well, lap times in the wet, they're hovering around anywhere from 2:26 to 2:32. So do you think maybe the transition point to get back onto dry tires would probably be around the sort of 2:10 to 2:15 range?
That bend space. Oh. Yeah, it may be a lot more cosmetic than what it is with downforce, that's for sure, because he's still got that quantum racing machine absolutely on fire. He's still got some speed. He's put some pressure, of course, there on Justin McLean too for the battle for P3. So they're certainly not looking at those repairs anytime soon. Whether they will do anything in pit road, I don't know. Do they need to? It's got the pace.
Yeah, I reckon just leave it and see what kind of damage repair options are available when you next come into the pits. It's probably optional repairs, all things considered, for Jason Benz. I mean, he's doing a good job of recovering that car's hopes as well. And considering that it's Justin McLean he's chasing in the ERT 95 car, it tells me that throw in Scott Gamble and the pace problems he's been having since the track got wet, potentially the Evolution Racing Team associated cars are running a setup that's pretty good in dry conditions, but not quite suited to this little wet stint we're having here.
Jamie Dyke gets past Scotty as well too, moving himself up 7 positions into P5 currently at the moment. And that's probably one for the chat to let us know. We do have a lot of spotters out there, of course, and drivers themselves. So when you feel there, that would be, what sort of times do you feel would be comfortable enough for those drivers to switch over? You can still see that they're slipping and sliding all over the place, so definitely not any time just yet. And if you're struggling in wet conditions and wet tyres, then you certainly will be taking a big risk for the biscuit with dries. This is the battle back into P9 between the three drivers there as well. So there's Andrew and Keenan Skies just a little bit back in the background.
That was a hefty slide there. It's far from ideal, getting a little wiggle on the way into Griffins under brakes, but this fight will continue here with Will Buchanan at the wheel of the 240 Camaro, chased by Andrew Rushworth and Keenan Sykes. This is the battle for 9th place at the moment. And Keenan Sykes has only been out of the pits for the last 6 laps or so. So he's got a topped up tank, he has got fresh tyres, and he is chasing hard. These guys who have been out there for 12 laps now on these wets. Have a look right there on the right. That's where the big puddle is at McPhillamy Park. And no surprise to see that now the drivers see the danger of that. They are staying well away from it. Out through the dip up. Try and put the power down as best you can. It's so difficult. It's difficult enough in the dry to put the power down in these cars through these winding corners, but when you've got less than half the available grip available to you, it becomes incrementally harder. Still, slipstream works just as well. Down Conrod straight, and Keenan Sykes will try and gain a little bit more here on Andrew Rushworth. Will Buchanan has jetted away a little bit. But interesting to see that Keenan Sykes, I think he's making a wise choice there and backing out. It wasn't a clear move, and with the lack of visibility, it's so difficult to tell where the other car's actually going to go on the way into a braking zone. So best to stay behind and look for a clearer opportunity elsewhere.
Yeah, exactly. On an endurance race, slow and steady wins the race. It's not necessarily like a sprint format where you might be a couple of laps to go towards the end of the race. Yeah, you probably might think about setting it there, but I think these gladiators here this evening realise that there's still 106 laps to go, and you want to just bring it home. They don't want to risk it too much. Bence does look like he gets past finally on Justin McLean, so moves themselves up 3 positions in the P3.
Yeah, lovely stuff. And, well, keep an eye out for any potential pace difference between the Quantum Racing and Evolution E-Racing cars, but Andrew Rushworth is now solidly in the battle with Keenan Sykes, fires it up the inside at the cutting, and even though he is on the racing line with a bit less grip in the wet, still enough momentum for him to solidly get through there, and Full Throttle Bandits is back into the top 10 finally after 55 laps completed in this race. A little further up, Will Buchanan is caught up to Jamie McKnight. Looks like the Fishy Motorsport 027 is also having some trouble in the wet and slippery conditions. The amount of spray that is thrown up in that section is mind-blowing. I don't envy the drivers right now. I am much happier up here in the comms box than they'd be having to side their way between walls with water being thrown on their windscreens.
Exactly, Reese, I agree with you. I'm happy to be up here. Let these gladiators battle it out here in the track, in the arena of Bathurst. And just like that, Keenan's actually caught the back there a Will. So what's the situation? We're going to be thinking at the moment the Revolution Racing, you can't just be afforded to sit behind Jamie McKnight's car for too long. Because yet now you're going to be not only looking forwards, but you've got to be looking backwards. And of course, with all that spray and tricky conditions, it's a difficult task to do.
Very difficult indeed. Nose shown ever so briefly, but now this becomes a 3-way battle of the Camaros for 8th position. And Jamie McKnight is the cork in the bottle. Previous laps for them, a 227.6 for McKnight. Buchanan 226.6 and a 226.5 for Keenan Sykes. Keenan, of course, has shown that he can pick his moves where necessary. Buchanan might go for it there. Jason Bentz, meanwhile, gets past Justin McLean on the way into the cutting. And it looks like the move is done for Will Buchanan. They move up into 8th spot to the number 240. 10 positions gained from the start, I believe. No, my apologies. That was, I'm looking at the wrong timing screen there. They actually have now gained net 2 positions as, oh no, that's the other Quantum Racing car. Dylan Sipple at the wheel, and the number 17 already lost the front bumper, and it looks like the rear's gone too. But a very dangerous part of the track.
Yeah, let's have a look at what's happened here currently in our replay.
The puddle of death.
That's it. That's what you called before, wasn't it, Reese? You said exactly that's the one you got to avoid. And then I'm sure Dylan would have said, I would have loved to take your advice on that one, my friend, but it ventured out into the puddle of death.
Oh, hopefully he'll be able to get that going again with a solid gap, but he is still stopped there. He's still trying to get the car turned around. He's trying to reverse it onto the runoff area down in the S's. I think the damage to the car is too great for him to try and flick it around. The only place he'll have enough room to do it is here.
Got to be very careful too. There's not a lot of traction there, of course, because you're going uphill, but we finally will get it around.
Oh,
and around again. Oh,
doing a full 180 there. And yeah, you can tell that car is very heavily damaged. Let's see how much steering damage he has. And it looks like about 20 to 30 degrees left hand down. So that's not ideal for Dylan Sipple. But we stay green. We will see him tour back into the pits and see how much damage that car needs to be repaired. Keep our eyes, though, on this, the battle for third, I believe.
Battle for 9th and 10th at the moment.
Yes.
We'll switch over to 5th and 6th as well, too, because that's getting pretty close, too, with Scotty and Jamie Dyke up the road. That's piloting the Fishy Motorsports 80 entry. Got a couple of Fishy Motorsports entrants, of course, but 27, we got the 80. You can clearly see it in the old Dick Johnson throwback. Ford, that's up the road, currently in P5.
I love the retro liveries that Fishy Motorsports comes out with. Every time V8 Scops Enduro season comes around, I always look forward to seeing what they'll put on their cars. They put a bit of extra effort into their retro liveries, and it shows. For the moment, Jamie Dyke is doing a stellar job keeping that car inside the top 5. He'll have a slightly lighter car than Scott Gamble as well, I believe, so that might help his pace a bit. Battle for 9th still going on here. Jamie McKnight now has no view of Will Buchanan ahead of him. The 240 has rocketed into the distance. You only just see the end of its sort of rooster tail spray over the rise. The Keenan Sykes now stands a chance of finding a way through. And he's carrying great momentum out of the corners as Keenan Sykes, but I don't think that's going to be enough in this section of the track. He needs to try and nail the exit of Forest Elbow in order to get it done. The exit for the Dipper didn't look good either.
He could make up a bit of time here. Yeah, this is it. This is where you want to be nailing it. You want to be basically hug that inside wall and then get on the power there. Use as much of the exit of the elbow as possible. You know, Paul dropped down the hill there, and at this point with that spray, he's going to sit back.
Much drama, but they would have both had to tiptoe their way out of the chase, usually just about flat out in dry conditions as the exit of this complex, but certainly not the case in the wet. You either have to feather the throttle or short shift like a madman.
Yeah, and of course, not to mention all that kitty litter that's kicked up on the on that track too, so we're going to make it very difficult to overtake. Yeah, there's a bit of damage you can see on Jamie Dyke's Fishy Motorsports front end. But back to the lead here, back to the front end. James Scott might have his nose ahead at the moment. Sean might have just allowed him through and said, okay, we should continue that fight, hopefully for another 101 laps at this point. So didn't risk it too much, you'd say. That's a good job there. So James Scott back into the lead. They started this race in pole. They're back in P1.
Yep, James Scott piloting that Mustang very effectively. And now that he's got clear air ahead of him, he can stand a chance of extending that lead by quite some margin. The next car up the road, traffic-wise, is Wayne Walker in the Accelerate Endurance 217, and he's just come out of the dipper now. Meanwhile, brief replay here of Jamie Dyke and Scott Gamble. I believe were trying to get them down Conrod Straight and see the incident between them. That's the immediate aftermath of it. I'm still amazed that they both managed to turn it around the right direction.
Exactly, and then line of stern, and then they go, okay, it's just almost like just erase that one out and let's start all over again. That's just very, very lucky for both the drivers to be able to walk away from that one, literally drive away from that one. I don't think we've too much, but just a little bit of a paint scrapped off the side of the cars, and they can continue on battling again.
Yeah. Maybe a bit of gravel stuck to the tyres for a few corners, but other than that, yeah, no harm, no foul, play on, unless race control decide to have a look at the immediate cause of the incident. Keenan Sykes still hasn't found his way past Jamie McKnight, but this traffic ahead might help him. We keep our eyes on the two cars ahead of them. We got Craig Healy in the EWT Racing Mustang, and then the N1 Racing car, Paul Fulton, going wide to allow both of them through. That has unfortunately compromised Keenan Sykes a little bit, having to take a slightly tighter line on the exit, but still nice and straight. Meanwhile, take two between Jamie Dyke and Scott Gamble.
Looking forward to it. I hope everybody is at the moment. Don't forget to give us a like and hit the subscribe button if you're enjoying the fantastic racing here.
Oh, come on. Getting a face full of VRT Camaro. Yeah, this is, now Gamble's got a bit of damage on the front. He's looking to work his way past Jamie Dyke here. Officially classed ahead as they go over the crest, but Dyke will have the inside line for Griffin's Bend. How hard is he going to fight this? Pretty hard it seems. And Gamble is just going to keep his right side wheels in the crown and the road and the sort of banking on the inside of Griffin's and keep the position. Gets it done at the cutting. That was a spirited move. You don't often see outside moves at Griffin's working.
No, that's bold and brave, absolutely, for sure. Goes to show you these two drivers are racing like it's the last laps of this endurance race. So it's good to see. We love it up here in the booth. Not sure so much of the teammates would be sitting there biting their nails, wouldn't they, in the pit garage waiting to make sure you bring these cars back to the pit garage so they can jump back into them again. Look at this, they're leaning on each other big time here, mate.
Yeah, Jamie Dyke and Scott Gamble, both very consistent competitors in the V8 Veterans Championship. And they have raced around each other for quite a few years now. So they're obviously, even though they did have that slip up before, I think they're both aware of the situation. They recognize that they both got out of it okay, despite losing a bit of time, and they can continue fighting. Now Gamble is finally past, and he'll be hoping that that damage isn't too great on the front. He can keep his straight line speed. Justin McLean and Jason Bentz, meanwhile, they haven't left each other alone. We haven't given them much airtime in the last 10 minutes or so, but rest assured, they have been running line astern for the entirety of that time. I can see a dry line starting to form there as well. Actually, quite a clear dry line now. It's probably still not dry enough for dry tires, but we're starting to see the track develop now.
Yeah, when you see that spray, that's the scary part, isn't it? You don't have to worry about Jason Bentz's Quantum Racing machine overheating at all, because they've got plenty of cooling at the front end, you can see. But absolutely amazing. I mean, it's just must be a lot more cosmetic, obviously, than what it is, because that well, will give you a lot of drag reduction, no doubt on that one. And that's the situation. They're going to be out at 2 for now. I'm sure that Justin isn't going to be giving up on that one just yet. I guess there's certain parts of the track too where it looks like Jason Betts is very quick, and other parts they're a little slower. But at the moment, that lead, once James Scott got past for the Revolution E-Racing, they're up 2 seconds, 2.5 seconds almost on Sean for the 951 Sim Sports entrance. That's the battle for P1 and P2 that was occurring. We've still got Keenan that's putting a lot of pressure on the Fishy Motorsports entrance for P9, that battle. And as at the chat, when's that dry line going to be dry enough to take that gamble to head into pit road? Do you think at the moment too, Reese, that they're just kind of stretching this out until they need another fuel pit stop anyway and just take it to that point of the race?
I think that's a solid option. Keenan Sykes still trying to get past Jamie McKnight and almost having it end in tears there. And, well, he's going to have to do all that hard work again to try and catch back up. I mean, looking at Keenan Sykes, he is clearly quicker than McKnight in these conditions. He's just having a lot of trouble finding a way past. He isn't getting the drive, the advantage to make a move where it matters.
Yeah. I think at the moment, so he got into him a little bit and he actually lifted off and he said a my bad situation. So there's a lot of hats off to the gentleman driving around here this evening, that they're realizing, if gap car, sure, but realize, okay, well, not trying to turn you, mate, just trying to get past you. And because they got into him, he lifted off and said, okay, well, let's just resume it again, because once again, it's an endurance race. You've still got 98 laps to go. You don't have to race like it's the last lap.
No, absolutely not. I got to say, I've been watching this race since pretty much the very beginning, and I've been very impressed with the quality of the racing here. It's certainly a pleasure to watch. But it doesn't stop the drivers from trying their hardest where they need to. Speaking of, slightly deep for Jamie McKnight, and Keenan Sykes tries to find a way through, but McKnight is going for the pit lane. Couldn't help but notice that Troy Stonestreet had a problem a few seconds ago. He was trying to work past the lap car Terry Marsh, and it looked like there was a bit of a miscommunication on the exit of Murray's. So Stonestreet getting up the inside here.
Contact.
Marsh doesn't quite give him the room on the inside there, and then moves into him on the exit. So that's further drama for the 801 Sim Racing 044, and Stonestreet having to lick his wounds a bit there.
Yeah, kicked up a lot of kitty litter onto the track as well too. So a couple of more drivers coming in at the moment. So Michael's coming in here for the Fishing Motorsports 27 entrance. James for the Quantum entrance 666 there, coming down there. James Hardy, that's in P15. So these are some of those pit stops that we kind of expected to occur are coming in now. What tyres, my friend, that these drivers are going to be on? Well, I'll show you that in a second. If I switched over to the dries, and it looks like they have.
Yes, they're back on the dries.
On the dries. There you go. Start seeing those times tumbling again in generation.
Yeah, so this is the real test, isn't it? These guys are the sort of it's like when a new piece of technology comes out, you have your early adopters. These are the early adopters of the dry tires in these new conditions as the track continues to demoisturize, and looks like the Quantum car with Jason Bentz at the wheel is going to be the next to do that. This is an opportunity for them to see if they can repair this damage without much effect to their race. We'll see if... There we go. Yep. All right. Front bumper back on. Very nice to see. But yeah, looks like the lap times that we're seeing from these guys, about 2 minutes 15, 2 minutes 16 up the front. So my earlier prediction of the crossover time being a sort of 2:10 to 2:15 wasn't that far off. It was still technically wrong, but that's some useful information to take forward to future wet races here.
Michael just holding on the track there, my friend. Yeah, you can see. Just had to get off the power there big time. Otherwise, we would have been straight into the fence. Been another victim of Bathurst. Other drivers are heading to pit road as well too. Andrew Rushworth, sorry, my apologies on that one. And Jason Benz, as you can see there. So, interesting situations on lap 65 of 161. We're not even halfway through this race yet. We've still got 97 laps to go. And thank everybody for tuning in and enjoying the big one.
Oh,
Bathurst!
oh no!
Whoa!
Oh my God! Slow it down. Thank God for gravel, eh? Oh my God, that was crazy. Fishy 027 with a big old problem there. Michael Whiting having perhaps the grandest adventure of all. On fresh, dry tires, just caught the puddle there in the braking zone on the way into the chase. That is the risk you take by getting onto the dry tires early. You know, sure, the racing line might be dry, and if you stick to it, you'll have a good time, but you put a wheel even slightly off it, and yeah, you almost end your race there. Whew. Okay.
You see the puddle there. You hit the puddle there, and that was it. Oh, under braking. So lucky to save that one. That's, well, a big scare moment for the team. They're currently running in P15. It could have been a lot worse. So he's still in it. Of course, that's the situation between the drivers. Now, what's the situation going to be at the front now that Scotty has himself a 4-second gap over the 591 Sim Sports team? When do they look at heading down a pit road?
Yeah, well, we're still waiting on a real comparison between dry and wet tires. Interesting to note that Lorne McKee in the Accelerate Endurance 1 car, I don't know if we caught this, he has been on the dry tires for the last 12 laps, apparently. According to my timing, anyway. So he was on the wet tires for 11 laps, and then sometime before that, he switched back to the dries, and that seems uncharacteristically early. So put a pin in that. And keep an eye on the lap times as well. So James Scott out the front here is doing sort of low 2:16s at the front of the field. Jason Bentz and Keenan Sykes together on the field there. Bentz out on fresh dries, and we can see visually the pace difference now.
Yeah, it's massive. It's massive. It's got to be a time. These other teams as well too will be looking at those lap times. They'll be getting the feedback too from the drivers. Of course, the other teams won't be hearing the other drivers and the feedback, but they'll be watching them, of course, studying it and seeing how drivable and manageable that it is, and in order to let their drivers know, all right, it's time for you to get out there and chuck on some 4 freshies of the dry kind and get out there and slugger out some great laps.
Still have to take great care up the top of the mountain there. It's crazy how narrow they're running out of McPhillamy there. The dry line is in the middle of the racetrack. That the puddle of death is going to take a long time to go away. Trust me. You know, the last time I saw a wet race here, an endurance race, that puddle stayed there for upwards of an hour or so after the rain eventually disappeared, but it's just that deep. Yeah, it's crazy. But you can see that everywhere else the dry line is wide.
Gonna need to get those leaf blowers out there that they use in the Formula 1 garages to dry up the pit lane, the pit boxes. So let's have a look at the moment. These drivers are still out on Revolution E-Racing team came in, was on lap 45, on lap 67. He can afford to go out by trying the undercut if they can get a couple of those laps under their belt, as you said, which is going to give them a few seconds laps under their belt, as you said, which is going to give them a few seconds lap quicker, currently at the moment than what some of these other drivers are doing in the wet weather tyres. Still, question at the front here. When are they coming in? Question answered. Here we go.
All right, James Scott brings it in. Nice gentle entry into pit lane there. The entry lane is still very wet. And it'll be followed in by Sean McNamara in the 951 car. I would expect McLean and Gamble to come in as well. You did mention earlier that the drivers might be thinking about running their tank out to just avoid any fuel shenanigans later in the race, but I think the pace difference between wet and dry tires right now is too great to pass up.
Yeah, absolutely. You're right. Come in box, box, box. Yes, it is. There it is from Scotty in P4. Got to have, I think you're right. I think everybody else is going to follow in at the moment. They're reading those lap times and they're saying we can't afford to lose it too much. Although Jamie Dyke is staying out.
I don't know if that's the right decision.
Yeah. Will Buchanan a little bit further back here. Nope, they come in. Oh, it's also difficult, remember, because it's still wet there in pit road. You can see trying to slow down these cars as much as possible. They don't want to lose too much time in pit. It looks like Jason Bentz has gone off somewhere as well too. That's a little slowdown to come up there for a second. They've stayed out. But remember as well too, he's already out on those dry tyres by lapping on lap 64. So let's see how that pans out. Two drivers yet to come in here from the front. Jamie Dyke, James Scott. Oh, Scotty, of course, is out on the dry tyres.
Yep.
Jordan.
And I was just going to say, just doing well besides.
Yeah.
Ah, yes. So Scott Mackay jumps into the Evolution Racing Team 543, and Daniel Snedden taking over the Revolution E-Racing 240. So we also see Jordan Ross taking over the 951. Jason Bentz evidently staying in the Quantum Racing machine. Troy Stonestreet, it looks like, staying in the 801 car. The 037, meanwhile, is the next to come a cropper there. Kaio Kinzel Filho there in the We Race Camaro entry. That's a puddle. Caught a puddle and round he went, and he was on the dries.
Yeah, and that was just on the exit, of course. The final turn, and he went out on that puddle as he's applying the power down. So that's a little indication he'd be wanting to let the other drivers know. Their spotters will be on top of that one immediately. And of course, it's a long run back to pit road from there too.
Well, the track looks completely dry for the most part. It's just like around here at the Chase and exit of Murray's, exit of McPhillamy, etc., that you really see the worst of the puddles. There's also one right there on the exit of the Chase as well, just as you straighten up the car. No surprise to see that Dyke's coming in now, and I would expect Troy Stonestreet to come back in there as well.
Yeah, how much time does that cost them at the end of the day? There you go. So Scotty wasn't too far down the road from them anyway. He's probably very, very glad that they saw that the Fishy Motorsports entrance went in pit road, because he didn't want to have to be held up by him too much getting past, knowing that they'd have to be in pit road very soon. Jordan Ross in that 951 is 12 seconds down the road. So a big gain, you'd have to say, for the Revolution E-Racing.
Oh, no! That's another little mini puddle of death right there that's been caught by Jordan Ross. And the Racecraft Simulations entry will end up falling outside of the top three as a result. Replay on the cards here. So, okay. Yeah, just that little puddle there off the exit of the curb. You really got to get off it quickly in these conditions, don't you?
You do, absolutely. That's something that you'll be studying once again. You've got to have your team out there, your spotters, your teammate have got to be alert. They've got to be looking at that. They've got to inform their drivers, all right, it's dangerous out there, avoid it, as we're seeing too many problems creeping in for these drivers. And of course, finally as well too, you say the 801 Sim Racing 044 machines decided to get rid of those wet weather tyres and flip them on over. Have they?
No, it's showing that they're still on the wets.
Wets.
Paul Burns takes over from Troy Stone Street, and probably on the wrong tires for the conditions now. They're the only car in the field other than the Dark Horse Racing car, Bruce Galloway, and the AJR 058 with Daniel Johnston at the wheel, that still have the wet tires on. Damien Cairns, apparently in the Accelerate Endurance 1 entry, down in 23rd place, is also on the wet tires. So I don't know what the deal is here. If it's a timing glitch, or if they've just made the wrong decision, it's really hard to tell. But Michael Whiting is our focus for now. Damon Fisher here is on the wets apparently. And one thing that you do notice about the wet tyres, Dean, is they have a lot more rolling resistance. So your straight line speed suffers if you have wet tyres on versus dries. And no surprise to see that Michael Whiting goes straight through, albeit with no front bumper on the car.
Yeah, we've seen that this evening, haven't we? Like, it's you don't need a front bumper here at Bathurst in the V8 Supercars. Just need speed and brave. Close your eyes and just send it into a corner. Well, that's the situation. Sub's on by. Oh, right. Are we still seeing? I'm not sure if that's absolutely correct, isn't it, for this 044 machine? Because once again, that could be just a timing thing. They went into that pit road lap 68 just before for a driver swap, but they seem to be on some pretty good pace.
Well, if he ends up coming back into the pit lane at the end of this lap, then we'll know for sure that he's still on the wets. But he's keeping it nice and clean for the moment. This is where the truth will be told. Does he end up coming into the pit lane from here?
We're seeing a slowdown here at the moment too from our race leader. I was just getting a little bit frustrated with the traffic here at the moment. From the Angry Birds Racing entrance, it looks like a Michael Stewart there. Somebody was calling out that Scotty was over 4 seconds faster than Dyke on that lap.
Yeah, well, looks like James Scott had to take to the runoff area at the S's. Unclear of the exact reason why. There was a front bumper sitting in the middle of the track on the approach to Skyline. So maybe that distracted James Scott a little.
Possibly. Well, they clear, so they can continue on their 15-second gap currently at the moment to Jason Benson, P2. Another close little fight here. Got Keenan Skies there and Daniel Snedden, 7th and 8th.
And if I'm not wrong, Snedden is still on the wets as well. Car off.
They're going to be approaching them pretty drastically.
Get back up to speed just in time, but it's going to be some trouble for our 7th and 8th place fighters. Adrian Zelli in the AJR Oldfellas entry at the wheel of the lapped car ahead of them. The 333 Mustang there running 7 laps down. And Keenan Sykes gets past Daniel Snedden on the exit of Forest Elbow quite substantially. Yeah, I think Snedden is still on the wets as well.
Yeah, he got out of the way there. Didn't want to get into the tangle with those two drivers that were fighting it out tooth and nail. Here's a battle back here, and 15th and 14th up the road there. You can see the Angry Birds piloted by Michael Stewart with the front end damage that we see. Whether it's really hindering him or not, I'm not 100% sure. Last lap time was a 2:18. Showing a last lap time here from Luke being a 2:10. That's absolutely blistering pace. Now he's going to hind it up on this lap. I mean, everybody else up the road there is doing around 18s, 17s, 14s. He's doing the same pace as the race leaders currently on.
Yeah, this is great pace from Luke Orman here. And the 9.5 AJR entry obviously well prepared as he tries to find a way through at the chase, but no easy opportunity coming forth. Michael Stewart is nailing the exit there, and Orman's going to have to wait for another opportunity. They don't exactly come easy at Mount Panorama. See how much deeper he goes on the brakes there. Just manages to slow it up in time for the apex. He's working the car all right. Does a 2:15 on that lap. That was still nearly 1.4 seconds faster than what Michael Stewart could manage.
Yeah, it looks like Greg's had a moment as well too. Whoa, big accident actually.
Oh yeah.
For the 217 entrance. Now he's running a few laps back down. He's going to be running a few laps more. He's gone off track somewhere else. I think that's just trying to creep it back to pit road with all that damage, and just got maybe completely out of the way or gone off tracking somewhere. It's the replay. Yeah, just can't make it stick, can he?
No. Yeah, no grip on the front there. Just avoids the wall on the exit. Now this has turned into a 3-car fight with Damon Fisher, the Angry Birds Racing 016. He's still on the wet tyres himself. So he's losing time hand over fist to Michael Stewart and Luke Allman. Have a look at the pace difference here across the top. There's so much less mid-corner momentum on this rapidly drying circuit. Still got to go narrow on the exit of McPhillamy. But all the same, you think it's just a matter of when, not if, these guys get past him.
Yeah, not really too much overtaking around here. It's all about lining him up for the most important corner, I'd say, in Bathurst, of course, is the elbow here. That's when you want to get the exit, of course. Now you get to run down the Conrod straight.
And this will be the straight line speed difference between dries and wets shown in all its glory, plus the slight straight line speed boost from having a functional front bumper on the car. Luke Allman compresses all 3 of them there. And on the exit, you know, Fisher is holding on nicely to the pace. He's running sort of 2:18s or so. So it's not too far off the pace that the dry runners have, but he is suffering in crucial parts of the racetrack. And that is going to be position loss to Michael Stewart up the inside at Hell Corner. Make sure you don't run wide on exit and catch that dreaded puddle at the end of the curb. And now Luke Allman will try and find a way through at Griffin's Bend. Question is, will the inside line be left open for him? Sticking in the middle of the road is Damon Fisher, forces Luke Allman to try and slot through here, catching a couple of puddles on the way into the braking zone.
Quite clever to make him to have to force his way around there into the puddles. That's not bad defensive driving, but couldn't hold him up for too long, unfortunately, and through goes the number 9 Ford.
So now Luke Allman can focus once again on trying to find his way past Michael Stewart. The difference between them and the car ahead of them, the Quantum Racing 666 car, is about 20 seconds up the road from these guys. So it's going to take another safety car, I think, Luke Allman to try and gain any more places for this number 9. Oh, God, who is that? That is the Dark Horse Racing car of Bruce Galloway, it looks like, that spun around at the top of the hill. No? Looks like the Dark Horse Racing car had its own incident there.
Well, David Coleman had a moment as well too, but I'm not sure. This is not it. This is further down. The DC might have had a little off-track excursion. Here it is. That's DC. Still running in P6 currently at the moment.
At the puddle at the exit of the chase captures another victim.
I think it was Bruce Galloway.
So who was the Mustang? It was a Mustang that was stopped at the top of the hill.
Bruce has had a little moment somewhere here. There it is. That's the puddle of death as well too, my friend. On the exit. That's... And we also had Anthony that had... But no, I'm a little stumped on that one, my friend. So another driver getting caught out here.
I'm going to go back and...
tickets for the race. Go ahead.
Yeah, indeed. I'm going to go back and check that incident to see who was spun. Some rapid avoiding action having to be taken for Michael Stewart and Luke Allman there, running 13th and 14. Let's see.
Bruce Galloway, maybe? Well, Bruce had a spin and lost 17th, 18th, and 19th. Bruce Galloway for the Dark Horse Racing.
I have found the crash, and it was Adrian Zelli in the number 30. Spin at McPhillamy, and if I take a look on my end as Paul Burns and Daniel Snedden trade spots, looks like Adrian Zelli is the next victim of the McPhillamy Park Puddle of Death.
Dang. That's what
Yeah.
we're talking about.
Head on into the wall.
Not going to buff out, my friend. Not that easily.
Yeah, the picture he supplied for the broadcast overlays is Fabio, and
no, Keenan's in. Yeah,
okay,
Snedden's in.
right. So looks like they might have reached the end of their. Well, at least for Keenan Sykes, he's reached the end of his fuel stint. Snedden, meanwhile, will be switching from the wet tires to the dries. But yeah, I was just thinking about how the picture for Adrian Zelli is Fabio, the model
Leaders
for
in.
many a romantic novel. Probably got a similar experience to how Fabio got a goose in the face on a roller coaster in the 1980s or thereabouts. It was a real incident that happened. But yeah. More pit stops coming in now for everybody. The safety car
Yeah, I was just saying.
standing at the ready.
Car is at the ready. I'm just wondering if we're getting a call here because we're having a lot of drivers coming into pit road all at once. A lot. And I would have thought they're all over the place here. There's a possibility that it could be the pace car coming out and it's still sitting in pit road. So, interesting situation again. Could be our second caution of the day. Perhaps for that that crash that you saw earlier. Yeah, we have a lot of drivers coming down. This is a little earlier than I would expect because remember they only just came down around lap 68 or so to switch over those tires. And it looks like I think that pace car is out. We're on a safety car.
Right. So, opportunity for basically everyone to get their cars fueled up again. Safety car always an opportunity to top up the tank and try and extend your stints, make sure that your critical lap lines up with about 25 laps to go. That's about as long as you can get on a fuel tank at Bathurst in dry conditions. Looks like Adrian Zelli was unable to get that car going again.
I'd say so as well. And a heavy impact there in a very dangerous position, of course. We presume that would be the case for the caution car coming out this evening. Probably too damaged. Yeah, trying to back it up there. Probably on the radio at the moment. Race control saying, "Can I get a tow?"
Yeah, and you know he's only a short distance up the road from where he had his crash. So he held the brakes, let them go by, and then he drove it forward a little bit to test the condition of the car. Evidently, yeah, no steering. So Adrian will find his way back to pit lane eventually, but for now, everybody is in, everybody has been in, and they will continue. Interesting to note that the 801 car, the 044 machine with Paul Burns at the wheel, is still on the wet tyres, and Angry Birds Racing 016 Damon Fisher at the wheel has stayed on the wet tyres as well. I'm very surprised that everyone has... I'm very surprised that there's a few individuals that still haven't switched to the dry tyres yet.
That's very surprising. It could be a glitch just in the timing tower not updating that. I couldn't imagine it'd stay out now on wet weather tyres. It's just unfortunate by rate. Ooh, there's spinner there too.
Oh, that's Justin McLean. in the ERT95 Sim Sports 451.
Yes, it is.
Uh-oh.
Under safety car conditions.
That car was running third at the time, or at least in contention for the top three. It was the puddle of death, and you know what? This would be so frustrating for Justin McLean at safety car speeds, catching that puddle and going for a spin.
Goes to show you how tricky the conditions are, even when they're going slow. So that's the situation as it is. Where if you're just tuning in, of course, welcome. Our second safety car here this evening. We're getting pretty close on my friend. About 87 laps to go. We're 75 laps into this race. Still,
yes.
Some drivers we assume may be on wet weather tyres. And I think the commentator tyre data out there may be inaccurate. You might be right about that one, Will. For now, we'll just take it off and let us know out there. If you are the team engineer, of course, or if you're in the teams out there, you can probably definitely confirm to us
Yes.
that information is incorrect or not.
Ultimately, the lap times will tell the full truth, and the last lap before the safety car came out, it looked like Paul Burns was doing similar times to what the other dry runners are doing, so yeah, it looks like that might be a glitch on the timing, showing the wrong tires for the car. But all the same, driver change in the Revolution 243. Trent Allen has jumped back in. He was the man who was piloting the car from the start of the race, and James Scott taking over, getting that car back into the lead. Now there's a couple of cars in between them and the second place car of Jason Bentz, who's remained in the Quantum Racing 868 this whole time. So I'm expecting some waiver rounds to, or either some waiver rounds or filtering back in the field to happen for our lapped cars. Gives them an opportunity to clean up some of the water that's still on the racing line, I suppose, as well.
You're absolutely right on that one. It'll be a lot easier, you'd have to say now, for a race restart than what it was after our first safety car, because that first safety car went right into the depths of the changeable conditions with that shower that came down here on the mountain. And the drivers will get to their race restart now under the dry conditions with the dry tyres.
Indeed. So, halfway through the Alliance Sim Racing Endurance Championship Bathurst 1000. And it has been a solid day of action thus far. There's always some kind of drama at the mountain, and this race has brought it in spades. One of the first of a few Bathurst 1000s that's going to be run in the AusNZ sim racing community towards the end of the year. Not only do we have the official iRacing Bathurst 1000, we've also got the endurance races for V8 Scops and V8 Pro Invitational to come as well. This is a good opportunity, this race, for many of the teams involved in those series to prepare. And goodness me, they are getting put through the ringer in this one, with weather playing a part in proceedings as well.
Hope you're enjoying yourself. I certainly am. This is turning out to be a cracker of a race. For sure, you can see your position gainers at the moment. Gains and losses between a lot of the drivers. 7 up there for Jason Bentz for the Quantum Racing entrance, so they're looking pretty solid.
Yeah, it's been good for Quantum Racing. They've been quite competitive the whole way through this one. Started in 9th place, so they've had a lot of adventures. Have Stephen Varga and Jason Bentz, but things have fallen their way despite a few very near disasters coming through traffic in the wet. Solid contender now for the podium, but now that the track is back to dry conditions, to wonder if those Evolution Racing Team aligned cars are going to have an upturn in pace, because it seemed that when the rain came out, the 543 and the 451, running in 4th and 8th respectively, were both having pace issues in the wet conditions. But now the track is effectively completely dry there in the S's. That's going to be really important for a lot of the drivers, being able to nail their lines through there.
And as you said too, Reese, that well, that puddle of death that we've been calling it is still going to take a little while to dry up, isn't it? As Maddie's coming into pit road, I think he might have had a moment actually. Really quickly, we'll have a look at here. He's trying to get back into the snake at full speed here, and well, there it is.
Puddle of death.
Puddle of death. That's going to show you currently at the moment. This is what's going to potentially be out there for those drivers once we get back to full speed.
Yeah, well, the problem with that puddle and a couple of the others around the circuit as well, like exit of the chase, exit of Hell Corner, those puddles are going to be very frustrating for the drivers, because the only way you can clear water off the racetrack in a timely fashion is by running over it and pushing that water off the racetrack. Like, natural evaporation is only going to do so much in circumstances like this. The issue is, you run over the puddle, you're probably going to spin. So what do? Do you try and push the margins a little more every single lap, see if you can run just a little bit wider lap after lap, or do you stay off it and preserve what little grip you have, knowing that that's going to make the puddle stay around longer? So into the chase then, wave arounds being done. And the pace car is pulling away from the rest of the field. Wave arounds completed, and it looks like we're going to be getting this race back going pretty quickly. Back to green flag conditions, Dean. Let's see who manages to survive those errant puddles of water.
I feel like it's time to cue the Eye of the Tiger song now, isn't it? It's going to be a bit of a cracker here between some of these drivers. Some of these drivers are going to be eager to maybe get some overtakes. Some other drivers want to be a little bit more cautious, knowing that we are still not even halfway through this endurance race. The finale, of course. Look at all that kitty litter that's kicked up on the pit lane entrance too, as well. So that's going to be very interesting. And of course, well, it'll be very corner, isn't it, coming out of Hell's Corner with that puddle of death that's lurking in the background. Reese, we're going green flag racing.
Here we go again, and immediately Jason Bentz is on the attack versus Trent Allen. Defensive into Hell Corner and round the outside for the Quantum 868. Jason Bentz leading the Bathurst 1000. Jordan Ross has stuck with them, and Scott Mackay is pretty close behind. That's Kai Ardley, who's taken over the Full Throttle Bandits car. Oh, so much work by Sykes to bring that car back up the order, and all of that hard work has just been erased. With Kai Ardley, I think, catching the puddle on the exit of Hell Corner there. They now fall down to 20th as the leaders find their way up to the cutting once again. And Jason Bentz jetting away from these guys. Trent Allen, bit of a cork in the bottle at the moment. I saw roughly the same sort of deal at the start of the race when Allen was last at the wheel of the 243. Jordan Ross and Scott Mackay are going to have to really play what cards they have at the moment. Stick middle of the road out of McPhilmy. It's a bit wide on the way in from Mackay, but he is going to avoid the dreaded puddle on the exit there. They have to stay behind through this section. There's no passing opportunities until you get to the entry of the elbow. And even then, you want to stay behind for the best run onto Conrod Straight. This is all coming up Jason Bentz right now.
Yeah, we're in green flags, so no apologies on that. We're in green flag conditions, of course. Well, as you said, race leader's gone. Bentz up the road there by 2.5 seconds already. So you'd be loving that one. Get completely away from all this racing action behind them in their mirrors.
So who... Oh, Wow, there is a large puddle there at the curb on the way into the chase. I had no idea that was even there. Still some water being thrown up occasionally at the apexes. Stay off the curb there. Scott Mackay is working it very nicely. But we're not going to get a read on what the relative pace is like for a while. Oh, God! Trent Allen gets into the wall there, caught the puddle on the exit of Murray's. And now there's slight damage to the right front of the Revolution E-Racing 243. And James Scott will get back into that car in a stint or two's time to find that he will have to try and fight to the front again, it seems. Trent Allen, I mean, it's a difficult situation for Trent to be in, because when he got out of the car and handed it over to James Scott, the track was dry. Now it's been through a bit of a period of rain and still drying in places. So it's a tough situation for Trent to be in.
It absolutely is, yeah. He's just got to fight the absolute best. Once again, just trying to tackle the conditions here where it's still dangerous, of course, as you know. Get out in those puddles, there's absolutely no traction. And of course, these cars have got so much horsepower. You put that loud pedal down there, she just wants to go. And unfortunately, she can only go as much as those tyres can grip the surface.
Yeah, mechanical grip, so incredibly important, especially in these Gen 3 supercars. Up to 60% downforce reduction over the previous generation of supercars. And it really changes the way drivers attack the circuits here. I think in particular what I've noticed about the driving style of these cars compared to previous versions is there's a lot more low rev running in higher gears through corners. Corners that you'd see drivers taking in second gear, maybe even first. In the previous generation of cars, you take them in third gear sometimes in the Gen 3s. It's so important to just keep those revs low, help the torque pull you out of the corners before the power gets unleashed and you spin up those wheels. Racing going on further back here. Damon Fisher, the Angry Birds car. Oh my God, whoa! All right. So that's going to be the next bit of big drama that these drivers are going to have to work out. Wheel loose on the orange Mustang.
Damien, yeah.
Oh wow. Okay, yeah, that is crumpled. My God, that was a huge hit instantly into the pits there. So the 016 of Damon Fisher there. I thought it was a Mustang. Yeah. It's a Camaro that got into the wall there. The Accelerate number 88. Huge hit. Both of them off into the runoff at the chase. A miracle that no other cars were involved in that. High drama.
Almost took out our cameraman. That's it. They had to jump in behind the safety fence to get out of that one. Those cars were flying at him through at 200 kilometers an hour. And well, there it is. So it's all the action that the mountain delivers, and that's for sure. Well, because the mountain's just sitting there at the moment. It's just trying to avoid these drivers coming into the barriers at full speed. Fantastic racing. Here's Luke back here in the number 9. 5, HAR. He's caught up in a bit of traffic here as well too.
Yes, indeed. Luke Allman still trying to lurch his way up this field. He managed to... Oh yeah, wow, it's gone all the way back up to 49. Now that the water's gone, there's no insulation on the racetrack, and the tyres, well, at the very least, I think that might help them when they're running over the sort of wetter portions of the track. Few and far between they are. Trent Allen, meanwhile, back into 4th place, and he's got another train of cars behind him here. Paul Burns, the 801 car, Dave Coleman, and Simon Haynes in the Quantum Racing 666 machine, which is missing its front bumper there. It's a good train of cars, actually. You could probably throw in Justin McLean and Anthony Visma as well in 8th and 9th. They have joined this train now.
You need to be very, very careful out there in the puddles, gentlemen. You would have got the memo. But it's dangerous territory still. It's not completely dry enough, especially there as well, too. So how many drivers that we'll see spin out of the final turn, of course, into Hell's Corner on the exit as well. So I'm sure we'll be very much aware of that one, but there it is, of course. There's Trent the 243. There's Paul, the 044, and then DC back in the Fishy Motorsports number 80.
Slipstream up Mountain Straight. I haven't had an opportunity to have a good look at what the wetness of the track is like in Griffin's. Few puddles on the way in, but all the way through it is looking very dry, even past the curbs. So looks like they can truly push now on this area of the racetrack. But Paul Burns is unable to find a gap and work his way past this 243, which has been up and down in the top 5 pretty much the whole race long. Evidently Trent Allen is pretty strong up the top of the circuit here. But once they get to Conrod Straight, he'll be in trouble once again.
Brilliant racing. Remember too, in endurance racing, of course they do a bit of a driver swap over, so you get a bit of a breather. You've been in a sweaty racing rig for a good chunk of change, you know. It's getting a bit warmer here in Australia as well too. You know, I just had to turn the AC on as well, probably for the second time so far once we're coming out of winter. I imagine in a racing rig, these drivers are not the most comfortable. And you've got your sometimes racing boots on, you'd be barefoot, you could be in some socks, you've got your racing gloves on too. A lot of the drivers will have in their rig. Some drivers might be in VR. It's a bit sweaty as well too.
Yeah, it certainly does. I'm a big sweater anyway, but yeah, really gets terrible when I've been in the rig for a couple of hours. And worth noting as well, here in Perth, we're actually starting to get into warmer climes as well. Apparently a top of 27 degrees, which is the warmest it has been in a while. Anyway, car 027, Michael Whiting. And he is looking at Luke Allman and Simon Hederscheid up ahead of him. Mark Horton is the leader of this train in 10th place. Battle for the last spot in the top 10, and there's another puddle of death visit there from Simon Hederscheid. He'll fall back, and well, he'll probably be counting his lucky stars that he got away with that one. I've lost count of the amount of spins that we've seen over those puddles in recent laps, but that battle is going to continue. Now with Mark Horton leading the charge, got Anthony Wiesmer not too far up ahead. Side-by-side racing further back. We've got Nick Hausler in the Angry Birds Racing 014, winning the race out of Griffin's Bend there, racing with Scott Weston, who's taken over the EWT Racing 052. Now they just got to try and get back into the rhythm, don't they, Dean? Now that most of the track is dry. How wide do they run out of McPhillamy? Oh, God, the puddle is still there. It's so deep. It's terrifying.
They're back in the lap times 2:11s generally. Those leaders 2:11s and 2:12s for most of the field up the top end. The best laps that they have done of this race were back earlier, of course, in the 2:08s. Believe it or not, Jason Bentz from the Quantum Racing that's leading this race, his best laps are 2:10. Whereas Jordan Ross, Scotty, Trent, Paul, all behind him, they've done 2:08. So I have to say, not bad. 8 places up there for the Quantum Racing. I don't even happen to have the fastest lap. In fact, fastest lap being 2 seconds slower than everybody else. But it goes to show you don't need to have the quickest laps from endurance racing to be up the front.
Yeah, consistency is key, and you got to remember as well, they're having to run compromised lines right now in some places where you could stand to gain a few tenths. So, you know, excuse me, were it not for the puddles, I think Jason Bentz might have the potential to run exactly that fastest pace that car has set, if not better it at this stage. So just goes to show there's a little bit more of a window of potential for Jason Bentz to reach there. And the other Quantum car, meanwhile, they are not having the most fun of times, at least if you're talking about the front end of the car. And side by side through Griffins, Luke Allman makes the move on Mark Horton. And Michael Whiting follows him through.
Yeah, a couple places dropped there at the moment for the 351, just playing it safe, I'd say, for now. It's the stage of the race too. Well, you'd say almost like any stage of the race, but you just want to take it easy. Get into that groove that you mentioned as well too. Really offload the fence a lot. You buy some flowers too, gentlemen, before you take it out for a nice dinner. You're going to be floating that close to the fence, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Get into that groove back again. You're back in to full racing, as you said. You can certainly start using a little bit more of the track limits now that it's drying up. And some good battles, because safety cars have bunched everybody back up again. So that's exactly what we love.
Yeah, it's always good to get the field back together and see who can take advantage of the chaos. Straight line speed for Anthony Visma. He's going to jet past Simon Haynes here. Brilliant top speed run down to the chase move done for Accelerate 2.0. Meanwhile, Justin McLean, after unfortunately spinning under safety car at McPhillamy Park a little bit earlier, he's found himself with a bit more work to do, but he'll at least get one position here with a bit of a wide run through Murray's for Simon Haynes. Is there going to be potential here for McLean to get up the inside at Hell Corner? There is. The track dries just in time for that. And he'll just skirt the edge of the puddle on the exit of turn 1 as well. Will protect the inside into Griffins. That should allow him to keep the position.
A lot of damage in the back there as well too. You can even see the radiator, cooler. That's not spinning.
Diffuser in full view as well.
Exactly. So a lot of little wounded beasts at the moment, but they're certainly still at the pace. The last lap's 2:13 to 2:14s, and then there's about 2:11s. It's not about how quick you can do obviously lap times around here. As you said before, it's about consistency.
Yeah, you've got to hit your marks, and sometimes it is worth giving up a little time versus ending your race in the wall. Especially relevant at Bathurst, though it is relevant to pretty much any racetrack anywhere around the world. Just to a greater degree here. Jordan Ross, meanwhile, has Scott Mackay in hot pursuit, and there's the leader up ahead. Jason Bentz, 5 seconds up the road. In fact, no, I think there's a lapped car in between them now. And a bit of debris there on the straight as well. Another errant bumper. I've seen many of those thus far. The lap times for these guys, they're shadowing Jason Bentz's pace, who's continuing to set sort of mid to low 2:11s, but they aren't able to really gain much on him at this point. Either they've already settled into their rhythm, or they're a bit too involved with each other to really make a mark on Bentz's lead.
Yeah, exactly right on that one. They exactly shadow, almost mimicking those lap times in the last lap. The top 4 drivers are all the 2:11s, 2:11.2s, 2:11.8s, 2:11.9s. Jamie Dykes out there chimed in, of course. He was doing a stint in the car, and he was saying that the chase and Murray's a little bit sketchy, at least from his perspective. Now, 84 of 161, my friend. 78 to go. We're over the halfway point.
Indeed. And now you get into the stage of the race where the drivers and the teams are really thinking about how their fuel strategy is going to work out towards the end. As I mentioned before, critical lap is going to be round about lap 135, lap 136 or so, giving you 25, 26 laps to the end of the race. That's about as long as a fuel tank generally lasts around here in these cars. So getting to that critical lap is the key point for all of these drivers, and add to the mix, tackling the track itself, trying to get track position over the drivers you're battling with. Yeah, there's a lot of calculations going on behind the scenes in team endurance races like this. There it goes again. Simon Haynes catches the puddle of death of McPhillamy, and around he goes at Skyline. How damaged is that car? He's going to wait to try and get that car out of the wall, but I don't know if that car's going to be capable of moving at all. Obviously, the steering still works, and it looks like he's got some drive in reverse, but stuck in the middle of the circuit, as he has more cars potentially coming up on him. No one else gets involved for the moment. Now he's got to try and flick that thing around and assess the damage. Oh, man. It's so tempting. You know, in the dry, McPhillamy Park, you can nail it. It's such a wonderful corner to get right. A great feeling when you can just ride that curb on the exit and get your run out. But on a drying track, you just can't do that. And it looks to me like he's got some left hand down as a result of that incident. That is disastrous.
Yeah, we saw it live on the puddle there. Hard lick into the fence. And, well, that hope maybe, it might be good news for a lot of the drivers that are definitely running at the front there, that there was no call for a safety car. He managed to get it going back down the hill there. He'll have to jump into pit road and get that damage fixed for sure. But, you know, it's just like that, isn't it? So it's still not 100%, as you said. Dry conditions, you love to get out there. Good sensation of speed that you can carry through there. But when it's a little gingerly on the exits and the chicanes, you have to lift off a little bit there and not push it too much.
For sure. Well then.
Heads in now.
Yeah. Not much surprise to see that. The battle's still continuing here between the other AITT Revolution e-racing machine, the Camaro. Daniel Snedden. Got Nick Hustler and Scott Weston in tow, and you know, I've been watching Nick over the years. It's been a while since I've seen him in a race. Had the pleasure of meeting him in the real world as well. He's a Perth boy like me, so you know, I get a good view into his driving. He's really turning up the aggression here and nailing every apex. It seems like Daniel Snedden is able to find some pace at the sort of top of the mountain, but Nick Hustler is right on the back of him here. Trying to find any way through he can, but again, it just doesn't come easy up at this section of the circuit. Bathurst, when you're in a car that is so much faster, or you know, you feel like you have the pace, it's incredibly difficult. Trying to find a way through, especially around the top of the circuit, but the fighting still continuing on elsewhere, Dean.
Hardly just fights his way past Simon to move himself up into P12. They've had an interesting adventures there for the number 5 Full Throttle Bandits. They've been up and down like a yo-yo in this race, but they're still in that P12 position, so still with plenty of racing to go. Anything can happen. Get yourself up there. We saw that battle between Nick and Scott, the Angry Birds racing entrance there, and Daniel Snedden, remember, up the road there. That's that three-way fight, 15th, 16th and 17th, and Scotty's still keeping Jordan Ross from the battle of P2 and P3 at bay, whilst our race leader 6 seconds of change up the top there.
Yeah, so Jason Bentz mastering the drying conditions in the Quantum Racing 868, currently leading by nearly 6 seconds over Jordan Ross and Scott Mackay, who continue to battle tooth and nail over second place. The pole-sitting number 243 machine, Trent Allen at the wheel, sharing with James Scott. Back into fourth place. There's been a few dramas for Trent since the race went back under green flag conditions, but they're still in a very competitive position. Paul Burns, meanwhile, holds on to fifth place, with Dave Coleman in the Fishy Motorsports 080 in sixth spot. Accelerate 2.0 with Anthony Visma at the wheel. They run in seventh place, and then rounding out your top 10 is a three-way fight between Justin McLean, Michael Whiting, and Luke Ullman that you find here on your screen. That's your top 10 as they run in the Alliance Sim Racing Bathurst 1000 for 2025. It's been a pleasure for us to bring you this sort of mid-phase of the action. I'm Reese Gardner. We've got Dean alongside as well, Dean Hopton. Biggles, pleasure to share the commentary box with you, mate, but I think it's time for us to go on a break here and hand over to Ewan O'Leary and Jared Cole to bring us home.
Providing the best for your family means a healthy, secure, and comfortable environment. But the daily risks your family faces are often invisible. Solar Guard performance films protect what matters most to you. While you're concentrating on the task at hand, we're protecting your family from uncomfortable solar heat, harmful UV light, and glare. Our window films and protective coatings are designed with decades of technical expertise and provide a vision towards the future. Solar Guard provides added protection to the places where they're needed most, creating invisible barriers for increased security. The people of Solar Guard design carbon-negative solutions that can help reduce energy costs and improve comfort. Allow us to tackle the invisible challenges so you can focus on the important things in life. What matters most to you? We're on it. Saint-Gobain, Solar Guard.
Yeah, I'm probably going to go for it. Shut up.
I suspect that what we've got ahead of us is, probably 70 laps of all-out racing where we try and decide where this is all going to finish up. Great to have you along with us, Ewan.
Well, thanks very much. It's a pleasure to be here. Hopefully my internet's okay, and hopefully you can hear me okay, and hopefully, this is going to be the exciting final 70 laps that you mentioned there. If you have stepped away from it like I did about an hour ago just to get some sleep, obviously my time zone, before this stint, you would have missed the rain completely, but you can certainly still notice it out there on the circuit. Dry tyres all round, as you'd expect, and there isn't even enough water for you to cool the tyres down properly to use wet tyres anymore. However, you can still see it collecting across the sides of the circuit, which is making this very, very difficult at the moment, and we're seeing lap times maybe a second or two just away than where they would normally be as a result of that. But yeah, tumultuous middle part of the race, now 70 to go, and this is where Bathurst always gets exciting.
No, it certainly does, and definitely a lot still to play for. Something I was keeping an eye on, and massive thanks as always to Todd Martin for just providing us with a bit of an update as at lap 80 and the championship fight looking very, very close indeed. I know we're a few laps past that, but the Quantum Racing 868 entry of Vargs and Bentz as they stood at lap 80 were a grand total of 9 points ahead of the Fishy Motorsports 080 car of Coleman and Dyke. So it is going to be very, very close because both of those cars still well positioned at this stage of the race. I mean, we're just a little bit over halfway through, and so plenty of time for things to change, but it's going to be a very, very tight finish to this three-race series, the Endurance Championship here with Alliance Sim Racing having been run over the course of 2025. I'm not ready to call it yet by a long shot, Ewan.
No. It's such a long way to go, you know, even though we are in the second half of the race and we're on the stretch home. It is such a long way to go that it is pretty impossible to call at the moment. All we can do is call the action as we see it, to be honest, and see what we've got going on out on the circuit, and there is plenty of action. Jason Bentz leading by 6 seconds, but behind that there's plenty of fights, and actually I'll break off to say that Paul Burns is coming into pit lane. Noticed he had a slightly different latest pit lap than the others, 6 laps earlier than the rest of the field. Oh dear, and where's he gone? He's disappeared completely. Where's he gone? Has he
Must
just
have,
disappeared?
must have just
there we go.
switched
It's
over
just a driver
drivers, I'd
change.
say, yeah.
So they pitted just slightly, or did he have to tow there? Something weird went on there.
That is a little strange, but I think it's just the handover of drivers. iRacing doing some interesting stuff with team events since the UI update, and with apologies to everyone watching at home, of course. We had some interesting iRacing events with the replays as well. So hopefully over the last couple of hours you've managed to see a bit of what Dean and Reese have been bringing you, particularly in the replays, and we'll hopefully see that resolve itself as we go. But we'll see how all the live action continues with the 70 odd laps remaining. This battle for 7th hasn't moved a great deal over the last little while. All of these drivers working together really well at the moment. McLean, Whiting and Allman just keeping that line flowing, getting caught up a little bit in some of the lap traffic by the look of things, but most of them getting out of the way. This puddle here though up along Skyline has been really the talk of the last probably half hour or so, Ewan, causing so many dramas for so many of these drivers.
Yeah, it's been really deadly outside. We actually just saw just before we came to our, actually somebody getting a bit wide and going straight into the wall over the top there because of that puddle on the outside. So it's one to look out for again. And as I mentioned, the rain shower was so short and sharp that you could have missed it almost. It was so short that oh dear, and you can see somewhere or other parts of the circuit it's still kicking up a lot of spray as well. In the background, one of the Mustangs there on the back straight just getting out of the way here, but it's still an effect of that weather, and it's a great sort of track dynamic system that iRacing have nowadays, not only with the dirt and the gravel that's been brought on the circuit. There's quite a lot of gravel on the circuit down here actually, down at the final turn, off to either side, especially the outside, but especially with moving water as well. It's mostly been moved out the way, and the track temperature, by the way, has skyrocketed again to over 50 degrees Celsius, but it's still not enough to clear the water, and that is a real difficult point in some of these spots. You can see it again there at the exit of turn number 1, which is affecting the exit going on to Mountain Straight, and Mr. McLean's under pressure from Michael Whiting now on the way towards turn 2.
Yeah, it is causing all sorts of difficulties, and I tell you what, none of these drivers will be missing the rain having moved on, but still absolutely feeling the effects, as you say. Just some of these puddles are so deep that even with the track temp climbing, they're not moving on. There's not been a whole lot of breeze here today that would help that clear either. So it's really going to take these drivers running over the top of it to clear it out. And I don't think anyone's particularly game to do it, particularly the corners up and over the top of the mountain here, where you're already stressing the car and the tyres so much just to try and get some pace out of it. You really don't want to be hitting the giant parts of standing water that are still here, and you can see the drivers really taking great pains to stay off that puddle on the right hand side. At the rate we're going, I'm wondering if that's still going to be there come end of race. It's still a long way to go, I know, but it's not something that any of these drivers want to get anywhere near.
No, exactly. So it might stay there as a result and just be annoying for the remainder of the race, because as I say, nobody wants to be out there running in the puddle, because we've seen what can happen if you do. But we'll wait and see whether it does for the remainder. The sun is out again. I'd say the track temperature is very high, so it might well clear because of that. But you never know. We might well just stay there again as well. As somebody in the background there is running in the grass and the water almost intensely, just in behind this battle for 10th place. Ardley trying to pass Mark Horton, down in towards the chase, and again not close enough. Up front as well, McLean comes into pit lane. Hopefully a cleaner pit entry. I'm pretty sure that car we last saw in pit lane a couple of nights ago from the top 10 definitely went off on the way into pit lane. I'm pretty sure of that, and had to tow back to pit lane maybe, and lost a lot of time.
Well, big moment just behind there. That was Jordan Williams getting very, very loose in that puddle just on the way out of Murray's, and it's just going to continue to cause some issues, isn't it? They've had time and time again the drivers coming through and just going a little wide on exit of some of these turns, and it's causing massive dramas. So we'll have to just keep an eye on it. and hopefully everyone survives it. But Kai Ardley making the move up Mountain Straight. I was expecting him to actually get it done down Conrod, honestly, because he's had quite a number of passes throughout this race done down Conrod Straight, and he was pretty well positioned. Either way, finds himself past Mark Houghton now. Kai Ardley, really probably the most dramatic yo-yo that we've seen from any of the drivers here today. Make his way up through the field the first time, then an incident early, taking him down the back, catches up again, only to drop to the back once more, and now continues to fight his way back up, trying to claw his way back to his starting position. The best shape right now, though, is Michael Whiting, who's up 11 positions since they started from 18th, and certainly on track to pick up some nice points in the overall championship challenge here. Just starting to pull away from Allman. Again, way too early to call any sort of result, but so far a pretty good race happening for the Fisher Motorsports 027 entry.
Yeah, absolutely. This is all you can do about Bathurst at this stage. I can't stress enough how different the final sort of 40 laps feels to the first 120 around this circuit. You're so careful in the first 120 to make sure you don't crash and see an early end to the race. I mean, look how many we've still got going from the starters. I think we've only lost 2 so far. It's firstly a testament to the drivers themselves, but also a testament to just how much more carefully they're taking it at this stage in the race. Now, let's see, the water as well is playing a role in that, and knowing that you might have a safety car later to bring you back again helps. But, I mean, they're really going to turn it up towards the final 40 laps or so, and that's where the race is really won and lost. See them just go a little bit closer to the wall, a few kisses on the wall here or there as well, as they're pushing in those final 40 laps. It's going to feel very, very different indeed. So we're still waiting to get to that period, but for now it's just about staying on the lead lap and staying in contention. And even for guys like here down here, over a minute and a half off the lead, these guys are just sort of staying out of trouble and trying to stay in contention as well, as Fisher comes through. Damon Fisher around the inside of Andrew Johnston. That team, by the way, making up a lot of positions so far in 05.8. So far up 15. It was 16 until that overtake there.
Joel Osterwald's had a big hit somewhere there, and I wonder if that's another victim of Murray's corner, but tries to get the power down again and just struggles. So picked up some pretty significant damage there somewhere. Didn't quite catch what had caused it, but he'll be just limping that home to the pits, and a bad day goes to worse for the team AJR 82. They're just barely hanging on to somewhere close to the lead lap, but yeah, that's not going to help them at all. Luke Allman is around.
Oh, someone else. Someone else.
Big moment. Someone's going to
another.
avoid, and straight into the wall. Simon Hedgeshide gets through, but Luke Allman, a really, really awkward spot there. Nick Heusler coming up on that very quickly. I'm not sure, but I think that might have been a lapped car that Hedshide's gotten. Luke Allman's been caught up with. We might have to just go back and have a quick look at that to see exactly what's happened. We seem to have avoided a safety car for the moment, but we'll have to wait and see if race control do call one. It looks as though Luke Allman's back up and running, and look, in the scheme of things, probably getting away with it relatively easily, as we see the front bar finally falling off under the pressure of the air, just catching on it down Conrod Straight. Let's go back and see if we can see just what happened to Luke Allman.
Yeah, was it him who went first, or did he join somebody else's accident? Oh, that's very wide.
It's the puddle, but I think, there you go.
Oh, wow.
That is car number 217, which is Greg Favell. So Favell's had the original issue. Luke Allman's come around the turn and seen Favell taking up the entirety of that stretch and tried his best to pull it up, and unfortunately that puddle catching at another driver. We will go back just a little and see if it's the puddle that's brought Favell undone. Little clip of the curb there. Touches the water, and sure enough, around he goes. Bounces off the wall a few times in the end. Stops there, but then Allman's immediately on top of him. And nothing that could be done in that instance. So Luke Allman finds himself in the pits, and a bit of repair work to be done. Weston and Vandermeulen now on our way up Mountain Straight once again. Lap 93 of 161. Jason Bent's out in front, maintaining a lead for the moment over Jordan Ross. Ross will be the one that I'm going to be keeping a very close eye on, because the pace that he showed through the first third of this race was pretty unbelievable. And if my money's on anyone, it'll be on Ross to make a very, very hard push once we hit that last, as you say, 30 or 40 laps. I think we'll see those 208s, 207s even trying to be run just to close that gap towards the end. But we've still got to survive another probably 20 or 30 laps before we get there even.
Yeah. 30 laps probably until we get to that stage. With just under 70 to go now. That was a pretty dicey side-by-side battle, wasn't it, by the way, as they came up the hill and out of the cutting towards sort of
another one around
area. Oh, another one.
That's David
I almost
Lonsdale.
wonder. I don't know. Yeah, you can see him down the field having a pretty miserable time at 30th place. I almost wonder. I don't know whether the drivers can back me up or indeed shoot me down for this, but almost. I would, if I was... oh, and another one. So I'll get back to that. Weston finds the fence just before Forest Elbow, and now he's around.
That's going to cause a massive slowdown here. Hopefully he can get it moving again without too much of an issue. Just barely gets out of the way of the Angry Birds car of Damon Fisher coming through. So easy to do in Forest Elbow, and very, very lucky not to cause more concern there. Finds himself dropping a few positions. Johnston gets past, and Scott Weston gets underway. Probably about the luckiest driver we've seen as far as spins over the mountain go.
Yeah. But, we've seen so many. I mean, we've been broadcasting for, 15 minutes together now, and we've seen so many already. We're going to run out of fingers very quickly. I didn't start counting, but I won't, because that's, a lot already. What I was going to say, if I was driving out, I almost forget about the fact that there's no opportunity. See, it's such an integral part of the line there. Through Skyline, you're almost on the curve every time, not too far up the curve, and I do get the feeling actually that in one or two of the spins we've seen through Skyline so far, actually some of them might have happened anyway, but I'd almost forget that part of the circuit is unusable. But once you've committed to that corner there, McPhermy Park, especially the earlier turning, you're effectively, you're on the course
you're going,
to a crash,
like it or not.
and you can't do anything about it once you've started turning in there.
Absolutely right. G'day, Cloudman. Welcome to the chat. This is, of course, iRacing on PC, and one of the, really the premier multiplayer racing experience that you will find anywhere, in my particular opinion. As we make our way around for a Bathurst 1000 to finish off the Alliance Sim Racing 2025 Endurance Championship. We are not close to the finish yet, so still plenty more to watch if you are keen to stick around. This one, of course, the first that we've seen of ASR's new sponsorship partner, SolarGuard, and we welcome them on board in preparation for Season 6, which will be getting underway in just a couple of weeks' time. In fact, the schedule, I believe, I'll have to run a quick check before I do go spouting off any particular locations, but I'm pretty sure it's all locked away. I'll see if we can get a copy of that up for you in just a moment, because there'll be plenty more racing ahead, with about 10 weeks leading us into the Christmas period to finish off the year. David Coleman, meanwhile, in that lovely retro DJR style fishy livery, has been showing us how it's done. Super consistent, as Coleman always is, and just holding firm to the upper half of that top 10. Luke Orman, the track got scary all of a sudden. Yeah, you're not kidding, mate. I hope you survived that one without a need for change of race suit, but I suspect you might need to just give that one a little bit of a soak for a while. A very impressive job to pull it up without any more damage than you did pick up.
Yeah, absolutely. And would be interested to hear from Luke whether actually the conditions are sort of getting sort of more difficult in a way, because I was watching just before we were coming to air, and it seemed that the drivers had a pretty decent hold over it. There's almost nobody on wet tyres anymore. Only, who's that? Jordan Williams for Dark Horse Racing, 38, seems to have wet tyres on. And I think that was the car I saw scrambling for some wet weather just to cool the tyres down a little bit. I think it's too warm. And you can see it again there. You can definitely see that car with wet tyres, just the way it's behaving.
That's bizarre if he's still on wet tyres. Is he actually on wets, or is he just trying to clear some of the water away while he's got the time to do it? That's really interesting.
It's odd. That's very odd. Sorry, yeah, I didn't pick up who that was. Yeah, that's an unusual line. See what he does here. Let's see whether that was just a thing he's doing towards the final corner. No, he's not persisting with it out of turn one anyway, so not sure what that was all about, whether we just caught him at the wrong moment there. But yeah, it does seem in the last 10 minutes or so that, especially there was a lap or so, a lap or two ago, where everybody was spinning around, and it didn't seem to really be any reason for it.
There we go. So Will Wilson confirming Dark Horse is absolutely on dry tyres. So I'm not quite sure what on earth iRacing is throwing our way, but they seem to like to just keep us in the dark a little at the moment, it seems. No idea why that would be coming through as wets. Very strange one. But anyhow, good to hear that they are on dries, because wet tyres here would be slowing you down a significant amount, I would imagine, at this point of the race.
Yeah, very significantly they would be slowing you down, I would say. It was such a short period of rain, wasn't it? I don't know if you actually had a number of sort of a counter going of how long it's actually raining for, but it was so brief. As I say, I didn't step away from this race for very long, and I completely missed it. So it was really short and sharp, and it's a couple of safety cars that came with it as well. Hardly a surprise, but weather's always unusual at Bathurst, isn't it? Especially this time of year, and it's proven that again this evening.
Oh, it absolutely has, and yeah, it was a real downpour, and you can tell just from the sheer amount of water still on the track. The skies are basically entirely cleared. Bent's getting quite a wiggle on through those puddles. The skies are basically entirely clear at this point, but there's still so much water left from just the volume that came down during that time. And yeah, Luke Norman pointing out the temps are ridiculously high, and perhaps that's what we're seeing from Bent's is, just try and take opportunities where he can to get a little bit of water on the tyres and bring the tyre temp down a little even, because right now, if we take a look, the track temp up at 52 degrees despite the air temp of 21, so very hot track. And I think that's what we're seeing from Bent's here. He's trying to take full advantage of the water to get a little bit of temp out of the tyres and try and get just a little bit of extra distance out of them, help them last even just a couple of extra laps as they approach what will be a critical couple of pit stops to get them to the end from here.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely massive in terms of that critical lap and when you need to make that final stop of the day. It's always absolutely crucial, but again, we're going to be massively looking out for that here tonight. Last pit stop for this car, by the way, was over 23 laps ago. This is lap 24 of the run. Expect it to be able to go a little bit longer than this, just a little bit further for Jason Bentz, but again, it depends when you want to be coming in. It's going to be a critical lap for, obviously we always talk about the final stop, but actually that penultimate stop also is crash in front of the race leader. A roadblock almost, isn't it? But he skips through on the right hand side.
Jake Shalito's had an absolute shocker of a race today. The Slow but Steady Racing entry. He's had all sorts of problems with that car, and that just adds to the list of woes there. Hopefully he's able to get it going again and get out of the way so that these cars can get through Skyley. It looks like he's still mobile at least, so we may get away without a safety car here, but I'm not counting on it at this stage. We'll have to wait and see if we do get one called. Right now he is just waiting for the rest of these cars to get through. Nice little flick spin, I'll give him that. And once the traffic clears, he'll be underway again.
Not easily. He's got bad suspension damage, I think, by the looks of that, the way he was just pulling away. So expect him to be coming in again pretty shortly to go on and fix that. And Luke Armand reminding me, I suppose I should have probably introduced this myself, the temperatures, track temperature, very high, which is contributing to the spins just as much as the water at the moment. It's crept up to 52 degrees Celsius. It's even gone up a degree since we started nearly half an hour ago. So it's very warm. Again, as I mentioned, weird weather at Bathurst this time of year. It's gone from raining pretty badly to very high temperatures on the circuit now.
Yeah, it has indeed, and yet somehow the water not yet cleared from the track temp. So I think the only thing we can put that down to is just how much water is actually sitting in those puddles. It's a little deceptive on the screen here as to just how much water can collect in some of those divots, and this is probably the best indicator, is just how much remains on the track. I've been doing a little bit of digging in the background, Ewan, and the Season 6 schedule looks a little something like this. Phillip Island kicks us off on the 30th of September for round 1. Then we go to Watkins Glen, followed by Algarve, then Belle Isle, with a bit of a favourite for a lot of the drivers in ASR, Sandown, marking the midpoint. Then off to Thruxton, and the late change to the schedule. Round 7 was originally scheduled to be Le Mans. That's now been moved to Mexico, the brand new track, which I'm sure is going to very much challenge our broadcast rig here as to whether it manages to actually graphically display such a complex track, but we'll give it a good shot. Red Bull Ring and Sasha Ring beyond that, and of course we are back here for round 10 at the start of December to finish it off with Bathurst. It will be a cracker of a season. Make sure you do stick around for that one, because it will absolutely be one worth watching, as it always is with Alliance Sim Racing.
Yeah, and great to see, actually. It's a mix of circuits around the world, actually. It'd be very easy these days, especially with iRacing's oceanic offerings, let's say, in terms of circuits. I mean, back when I started on iRacing, or at least following iRacing broadcasts and the Australian Supercar community back in, I don't know, a long time ago, it was only Phillip Island and Bathurst, really.
Yeah, it was pretty limited.
Yeah, but now you got Sandown as well. You got Winton. So many different sides. Maybe I've missed some as well. But the
let's
Bend,
not forget
of course.
the Bend. Yeah, absolutely.
Sorry, yeah. The longest circuit in the world.
I'll never be disappointed. That looks as though it might have been Jake Cholito facing backwards again. Does that bring on a safety car? That'll be a tricky one for him to get out of, where he has spun it around there. And it looks as though...
repair that car since it crashed, by the way. So that probably contributed.
Oh, I'm not sure, but it looks as though Kevin O'Neill may have come together with him. We'll go back and take a quick look. So it's an awkward spot, but as he's spun it around there, yeah, the front end of that car is not healthy at all, and stops the car. Kevin O'Neill directly into the back end. Yeah, not at all what we like to see. Jake Cholito's car is it's pretty well cactus at this point, you'd have to think.
That is a shame. I mean, you know, you're just expecting, when you're Kevin O'Neill in that situation, just expecting the car in front of you to just roll away. And O'Neill's a couple of laps down as well here, probably letting go any designs of getting a good result here, other than just getting to the finish at the end of tonight. Maybe a top 20 would be a possibility of course the next 60 laps, but outside of that, it's going to be very, very difficult to do anything else. So,
big moment there for...
Oh, shame for more damage. No, Hussler goes off through the final turn.
Yeah, Vandermeulen doing a great job to avoid him there, and Hussler, thankfully, I think will have avoided too much damage. Looks like it pulled up reasonably comfortably, and he's back underway again without any visible aero damage. So that's a good bit of news for the Angry Birds Racing number 14 entry. But Vandermeulen gets a very easy waltz on through after threatening for a good couple of corners there. Vandermeulen now moves up into 9th and will continue to try and climb back up. Anthony Visma right now up in 4th, is up 10 positions from where he started, and enjoying a bit of clear air as he looks to try and reel in David Coleman, who's almost 2 seconds ahead. At the moment, you can see him just leaving the screen in front, so Anthony Visma will have a very good view of what Coleman's doing, and will just be trying to chip away a little here, a little there. Jason Bentz comes in from P2, so he'll be coming in to get some fuel, some tyres, and Visma right behind him as well. David Coleman stays out on track, and I always wonder when it comes to DC just what he's running in terms of fuel saving and just how he's approaching this, because a very, very crafty racer is David Coleman, as is Jamie Dyke, mind you. So between the two of them, this endurance racing stuff is kind of their jam.
Yeah, for some people it is, and you know, some people don't enjoy it particularly in terms of fuel saving. You know, I the only 24-hour race I've done on iRacing, I did it with a driver who just didn't really want to fuel save. Some people just don't want to bother with it. You know, it is a bit of a pain, but if you can do it, then it's so advantageous to your race. And actually, you can see in this race how advantageous it is proving to be, at least in terms of the possibilities for Coleman in this car here later today. That was 25 laps, by the way, from the race leader, Jason Bentz, who, by the way, has handed over to Stephen Varga, who will take maybe the car to the finish, certainly the car for the next stint. But another 25 laps only gets you to 124. Another one after that only gets you to 149. After that, you've got a spare 12 laps. So if Coleman could go it's a huge ask, but if you go 4 laps extra each time towards the end of this stint, and then the one after that, and then the one after that, then he can suddenly cut out a complete pit stop compared to everybody else. And that's a massive advantage at this circuit, or any circuit really, but especially this one. So it's really giving an advantage early on. I'm just not sure being able to do 2 stops from lap 74, 73 for some of these guys is going to be possible. I think it probably is a stretch too far.
Yeah, and then the question becomes, where do you make that last stop? Do you try and balance the fuel and have a few even kind of stretches, or do you try and stretch out and make the last one a really short and sharp sprint to the end? It's always a tough call to make as a driver, and thankfully in a team race you've got someone else who can perhaps give you a little bit of advice from the sidelines and be planning it out while you're concentrating on keeping the car pointed in the right direction as you get around one of the trickier circuits that you'll find anywhere in the world. Coleman now just passing one of our back markers there. Looks like it might have been... What's that? Just trying to pick the car number out, but anyhow, another lap car out of the way, and David Coleman continues now with Jordan Ross coming in. Coleman takes up position out in front. This will be interesting because the pit lap for Coleman and for Ross was, I believe, both on 74, which I suspect has probably been influenced by one of those safety car periods that I may not have seen in person. The thing that will be interesting here is just how many extra laps Coleman manages to extract. Jamie Dyke just chipping in the chat, 107 was the magic number to cut a stop. So if David Coleman can make it another 6 laps here, I mean, you've got to wonder if he's got that much fuel on board still, but I guess we'll know soon enough, won't we?
That is hard, isn't it? That 107. Well, that gives you 54 to the finish, and then 2 27s. That's going to be very, very hard. You were right, by the way.
Jamie Dyke just confirming they will not make that.
Yes, I would assume so. I'd be astonished if they did. You were right, by the way. Not interrupted per se this stint by one of those safety cars, but certainly they all pitted under the previous safety car, which ended at the end of lap 77. And say they all pitted on 74. Well, a lot of them did anyway. So that's when the last safety car is. Nice little run of approaching 30 laps. This is a long green flag run. Some more green flag pit stops for the first time in a little while. Might even be the first green flag stop since the rain, but that's not an exact science quite. Maybe we have seen some during the rain actually, when those tyres had to be changed and so on. But yeah, this is proper green flag stops, and they're going to have to make 2 more after this.
Still plenty left to happen. 60 odd laps left to go. Oh, big moment there for Scott McKay. And again, into Sean McNamara's path. Nothing to be done there. That's going to slow them both right down. Thankfully, the damage looks to be minimal, but I tell you what, that skyline puddle has been causing all sorts of issues again and again and again. And I wonder if Jamie Dyke was watching that and just has called David Coleman into the pits to take as much advantage as he can, because Coleman has just come in. Now, maybe it's coincidental timing, but that might be the best luck of timing that David Coleman has seen in any of his races, because McNamara and Mackay may not actually get to him before he's out of the pits again.
Yeah, that is, I think, enforced anyway, that pit stop. I think David Coleman would have to come in anyway, but it's certainly an advantage while the leaders are having problems amongst themselves to come into the pit lane just there. Jason Bentz's teammate Stephen Varga, by the way, is out in 5th place at the moment, so has been jumped by James Scott, Sean McNamara and Scott Mackay. But McNamara and Mackay were out front together, 1 and 2, and a spin from one effectively is always going to collect the other, because they were running so close, and you can see them again grabbing the water out the final corner. It is really, really tense stuff out there at the moment. Into over 100 laps complete here at Bathurst. The race starting to ramp up in terms of intensity. And my goodness, that was a huge moment over the top.
You just see David Coleman starting to poke his nose out of the pit exit there in the background. So that positions him really, really nicely for this stint. He's in traffic, but with a little bit of clear air ahead of him and some nice fresh tyres, he'll hopefully make up a bit of distance. McNamara and Mackay both, thankfully, look relatively unaffected, but even so, you can see just how hard they are starting to push and try and open up some more space. Every single one of those puddles that they're hitting, they're using the full width of the track, probably to their own detriment, because they're just getting so loose under power, and it's putting them at quite a bit of risk. I'm interested to see just how wide of a berth they give this puddle this time across Skyline.
Yeah, we'll see. Of course, most of these drivers are pretty new into the cars, so they won't quite have understood quite where the puddles are, where the no-go zones are, but there you go, you see them nowhere near as far over to the right-hand side that time round as what they were previously, and that is absolutely understandable. But James Scottson's getting the lead, has absolutely flown away at the front of the field after Scott Mackay's big spin over the top of the hill there, especially to lose the most time of anybody. Scott has absolutely flown in that Mustang, the only Mustang inside the top 5. And there he is down Conrod Straight again, now leading the race for that pole-sitting car.
Not at all surprised to see it. James Scott has been absolutely blisteringly fast all day today, but he's got to keep an eye out for a couple of challenges. Sean McNamara will absolutely be looking to reel him in. We'll see what sort of lap times though Scott starts to turn here, because if it's anything down near, that 208, 207 mark, that'll be the fastest lap we've seen all day by some stretch. I think the best we've seen, as I take a look down the list here, is probably about a 208.6 from McNamara. So we'll see if anyone gets anywhere near that, because the conditions are certainly not particularly conducive to fast laps. What with the amount of heat in the track, and if you do manage to avoid the heat, you end up hitting a puddle anyway. It's really tough going out there.
Yeah, it just limits the lines you can take. It probably costs you tenths of a second through especially the corners we talk about, through Skyline especially, where I think it really is taking quite a significant portion of lap time out. But Scott was only 1.2 seconds slower than that car's best lap of the day so far, and 1.5 slower than the overall best. So it's really not bad, that lap time at all. Not too far away. And you can see that this is going to continue to get better just as the temperature starts to dip towards the end of the race, as I'm sure it will do at some point, and maybe it just gets even drier with those wet parts of the circuit as well. These lap times are going to get even faster. But we're getting to the stage of the race now where we're starting to see drivers think, well, what if there isn't another safety car in this race? And these are the real positions. That's what you've got to start to think like here, because early on in the race, if it's lap 3, not 103, then you start to realise that we've got a long way to go. But here you start to think, well, we could do the last 60 laps under green completely, and you've got to be sort of strategising as if that is going to happen.
Yeah, we've seen a few little incidents here and there, but by and large, most of the cars that have had the big crashes have pretty well seen themselves a fair way out of the race, and they're not pushing hard to try and recover. They're just too far down. And for this front group of about 15 or so, they are all pretty well established. They've got their lines and their rhythm down, as we see Mackay starting to just catch the back of McNamara down Conrod Straight into the chase. These two will just continue to circulate. I don't think Mackay's going to push too hard. He'll look for mistakes from McNamara, but it really is now about getting to the end. You don't want to get into the triple-digit number of laps and then throw it away on trying to make a silly pass or just overextending your ability or your tyres.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got to keep those two things balanced in a sense of, maybe there's no more safety car, and we've got to act like there isn't going to be one on the one hand, but also realising that this is still a very tough final 60 laps to come. So balancing those two at the same time, very, very difficult. As just up ahead, Sean van der Meulen is close to Stephen Varga, the former race leaders in 868, by the way, going backwards here, leading a few laps ago, now down to 5th after Mountain Straight. Varga still alongside. And he has forced van der Meulen off. Nearly in the fence there for 4.51, and Varga keeps 4th in the end.
This brings Coleman into it, though. He's been ever so slowly creeping up on both of these guys as they do battle it out, and now Coleman finds himself right on van der Meulen's tail. I'd be very surprised to see him make a move up over the top, but he'll be thinking about Conrod Straight not too far in the distance, and the opportunity that might present to get another position here. David Coleman just continues to gain up 6 positions since the start, despite obviously the various yo-yos that come with all of the pit stops. And yeah, look, the interesting thing is a pit stop less than Van der Meulen, then Mackay, and then James Scott so far. That's if our pit count is correct, which is an interesting one, to say the least. I'm not entirely sure how it's gotten to be what you'd almost consider fairly unbalanced in terms of the pit stops, but there may have been, I don't know, a quick repair in there somewhere or something similar that has brought that number about.
Yeah, not entirely sure why the disparity would be there. I guess it was probably somebody staying out under one caution and another one coming in, but it seems to have evened itself out now anyway as they get on the brakes for the chase again. Bit of defence from Varga on the way in to the chase. Van der Meulen with a decent run out, and Varga just doesn't look as quick as his teammate at the moment, costing that car some positions. And you can see David Coleman in the background as well, who doesn't seem to mind this at all, who uses this as a bit of extra fuel saving most likely.
Oh, no doubt at all. You can still see plenty of spray just getting kicked up here and there by the tyres, so they're still finding water even on the lines that they're taking. And as Ninja's noted in the chat, it's absolutely looks like death. This is probably my least favourite kind of track to drive on, the one that is dry everywhere except for where it's really, really, really wet. you can't reliably push the limits of some of these corners, and these guys are going to need to. As we see Varga staying defensive, holds Van der Meulen off again. I don't know how much longer he can keep this up.
Yeah, it's surely on borrowed time at the moment, this 4th position, and it's going to be given up very soon, but not over the top of the mountain, that's for sure. It's going to be follow the leader through here, but the more that they do this, the more that they waste time. And you can see Scott, McNamara and Mackay all driving away from these guys, and actually out front, Scott driving away from everybody. Nearly 10 seconds now for James Scott out front with another 2:10 last time round. Here's Skyline again. Everybody remembers and everybody stays well clear of the water on the outside, which in turn, of course, doesn't help the situation, because it doesn't clear the water away either, so it's just going to stay there.
I'm so surprised as we see the track temp just hovering around 52 degrees now that water hasn't evaporated away. It's honestly bizarre that it's sticking around for so long. There must be so much of it still sitting there. I honestly didn't think it was that deep, but apparently it captures a whole lot of it. And even Conrad Strait, you can see, still has quite a lineup through the dip there, the little valley in the middle of the straight, where all that water has collected. It's still coming in from the grass either side. So Van der Meulen desperately wanting to get past here. Varga's just sitting in the middle of the road and taking up as much space as he possibly can to make this challenging for them. This lap alone, I think it's cost them about a second to Scott Mackay up ahead. So this is really holding all 3 of them up. You've got to wonder if Varga would be better now to just move over and tuck into the slipstream and try and get a bit of extra pace that way. Van der Meulen looking to the inside. He'll be late on the brakes here as we get into Hell Corner.
And he'll get it finally, surely. Oh no, he's on the wet stuff on the inside there as well. It's another place where water's collecting. And Varga's pushed out wide. Van der Meulen will get through, and he might even get help from Coleman here as they come up Mountain Straight. Here comes Coleman. He is going to get through surely into 5th position on the outside line. Varga's got to let this one go, but will he? He's still on the inside. Coleman chops off the nose. He's a bit deep. Varga will get the place back again. Coleman couldn't quite take the apex there because Varga just kept his nose alongside rather cleverly in towards the very cambered turn 2.
And that's what Bathurst is, isn't it? It's about being willing to really force the other driver to go offline and just hold your own line. It requires absolute faith that if there is a bit of a panel rub, you're going to be able to keep it straight. And it's really a game of chicken for some of these corners as to who's going to back out of the turn first. At this particular point in time, David Coleman just playing it safe. He knows he's still got another 50-odd laps before things get really serious, and he'd be thinking about making that kind of move.
Yeah, it's true, but I think, Coleman is going to start to lose time sat here now, so he could have, well, he couldn't do anything else, I suppose, but He does really need to make this pass now.
Yeah, look at the difference to
amount
Vandermeulen.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and indeed those ahead of that as well, McNamara, Mackay and Scott as well, are all getting further and further away. So yeah, Coleman can't wait around here at all.
Despite that, Vargas is still sitting in the middle of the track and making it so difficult for Coleman to get past. It's good defensive driving. It's delaying the inevitable a little bit, but that's half the battle sometimes in racing. Look at all the spray still coming up on the right-hand side. That's, frankly, from an outside view, that is pretty terrifying to know that these guys are pushing regular speeds. You see Coleman take a big look up the inside, decides he can't get it done, and just drops back in. You know, they're still pushing 260, 270k an hour down Cornrod Straight. They're not holding up on that, but there's just these patches of damp track at the point where they are braking the hardest. And I'm really surprised that we haven't seen someone go off into the kitty litter from that braking point on the chase.
Yeah, it's not happened yet.
Yet. I think we've still got 54 laps.
Exactly, that's the important part, the yets bit there. That Coleman again forced on the outside from Varga. You just know that if you protect the inside at turn 2, then you're going to be fine. But Coleman's going to get alongside into the cutting. He's going to have to be brave now on the outside through here.
Can't quite get there. Varga's making this so difficult. The gap to Vandermeulen now up to 3 seconds. Coleman's going to have to really just stay patient here. This is the risk, right? You get stuck behind a driver that you know you should be able to get past, but the track just won't allow it, or whatever the case may be. And it's so easy to just let that red mist descend and force a move that really isn't on, and you end up taking yourself out of the race. He's been in this far too long to risk that. Still got a little bit of room he could be using on the exit there, but again, he doesn't want to risk it either, because we've seen what's happened to pretty much everyone who's even dared to touch those puddles over the last 20-odd laps. Coleman does not want to become another one of those statistics.
Yeah, exactly. But also, it's hard to get away from the fact that, again, he does need to make this move again very quickly because of what's happening in front of him. Not this. This is further down the field, but this is also up ahead of him, I suppose. As far as the racetrack's concerned, these guys are lapped down. Snedden and Stewart on the way towards the chase. Another fight down in 18th place. So these guys are indeed a lap down, as are almost everybody inside the top 16. I think the top 16 only is on the lead lap now.
And over this sort of distance, it starts to happen that way. As drivers eventually get picked off as the lead cars make their way around, and you know, a half-second difference in the lap time doesn't mean a lot over a 10 to 15 lap official iRacing event. You start to get into a proper race distance like 1,000 kilometres, and it's inevitable that you're going to end up with a good number of the cars in the field not actually finishing on the lead lap. We're certainly on track for that. It looks as though the day has gone from bad to worse from Jake Schlitto, and a bit of a tap of the wall there, and then just gets very loose again into the wall. The amount of damage this car has sustained today, I hope he pays mechanics. Oh, that was so close. Was that Ardley coming through just then? I think it might have been, or at the very least if it wasn't Ardley, then it was certainly his co-driver in Keenan Sykes coming through, who just barely escaped getting punted into the wall there. And Cholito is, I don't know what is going on. He has a black flag that he's going into serve now, and I wonder if there might be a bit of a stop for repairs in his future as well, because that car is looking very much the worse for wear.
Yeah, well, I think as I look down the inside again, Coleman here, and actually given space by Varga there. Dear me, better off just taking the line there and hoping that the car behind you backs out, because you know that Coleman's going to through there. But yeah, I mean, that's been a pretty miserable day down there in car 23 for Cholito, and another repair required there. I'm not sure that car really has been very much repaired since we last saw it have an incident, so it's must be very difficult to drive.
I do wonder if Bugs is almost teasing Coleman a little bit with that sort of space being left, just encouraging him to make a risky move and perhaps take himself out. Look, Coleman's way too cool-headed for that. I think he's going to be quite happy to just sit in and wait for the right opportunity. Wasn't quite there that time. Look, maybe he's looking and considering the fuel saving that he's getting here behind Varga, but it's getting to that kind of point of the race, isn't it, where the time lost is not going to be made up by saving in how much fuel you need to put in for the final sprint. He looks again on the approach to Hell Corner, sees that puddle and backs right out of it, because you hit that puddle on the inside of Hell Corner and you are going to be off the track.
Yeah, absolutely. That's another one of those places. That car in front might well have a bearing on this. Coleman gets pretty close, and now he gets to the inside. I think, no, not quite far enough alongside. I think he was trying to almost indicate to Varga, I'm not going to come through, or try to trick him almost into thinking that he wasn't going to try and come through, and then eventually did try it. Varga's now being caught up into the cutting with oh dear, and they'll get through in the end. Coleman couldn't take advantage there. You could see he was just looking anywhere I can slip through here and take advantage of this lap car. He just couldn't do it though.
Daniel Sneddon did a good job there in the AOTT entry to just stay out of the way as best he could, while being conscious of the fact that he's got Jordan Williams, I think, just powering up behind him. So yeah, it's that could have been very, very dangerous. Thankfully, all the drivers negotiating. Coleman again, right there. He looks like he's trying to force the issue this time. He goes around the outside, makes the move. Varga gives him the space, and finally, David Coleman released from behind Steven Varga. He's going to put the foot down now and try and reel in Sean van der Meulen from that almost 8-second gap that he has built up over the last 10 laps.
Meatball, meanwhile, for Healy in 17th place. Craig Healy, and he's off the circuit by the looks of the timing screen. Not in a battle with anybody. Oh no, he's going to grab the. Oh no, contact! Wow, Conrad straight. That's a big hit.
That'll be a broken rear axle, surely. I don't know if he's going to manage to get that moving or not. Yeah, it's not looking good, although he's going to have to wait, and that's a really, really nasty spot to be stuck to.
Is he just over the other side of the crest there, or is he?
I think you'd just be able to see it. It sort of depends on what his setup is, right? If he's running, big moment there for David Coleman as he gets the wheels into the water and pushes just a little hard. It's a nasty spot if you are on a single screen. It looks like Craig Healy is still sitting there. I don't think he's actually able to move that car, so he'll be waiting for either a safety car or a tow. And I'm just keeping a very close eye on Brad Grant in the safety car at the moment to see whether he's about to make his way out or whether indeed Craig Healy is allowed to just tow there without any repercussions. That was a huge hit. I'm not surprised at all to see that the rear axle is completely gone in that car.
No, absolutely. That was a very, very big hit. See the way the wall is sort of built on Conrad Straight as well. It's sort of built in small sections with small gaps where a car can be pushed into and recovered from. But it means that you correct some very harsh angles sometimes for a crash like that. That's an absolutely massive hit on the back straight there. So that is a shame for that car. Healy's still sat there with a meatball, but that's the least of his concerns at the moment. He needs a new rear axle, and he needs to get permission to tow or indeed a safety car here to get himself off of the racetrack. There clearly isn't a safety car though. There's a pass for the race leader, James Scott, on the back straight.
I think that's about the nicest place Craig Healy could be stopped as far as these guys are concerned. He's still visible from the moment you hit Conrad Straight. He's not just over the crest, which would be pretty terrifying to be coming across it 250 plus and seeing a car stopped even off to the far side of the track. It's not somewhere you really want to be guessing at whether someone's about to pull out onto the circuit or not. Scott Mackay's into the pits from second, so that'll be probably his second to last stop for this race, I would think, and he'll be the one to watch as the rest of the field decides whether or not they come in. James Scott out in front, meanwhile, with Mackay coming in, finds himself 20 seconds ahead of Sean McNamara. Both Scott and McNamara very, very quick in qualifying, but 20 seconds is a huge ask to try and make that up over what is effectively 50 laps to go.
Yeah, although he has built that kind of an advantage in a very short period of time as well here, so it's not impossible by any means, as we've got still a lot of pit stoppers now coming into pit lane.
Does
Lap
look
50.
like, I think we've had a safety car call. The safety car is waiting at the pit exit, but I would think that the official call will come as James Scott gets around this time. So we'll wait and see as he makes his way back down the mountain. But I expect that's when we'll see the safety car officially called and out on track, and the pre-announcement of that by race control will no doubt be why all these pit stops are starting to happen now. And look, pretty good timing for most of these drivers. It's just about where you'd be thinking about perhaps making a stop if you were going to split it for another couple of stops yet. I'm pretty sure though that a number of them would have been maybe hoping to get a few more laps in before a safety car comes out. This might change things just a little more than they'd hoped for.
Yeah, so Scott's going to be really annoyed about this. I think the lap car is almost saying, "Can you go past me, please?" But James Scott's saying, "We're on the safety car, for goodness sake. Can't go past you." So this is really hurting him in terms of lap time now. But I think most of these guys will be in here because it's the stage where you can make your penultimate stop and have enough fuel comfortably to make it to the end as well. It's not going to be a fuel race as this continues, but this is costing Scott so much time.
It is, and he's desperate to get. Now this is interesting. This is interesting. That move right there from James Scott. The rule book is very, very clear on pit lane transits being the fast lane. I think he's going to cop a pretty significant penalty for that one, and I could be off the mark, but I actually think Scott's just really destroyed his chances of this win if indeed he does cop the penalty that I think he's about to. Because entering there's the safety car.
Yeah. For the sake only, by the way, of about a second or so. It wouldn't have cost him very much more time to be sat there. He's about to have a safety car where everyone will be right behind him anyway. So it wouldn't have made much of a difference, but it's going to cost him very, very badly. We'll see. In the meantime, whether Scott Campbell will get out first. No, it won't be. James Scott, 27 seconds in the box, should be out first.
I'd be pretty sure though that we'll be seeing James Scott back in to serve. If memory serves, I think the stop and hold for that was about 20 or 30 seconds last time it got called. So look, maybe it's not that significant this time around, but I think it's going to be more than 5 seconds that James Scott will be asked to serve for that one. Perhaps only a drive-through, but. Yeah, I have some doubts about James Scott's position for the rest of this race, and I get the frustration of being stuck behind a lapped car when the safety car has been called, so officially you're unable to pass. But yeah, just it could be a silly error that throws this race away. Of course, we could be completely mistaken and nothing gets made of it, but yeah, we'll wait and see.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's pretty simply an overtake in pit lane as well, which is pretty frowned upon usually. This is Simon Hettershood going off into Forest.
Just keeps it off the wall. Made it look like he meant to do that.
Almost did look like he meant to do that. Yeah, I mean, I wonder whether that was under safety car, but
I believe it was. It was only only a moment ago, really. So. I think maybe just trying very hard to play some catch up and make sure he's on the back of this train when they do get released. Yeah, Isaac, look, it is a pretty harsh penalty for the pit lane infringement, and perhaps my recollection is off the mark. It may have only been a 10-second, for instance, but either way, if it gets served, it's gonna really cost James Scott a lot of positions, particularly considering how bunched up the field is going to be behind him.
Yeah, absolutely. And when he's got the speed that he has as well, it's just so unnecessary for such a small amount of time gain there. But it's no time gain, is it? It's this
no.
It's car, the 052 still hasn't been told to tow yet. So they're losing a lot of time. But yeah, it gains no time effectively with the field now right behind the safety car, all in one long line, and yeah, might well get a penalty for it. So yeah, I don't, you know, this driver's obviously in the seat will get a bit hot-headed maybe about it all and whatever, but you know, I really can't understand that decision at all.
Just thinking, who was he behind and which team are they from, and is there any suggested impropriety there? I don't think there'd be much in that. Just trying to figure out why on earth he'd feel compelled to make such a move. Yeah, look, it doesn't mean much of anything until or unless race control make anything of it, I suppose, and we might be stirring the pot for no reason at all here, Ewan.
True, that's our job.
Oh, well, yeah, absolutely it is, isn't it? We've got to speculate on stuff completely unnecessarily.
Exactly, yeah. I don't see anything wrong with that.
Craig Healy finally gets his order to tow.
Yes. And he'll be very relieved about that. I'd imagine in that case there'll be one more lap under safety car before we come back in, but before it comes back in. But again, I don't want to speak too soon for race control. Still 30 drivers in this race, 30 teams in this race. I think Jake Solito is still in the race, although time screen says he's driving off the circuit, so not sure what he's done.
Yeah, not sure at all what's happened there, whether it's just been, you know, overcooking it a bit, trying to get onto the back of the pack here. We'll take a quick look back and see what's going on here. He's on the back of the pack. Has he put the foot down in a puddle of water and ended up?
Oh no.
No, surely he has too. These puddles have absolutely been the story today, haven't they? Under safety car at very, very low speed, and yeah, just spun on a dime almost. I don't know why he'd risk it.
Yeah.
And for 30th place.
I think you just turn your brain off on the safety car. You know.
Well, yeah, there's a bit of that, I suppose.
You know, you're just not really thinking about it. In the race, obviously, you're thinking about, you know, where are the wet patches and where do I need to avoid? How do I need to adjust my line through here and here and here? But under safety car, you just turn all that off because you need to save brain power for when the green flag waves. But it can catch you. You know, it's absolutely more possible, I believe anyway, absolutely more possible than you'd think just by watching. You know, we can sit here and think, well, a bit of a stupid thing to do, but you know, when you're actually in the car, I think it is much more possible than maybe we'd realise, and that may be proof of it there, having a spin. Although, to be fair, that 23 cars had a pretty miserable last hour anyway.
Yeah, they absolutely have. And look, 113 laps in, it's kind of not bad to take a bit of a mental break under safety car if you can, but maybe not quite that much, I suppose. I'm still not quite sure how he's managed to do it though, because he wasn't far off the back of the car in front, so you would have been, you know, putting the foot to the floor or anything like that. It's just surely the tyres are not that treacherous through the puddle. I don't know, maybe it's just an overreaction to the wheel getting yanked to the side when he first hit it.
It's just an exaggerated accordion effect as well that can surprise you at the back of the field. You see the small accelerating and braking from everybody in front. He's about 30th in this train up get. There's certainly more than 25 cars in front of him, and so when that sort of accordion makes it all the way down the line, he can overreact and or indeed just have to react because the effect is so exaggerated that yeah, you can end up doing something like that. So yeah, I can understand it. I can see how it might happen, but doesn't make it any less embarrassing for him when he goes back to his teammates. I'm sure they'll be reminding him of it.
No doubt. Lap 113, we're under safety car. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back.
Providing the best for your family means a healthy, secure, and comfortable environment. But the daily risks your family faces are often invisible. Solar Guard performance films protect what matters most to you. While you're concentrating on the task at hand, we're protecting your family from uncomfortable solar heat, harmful UV light, and glare. Our window films and protective coatings are designed with decades of technical expertise and provide a vision towards the future. SolarGuard provides added protection to the places where they're needed most, creating invisible barriers for increased security. The people of SolarGuard design carbon-negative solutions that can help reduce energy costs and improve comfort. Allow us to tackle the invisible challenges so you can focus on the important things in life. What matters most to you? We're on it. Saint-Gobain, SolarGuard.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gents. We've had a few waiver rounds happening, so just waiting on confirmation of going green here again. I had thought we might be back into it by the time we got back, Ewan, but I always underestimate just how long Conrod Straight is when you're not at race pace.
Yeah, this track does sort of make it very clear, I think, went to you when the safety car's out, that it's very, very, very long. And so it does take a while, these safety cars, but especially Conrod Straight as well. And there goes the pace car, accelerating away for the field quite late, I think, and it's coming into pit lane. So here we go, 48 to go at Bathurst, and we'll be going back green here.
Question will be, how long until we see the pit stops happening for these front runners? Scott just tries to give it a little bit of a weave, the tiniest little bit of extra temp in, and here we go, we cross the control line. There's going to be trouble there, I'm sure, at Murray's as everyone tries to get the power down. Thankfully, everyone seems to have gotten through fairly cleanly. G'day, Risky. Welcome to the chat. We are iRacing specific most of the time, but if you've got something else in mind across one of the other platforms, then do feel free to reach out and we can have a chat about what we might be able to do for you. simpleracingbroadcasts@gmail.com to get in touch. And we'd be more than happy to have a chat about what you're looking for. Sean McNamara already just starting to really challenge Scott Gamble here, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, James Scott is going to get away anyway as a result of this. We saw the pace that he had over the rest of the field is quite pronounced, but especially going to be the case with Scott Gamble in there as well. The top three cars in qualifying are the shootout are 1, 2 and 3 right now in this race as well. It's weird how Bathurst works like that, isn't it? After all the trials and tribulations, the rises and falls of all of these three teams, after 114 laps, they're exactly where they all started, as if the last 4 hours hasn't even happened at all.
Yeah, honestly, as a driver, that's almost incredibly demoralising to race for this sort of distance and be right where you started. Although when you start up the front of the race, it's not such a bad thing, I suppose. But even the likes of Justin McLean back in P6, that is exactly where that car started this race. Paul Fulton in 27th is only 2 spots down from where he started. Paul Burns in 11th is only 3 spots down. The big moves, though, Jamie McKnight, the Fishy Motorsports 027, up in 8th, started in 18th, so that car has made some significant inroads across the way. Look at the spray as David Coleman hits that puddle on the left. That is incredibly dangerous still at this late stage of the race, and I reckon if we come down to a couple of cars pushing very close side by side through the chase later on, we are going to see someone come off second best to that puddle.
Yeah, maybe. It's very high speed there and very dangerous as well as McLean goes wide. That's Justin McLean wide through the final turn. Another car that is back to where it started, by the way, 6th place for McLean, but just getting on this, so he's starting getting on with it here. Daniel Sneddon comes into pit lane as well. Pretty much everybody came into pit lane, by the way, under the last safety car, or indeed just before it. That's why Scott Gamble was able to stay out and get out into second place, because he pitted the lap before the safety car was officially waved.
Just a little bit of coincidental timing that you pray for as a driver is just to get lucky with your pit entry and have a safety car happen somewhere around when you pull into your pit box. It's about as good as it gets, honestly.
can't ask for much more than that. I don't know whether they actually saw the crash and just preempted it, or whether it was part of the plan all along. Didn't see the sequence, but it's gained them a lot of places. But unfortunately, it's clear they don't quite have the speed to stay up here, so get the feeling that McNamara is going to get past sooner rather than later.
I will say that I've always adhered to the idea that I'll take luck over skill any day, because there's plenty of skill in this field, and if you're in amongst this, you can be pretty assured that luck is often what's going to make the biggest difference in these race times. Gamble and McNamara very, very close here. McNamara's doing everything he can to stay behind Gamble. Gamble's keeping him guessing and holding the inside here as they come down, but McNamara's got so much more pace as he comes up over the crest of the Conrad Straight latter half. Down into the chase we go. Scott Gamble almost looked like he was out of the way and allowing McNamara through. Does he know that he just doesn't have the pace here?
Well, I suppose he's seeing the race situation and thinking, well, if I defend too hard at this stage, then I'm just going to get myself into even more trouble with everybody else. So decides that just back away. This battle for 11th place pretty lively.
Oh, pushing the outside, that's contact.
Oh, contact! Oh!
Now that's interesting. Oh, and the secondary contact, and out of all of that, somehow Keenan Sykes comes out and picks up a couple of spots as Hedderscheid and Burns go side by side. Now that's an interesting one, because Chad Vigar up front, who really started to push Burns wide very early on, had an iRacing slowdown applied at that point. So was trying to burn off a bit of speed there, perhaps. Oh no, Greg Brooks. Tell me it's not the puddle again. It certainly looks like it might have been. That is a horrible spot to be trying to get one of these cars turned around. You can see it's almost an Austin Powers moment as he tries to get it facing back the right way. We'll go back and we'll have a look at this, but yeah, in the end, honestly, easier to back it down into the escape road here.
Yeah, I wonder whether that car's going to be driven back or whether it will have to be towed from that situation. It does look like it's going
to be the puddle again. It's the puddle again.
There it is.
Oh, that's probably the most impressive hit of that puddle we've seen, because he didn't actually contact the wall at all. Got very, very lucky, except for where he's ended up.
Yeah, I mean, when it was reversing away, I've got to say, it did look like it was damaged to me, but it didn't hit anything there.
He's still sitting there.
Yeah, he's still there, yeah. He's got enough space there to do a three-point turn, so I don't know why he's still sat there. Maybe he's waiting for the field to pass by, or at least the lead lap drivers to pass by, because there's no point getting in their way as you're getting back going again. But yeah, it's a big one over the top of the hill. I actually think that puddle section is actually getting narrower there, and so you can use a bit more of the racetrack, but you still can't go out actually properly to the curb.
No, you can't. And that's the interesting thing about where these puddles have ended up here at Bathurst, and just the flow of the track. So many of the passing opportunities that you're used to seeing around this circuit, the actual room left on track for you to confidently try and make a move is reduced so much by the fact that you lose probably a good 2 or 3 feet off the side there. There it is, a 5-second penalty for car number 230 for pit lane infringement. I'll hang my hat on. I'm looking for car 230. I'm not seeing car 230. But I reckon that would have to be what we were looking at earlier with James Scott, surely. But car 230 is not there. We'll wait for race control to perhaps review that and maybe correct.
Yeah,
correct the number.
They've been 240, and Sneddon is driving 240 at the moment. Well, there was a slight misnumbering there.
Yeah, I don't know. We've just seen Jake Shalito's gone around again somewhere by the look of our telemetry. So bad goes to worse, goes to horrible for car number 23. I wonder how long do you go, Ewan, before you kind of go, you know what? No, it's not worth getting to the end of the Bathurst 1000. It's just become too much. Oh, and there he is.
Oh, and there it is.
Well, no prizes for guessing, but I reckon the puddle was probably involved here again, and let's take a look and confirm though.
It's very understeering.
So yeah, that's a big hit and into the puddle again. Not ideal.
And to your point there, by the way, on whether to continue, I mean, if there is a stage where you get to that here, then they're probably reaching it at the moment. I mean, I always say on the other hand, that there's almost never not a point, if that's good English, to not finishing one of these races. Not for the result, because it's clear that they're going to finish 30th now. Whatever happens here, they're not going to drop any further, but be impressed if they gain any more places from the position they're in at the moment. And I just feel that getting to the end would be an achievement, considering all the damage they've had. They'll probably be sat in the pit lane for some minutes repairing that car again now, but if they can get to the finish and just ride around to a 30th place finish, then I think it'd be a good achievement for them. Mark Horton joins, goodness me.
Well, if Jake Sholito wasn't out before, he is now, because that motor is done after that. He's somehow managing to get it going, but that's going to need some significant repairs, and that surely will have ended his day. The rear end of Mark Houghton's car absolutely annihilated from that contact. What do you even do there? And Mark Houghton did everything he could to try and avoid, but had to go wide, and in doing so has hit that puddle. Ended up doing an almost identical slide through it and up and over the bonnet of Jake Sholito's car. I'd have to say, and yep, sure enough, we've got a safety car called. Brad Grant is sitting there waiting. And this is an interesting one. You're too far out to make it home on a single refuel here. I don't think we're going to see anywhere near the number of cars come in. Yeah, Jake Sholito absolutely stranded there at the top of the mountain. That's going to be his day done. The decision's been made for him. He doesn't need to worry about whether or not he should consider finishing this Bathurst 1000. That car will be absolutely totaled.
Yeah, well, it's going to be a shame to see it end that way, unfortunately, for Sholito and the team there.
Now that said,
they've had a very, very difficult day.
It's about a half hour to swap an engine in one of these. There's enough time left that he can probably get back in for a few late laps, but geez, that is a tough call at that point.
I think there's about an hour and 20 of green flag running left. That's on. Yeah, maybe that's a little bit under actually, because obviously we're doing well over 2-minute lap times, but we've got just over 40 to go. We'll have about 40 to go when we go back green probably. 2-minute lap times will be 80 minutes, which is an hour and 20, so yeah, maybe an hour and a half of green flag racing still to go here tonight before we conclude. There is the pace car picking up James Scott all over again, and still not seen anything in relation to that trip down pit lane last time round yet.
No, and look, I mean, assuming that penalty was issued for Scott, then 5 seconds is not going to break the bank at this point. I'm still not entirely sure who it would have been otherwise. Anyhow, we'll wait and see if we do get some sort of confirmation or update from race control at some stage. If not, then of course the full report will be available in the Alliance Sim Racing Discord afterwards, where I'm sure a lot of these drivers will be heading to discuss the various events that have occurred over this 119 laps so far of this Bathurst 1000. Still 40 odd laps to go. We'll do a couple more of them under safety car here. It's not really Bathurst without a safety car, is it?
No, certainly not.
We've had a few today though. The rain causing most of them. And look, you'd almost have to say the rain's caused all of them, because every single one since has been because of what the rain has left behind in terms of those puddles.
Yeah, effectively, yeah. So, well, excuse me, not directly affected by rain, I suppose, these ones, but in effect they are rain-induced spins that we're seeing here, because that water on the outside of Skyline, no matter how many drivers spin through it, and there's multiple drivers doing it per every 10 laps or so, it's still not clearing away, and that is it's becoming a real problem for everybody now. It's just making these conditions very, very difficult, but that's Bathurst. If it rains, then it can be very, very tricky indeed to to negotiate this circuit as a result. You see under caution here, they're just running through the
James Scott
little
doing
bit
what
of
he can
water.
to get rid of it. There you go.
Yes,
Cooling
that's
his tyres a
smart
little bit as
idea,
well.
isn't it? Smart idea under caution, I think, to do that.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Was it only the last caution we saw that? Pretty sure it was Shalito again, actually. No, it wasn't. Sorry, it wasn't Jake Shalito. It was. Who was it that went into the water on Conrod Straight and spun around? It was. I'm drawing an absolute blank at the moment, but yeah, you'd want to do it carefully. Anyhow. Quite a few casualties so far. Surprising though that the only 2 cars officially completely out at the moment are Dylan Sippel and Aidan Sykes at Quantum Racing 17 and Ugangatangas Racing, who were out very early on, only about 10 laps in. And Quantum Racing number 17 making it almost a half distance before their day came to an end. See the stream of cars as we stack up behind the safety car here down Conrod Straight. This is a bit of a doddle, really, at safety car speeds.
It is very slow speeds under safety car. Lap times approach 5 minutes under the pace car, which we're hoping there won't be too many more of at the moment, because otherwise that would make it a very, very long race indeed. Although I'm pretty sure even if the rest of the race was taken under safety car now, we still wouldn't reach the time limit. So there you go. But that's not going to happen. We're going to get some green flag running here in a moment. But the question is going to be, I think, the question is going to be whether James Scott will get away in the same way that he has done from Sean McNamara than what he did with Scott Gamble, because of course those second and third place cars were the other way round last time round.
Yeah, it will be a different challenge again. Question in the chat, how many safety cars so far? Look, I didn't see them all myself, and of course with our compatriots from the comms booth having signed off for the day, I can't check in, but I'm pretty sure this is number 4. Nemesis seems to agree. It wouldn't be many more than that, maybe 5 if I've missed one, but I'm pretty sure that we had 2 safety cars during the rain period, and this will be the second since. We did have green flag running all the way through until the rain struck, which is, look, not particularly surprising either, let's be honest. But yeah, I'm pretty sure this is safety car number 4, and hopefully the last one, but I'd be willing to bet that we are in for another one yet, because these puddles are still on the track, and it seems to be only James Scott that's interested in clearing them as they make their way around the track. No one else following him across just yet. So I reckon there's a fair to middling chance that we're going to have at least one more driver hit that skyline puddle and go backwards into a wall up there. The only question is how hard they hit and whether they can get it moving again as to whether or not we get a safety car.
Hold on a second. Has Will Buchanan got that meatball under the safety car, or what? Because that car seems to be out of the race suddenly. They might have just disappeared completely here.
I'm taking a quick
Surely
look.
that can't be.
I don't see what's happened there. Let me do a bit of a check, but yeah, nothing showing for Will Buchanan for quite some time. Looks as though he's entered the pits back on lap 116. And
Yeah, 117 I got on mine, but yeah, he seems to have a meatball and be actually properly out of this race. It might even be our third retirement.
It may well be. I don't see any incidents recorded for him, so we'll take a look at what condition the car was in when he came into the pits. Looks very much fine there, doesn't it? Don't tell me there's been a hit of the water on the way into the pits. He's not there yet.
That's fine.
That's got me stumped, I'll admit.
Yeah, don't know what that's all about. But you know, the meatball's showing there that suggests that he's had some pretty heavy contact somewhere, but now it's disappeared. So maybe it wasn't too much of a factor in all that. But yeah, they might well be out of the race. Shilito's still in the server, so I'm not willing to count that one out just yet.
No, I think if Greg Sholito is still hanging in there 5 minutes into what we expect will probably be around about a half hour. Then, yeah, I suspect. Here we go, Jamie Dyke confirming car 868 needs another driver swap, as does car 080. So that'll be David Coleman and Jason Benz from Quantum Racing back in 16th at present. So there's a bit more driver swapping to be done. Look, there'll definitely be another pit stop for pretty well all of these drivers, even with the fuel saving under safety car. I can't see them making it to the end without one more stop. The challenge, of course, is when you time that stop, because a driver swap, if I'm not mistaken, is fixed at about 30 seconds, which is, look, it may well be longer than they need in fuel if they're not careful with how they time their final stop. So you'd probably expect it around, I reckon, lap 130, 135, just as a sort of top of the head number, as to the ideal spot to swap over that driver and still take on a similar sort of amount of time in fuel load. But we'll see how far off the mark I am. Jamie Dyke will probably chip back in and let me know exactly what lap, and it'll be a lap 132 or something really specific like that. But that'll be something they're trying to calculate at the moment.
Yeah, I think it's very hard to know when that final stop's going to be at the moment, with so many things unknown about this final part of the race so far. But we do know we've got 41 laps to go, about quarter of the race. The pace car now pulls away from the field, and we will be going back racing again at the end of safety car number 4.
Graham Scott retains control of the field. The gap that he continues to open up after each safety car getting chewed up entirely once again. Here we go, green flag racing as he crosses the control line and tries to get a bit of a jump on the rest of the field if he can, but Sean McNamara, Scott Gamble right there with him, as is David Coleman, Justin McLean and Jamie McKnight behind them as we come up Mountain Straight to start lap 121. 40 odd laps to go, and I don't think we can say that it's all done and dusted yet, but James Scott immediately starting to open up that space in front, and yeah, he's going to be a tough one to catch today. Has been all day.
Yeah, absolutely. Since he got back into that car again at the previous pit stop that he made, it was only 9 laps ago, really. It's the one before that, wasn't it? He pitted under the safety car before as well, of course. But yeah, since he got into that car again, he's just shown us once again how quick he's been off the start. McNamara's giving chase to him this time. He's staying a bit closer than what Scott Gamble did, sorry. Although Gamble now is somebody to follow, like McNamara, is staying with him quite nicely. And then comes Coleman and McLean inside the rest of the top 5.
Just a little dab of the brakes over the crest as they begin the turn in, and that's really essential to keep them out of that puddle. And you can it's still just as deep as it has been the whole time. It's unreal. Oh, big moment there. Justin McLean's around.
Big crash, big hit as well, big hit on the wall. That's going to do a lot of damage to the front. I don't think it's going to bring out safety car, because I think he'll get that back, but he's absolutely thrown away some great track position. Oh, look at that. That is big damage.
Can he actually get it rolling here? It looked very much like that car went the opposite way to what he wanted it to in the flick turn, but looks to have gotten up and rolling. So we're lucky enough to avoid another safety car. Justin McLean into the wall in a big way. Thankfully doesn't seem to have caused too much of an issue for anyone else. Let's go back and take a look at the moment that happened. It's not the puddle for a change. Is it another puddle down further? No, he's just locked the rear up under the downshift, slides it face first into the wall, and then just has to sit it out as the rest of the field comes through.
Well, that is a big incident over the top of the hill there. Absolutely massive. And he ends up in the wall pretty hard as the battles further back continue. Sykes getting ahead of Horton right round the outside. It's a very good pass around the outside there from Sykes, but he's not done yet, because this put on the inside is going to play a role. It's actually cleared a little bit, hasn't it, actually, at Hell Corner.
Finally.
But Sykes will get through, and Bentz there didn't have a very good first corner. There goes straight through Michael Stewart.
Yeah, nice little battle pack here, and it's a fairway off the back of the rest of the pack. 4 seconds up to Hederscheid from Sykes out in front, but these 6 drivers having a bit of a go of it in the mid-pack, and Bence finds himself well off the line there, has to go wide of Phil Manuel. Yeah, certainly a good call, seeing Luke Allman recovering from the earlier issues. We've got Dean Logsdale up there now into P6 with Jamie McKnight just ahead. You can see how quickly the front group is spacing out. McNamara is doing everything he can to stay in touch with James Scott, but already out to almost 2 seconds. McNamara and Gamble reasonably close together by comparison, but the closest racing is absolutely further back in the pack with the group that we've just been looking at in this battle for 13th place. Really keen. Sykes starting to pull away out in front now, and so Houghton becomes the cork in the bottle, as they say.
Yeah, absolutely. It happens at Bathurst quite regularly as heads down the inside there. Does Jason Bence. Grew back into 15th again. The Hustler trying to do the same, but what a change in fortunes it's been over the last hour and a half or so for Jason Bence, from leading the race just on halfway, now right in the back of the pack, although I think that car has made its last driver change now and Bence will go to the finish.
Tell me it's not from Adrian Zelli. Is it the puddle again? It absolutely is. Oh, that's a big hit. The front right demolished, and one car very, very lucky to avoid him there. He's managed to back it up, but can he actually get it going again is a whole other question. I doubt that the front end of that car is particularly happy after hitting that one so hard. And as we get a look, yeah, sure enough, the front right completely locked up and bent under. Does look like he'll be able to limp it back to the pits though. So by the skin of our teeth, we avoid another safety car.
Yeah, but not by much. That we've got away with one there, certainly, as the battle for 8th continues all the way down Mountain Straight here. Another look down the inside, but another time over the top, single file by the looks of things here. It's yeah, very lucky we've got away with that, really, because that car very, very badly damaged. Zelli into pit lane again, and now a long repair. Jake Toledo seems to have left the server now finally, so it looks like slow but steady racing out of this race, and Buchanan's still not returning, so we might have had 2 retirements in a matter of moments there.
I really wish we could figure out what on earth had happened to Buchanan, because the car looked to be absolutely fine. So whether it's, I don't know, some real world impacts. Oh, big hit of the water there, and that's going to send him around. Oh, sure enough, Matthew Neal ends up facing backwards, and it'll just be a matter of waiting now for the rest of the pack to come past. I think if there's one thing that we come away from this race talking about, it's going to be this puddle right here, right at Brock's Skyline, that continues to wreak absolute havoc all race long.
Yeah, it's remarkable, isn't it, the way that's affected tonight's Bathurst 1000. I mean, again, it's getting narrower, but the actual part very next to the curb is actually no less deep, really, in terms of how wet it is there. And it's just having a huge effect on these guys. Now side by side, meantime, for Michael Stewart coming past Horton outside into the chase. Oh, very nicely done. High risk, but he does get 12th position.
Just enough. The battle's not over yet, though, of course, because Bence and Phil Manuel right there. Bence takes a big look up the inside, but covered nicely, as Buchanan just holds his line a little further in than he ordinarily would. I tell you what, it's giving me just moments of anxiety watching them come through Murray's Corner there, because that puddle on the outside of it is still lurking. You can see just enough spray coming up there. Every time those cars come through there, that I'm just waiting for someone to flip around unexpectedly, and when you've got a pack racing close together like this, it's going to cause huge amounts of chaos. As we see Bence finally gets the move done, and he'll charge on through. He has to run very wide. He's going to hand it back here. Mark Houghton's going to go side by side as they come up towards the cutting. Phil Manuel will do well to just sit in behind, and I think it's only being on the inside that has kept Bence into P13. Gets away with it in the end. Nick Heusler starts to join the back of this pack.
Yeah, had that on a plate. but he very nearly threw it straight away there, Jason Betts. But these are key points in the race for him now. If there's going to be no more safety cars, they've got a lot of time to make up to some of the top guys. 25 seconds already off of James Scott, who's out front. That's not particularly because Scott is running away at the front of the field by miles. Well, that is happening a little bit, 2.5 seconds the current gap, but it's just the accordion effect and the long snake effect that means those who start further down, restart further down, mean that they have to make up so many seconds. I mean, even up to these guys are a long way off the top 5 at the moment, so it's a big ask for Jason Betts. He's got to make those passes pretty efficiently.
Look at the amount of spray still coming off the tyres at the end of Conrod Straight and into the chase. It's not dry there by any means. I'm actually surprised at how much water there still is, even though you can't really see a whole lot of it on track. There's just enough still getting around and making its way, flowing ever so slowly across the track surface, that these drivers are still flicking it up, even down the main straight. I am honestly really surprised at how much water the Bathurst track is retaining, and you see just even outside of the puddles as they come up Mountain Straight, there's still the ever so slight spray coming off the tyres here for Jamie McKnight. It only starts to clear now as he gets underneath the Petters sign and up towards Griffin's Bend, that it stops coming up off the tyres. There is still a huge amount of water out there for these guys to be aware of.
Yeah, there is. And I think that's one of the big things that drivers will be taken away from here as well. I think Luke Ullman said it earlier, didn't he? Yeah, he said about an hour ago he told us he thought the track would be completely dry by now, and you know we'd have to agree that would be the expected outcome from the drying period and the 50 degrees Celsius track temperatures as well, which is super high. It just hasn't seemingly made very much of a difference over the rest of this race. It just hasn't cleared the way we'd expected, and that's going to be one of the big takeaways. Hints a word through, by the way, on how Will Buchanan retired from this race.
Yeah, it does look as though he's blowing the motor on the way into the pits. Well, that's far too far back to be that. We'll see if we can't find it anywhere, but it certainly didn't look like it on the way in from where we saw it. So yeah, that's an unfortunate moment for Mr. Buchanan, and certainly not the last time I'm sure we'll see a supercar motor give up. Those downshifts are lethal for these things if you're not careful. Jamie McKnight continues to hold off Dean Logsdale in the 9.5 AJR entry, but only by the slimmest of margins after 126 laps. 125 rather, starting lap 126. Either way, at this sort of distance, it starts to all blend into each other, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it starts to not really matter too much, to be honest. You focus a lot more, of course, on how many laps are remaining, and that's 35 at the end of this one. So getting closer and closer to that critical lap where we're probably looking at 1:34 as far as that final stop goes. Whether they make it immediately and decide that it's better to have got that final stop out of the way and then we'll just go to the end from there, it remains to be seen. Or whether maybe we're going to see these guys go as long as they can, use the low fuel run or the lower fuel as they go, and then pit once they've effectively run out, because that could be quite a long time away. That's pitted generally on lap 110, somewhere like that. So it could be another 15 laps less than, maybe 10 laps before they end up pitting in again if they decide to run it out long.
Yeah, it really will be a question of how much fuel they've managed to save under that last safety car as well. That's going to really contribute to the outcome. I'm just keeping an eye very close on David Coleman in the Fishing Motorsports number 80 entry, 080. Sitting up in fourth at the moment. At lap 80, he was positioned to take second in the championship with Quantum Racing 868, Varga and Benz. Were sitting in first at that point, and so had they picked up the 300 points, they would have been able to steal away the championship standings. But as it sits right now, with 868 falling a little further down through the field, I reckon Coleman and Dyke might just be in with a shot here. I'm not going to do the numbers just yet, but I reckon it's going to be a very, very close thing for the championship come the end of this race.
I think Bence has got some way to go yet in terms of the positions he's going to make up. I think that's what's going to change, especially over the next 35 laps or so. Coleman might well gain places and might well get a podium, but you know, the possibility for positions to be gained is certainly a lot more obvious for Jason Bence from 13th place. He's actually on the back of the group now for 10th place, so you know, he could gain 3 places there very, very quickly and gain some points out of that.
The only question will be whether or not it's enough, because the prediction, of course, at lap 80 was based on the Fishy car being a fair way further back than 4th. And now, of course, there's still another pit stop to come for all of these drivers. It'll be a question of where and when that happens and how much fuel they take on, how long they take in the pits. And I don't think we'll get a really good picture of it until after that pit stop. But geez, we're getting close to where some of these drivers might start to think about it. Lap 127, I reckon, you know, you probably only want to be looking at maybe 25 or 30 laps left as probably the amount of time required to do a driver swap and not be wasting time where you're not fueling. So it's got to be getting pretty close for those cars that do still have to do another driver swap. And thanks to Jamie Dyke, we know that car number 80, or car 080 rather, definitely does need to still. But then so does 868, that of Jason Bence and Stephen Varga. So neither of those cars are likely to really gain or lose much through a driver swap. It'll just be a question of timing and then their finishing position as to who walks away with the Endurance Champions crown.
Yeah, of course, 1,100 kilometres already completed, if I'm not mistaken, this season. Phillip Island and Sandown. Obviously the famous Bathurst 1000 as well at the end of this season, as battle for 11th continues. Head-to-Shed is going to get further away as a result of this. Sykes defending from Stewart pretty fiercely, and that's allowing Jason Bence to catch up, but also not allowing him to actually make passes just yet. He's just sat there hovering in 13th.
Yeah, Conrad Strait is still proving to be the place to do it, as you see Stewart comes through now. Bence makes a move, big dive under brakes. Bence goes through, picks up the spot over Sykes. I feel like Sykes might have gotten on the brakes a bit early to allow that to happen, because otherwise that was an incredibly late move from Jason Bence to still be able to pull it up there. He gets on up into 12th, and now he'll try and go with Michael Stewart and keep climbing up through the ranks. Sean McNamara and Scott Gamble, the closest of the front runners right now, as they make their way around a very worse for wear looking Quantum Racing entry. I believe that was James Hardy's 666 Quantum Racing entry. It's down the field a fair way at the moment, in 22nd place. So not where he'd be hoping to have finished, but you know, a few incidents along the way, and unfortunately it does become about just limping it home.
Yeah, it definitely does. When you've been through it in the Bathurst 1000, and of course most of these guys have, most of these teams have, more than 5 seconds the lead now for James Scott, ahead of these two fighting for second position. 33 laps to go when they get to the line, and it's becoming more and more difficult to see how James Scott is going to be caught at the moment, but we've said that before in these races. Guess what happens here? Bruce Galloway a bit wide into the wall as well at Skyline.
Yeah, I'm almost to the point where I can tell as soon as I jump to one of these crash notifications that if the shot is just coming up towards Skyline, I almost know exactly what's about to happen. And it continues to catch drivers out even after we've seen so many issues along the way. It just gives you an idea of how hard these drivers are pushing. They are really stretching the limits of every corner, every time, even now 130 odd laps into this Bathurst 1000.
Yeah. Some would argue, I guess, pushing too hard in some cases. I mean, you know every time. Surely these guys must know. It must be a mistake, because surely they're not thinking, oh, I'll try it this lap because the line's getting narrow. It must have evaporated by now or whatever. No, because it just isn't.
No, it's not going
worth
anywhere.
the risk. So it has to be a mistake.
Yeah, and look, I think what's happening is just a bit of a clip of the couple of curbs leading up to it is enough to just compromise the grip just enough that you end up, because you're always sliding the car out towards that edge anyway. You're letting the front end and the whole car really just slides sideways ever so slightly around that left-hander. But if you do just run the inside tyres up onto the curbs, even the slightest amount, it's going to slide you out just about an extra half metre than you probably planned. And if you watch McKnight and Logsdale come through here, I reckon you'll see something pretty similar. So just watch really carefully for the line they take through these next couple of turns. Up onto that curb, then this one is that little tap of the brakes that you saw from both of them there, both McKnight and Logsdale. That's not ordinarily something you'd see. You wouldn't ordinarily see a driver tapping the brakes as you crest that, but that little application of the brakes is what's allowing these guys to avoid sliding quite so wide as they get to that puddle up on Skyline. And that's all it takes. It gives the front end just enough grip to just sort of draw it back in towards the left-hand side.
Somebody asking, by the way, whether it's true that car 38 is still on wets, the Dark Horse racing car. I suspect it might be, based on what we were seeing earlier on, that it was searching for wet weather patches just while everybody else was on the dries. It might be, but surely those wet tyres will be burning through very, very quickly at the moment. Just as much as there is a big trouble at Skyline, it's not anywhere near wet enough for those treaded tyres. As off for McKnight, he was under pressure, big pressure from Dean Logsdale, who gets thrown in without too much trouble because effectively just forcing the driver in front of you to make a mistake, and he just slips straight through.
It does make me wonder. Will Wilson has confirmed a few times here that the Dark Horse Racing is not on wets, but my telemetry tells me they absolutely still are. So, look, I don't know. I'm questioning whether they think they've changed over and they actually haven't. The biggest problem, of course, is that there's very little visual difference between them, so I couldn't even go and look at the car up close and tell you whether or not that's the case. There's no difference to the labelling on the outside of the tyres. There's no difference to the visible tread on the supercars. You can't see a line of tread. It is just a different compound, effectively, even though that may not be entirely realistic, because I've gone digging for exactly this before. Was looking very closely at the tyres to see if you could actually pick out a difference between the two compounds, and they're virtually identical graphically, which makes it really, really tricky for us. And there you go, 100% not on wets. Only had wets for one stint when raining. I don't know what to tell you. Well, I've seen my telemetry do some really weird things, but I have very rarely seen it show wets when everyone else has swapped back to dries for no reason. Jason Bence is around.
Oh!
Big moment there.
He's missing his front end as well. Was he the first one to find the fence, or was he collecting somebody else there?
Well, it looks like
it was
contact
very
with
hard
Michael
to know.
Stewart,
There were definitely a few involved there.
Let's have a look at what's just happened, because I think there might have been a couple of lapped cars caught up in that. We might just go back a little further than where the incidents happened. If this is the puddle, I'm not going to be surprised. Oh, it's someone else. There we go. It's one of the 801 cars that's been caught up in it. And unfortunately, Jason Bent's copping pretty significant damage as a result.
Yeah,
just trying
pretty
to
hard in the rear by Michael Stewart as well, by the way. So if he'll be looking to get away with suspension down, without suspension down, sorry, but it looks like he has got away without it.
Yeah, it looks like it might have just ripped the front bar off, and he's gotten lucky, and that's all it's really done.
It does look like he's gotten away with that, which is remarkable, really, considering the contact that was made there. We'll see what his top end speed is like when he's trying to make passes, but it seems pretty unaffected at the moment.
Looks as though it might have been Paul Burns that perhaps had the issue there. Although I'm not entirely sure that it was necessarily. Just looking through the list of issues that have come up for various people. But Paul Burns is the only 801 entry, so I can only assume that it was him that got caught up in all of it. Oh, there's another one around.
Oh, another one.
It's hardly surprising anymore, isn't it? The minute you see the spray shoot up there, you've got to worry as to what you're going to see when it does clear the camera. And sure enough, another car spinning to the skyline puddle. Let us know. There you go. John Williams is the driver. 38, not on wets. I don't know what's happening then. That's really bizarre.
I must admit, I have definitely seen in the past the wrong tyre set being shown.
Oh look, it's not impossible.
Multiple sources.
It's not impossible at all.
Multiple
It's
sources of iRacing data. Yeah, I've seen it happen before, so I would not be surprised at all.
Just must be a little bit frustrating for the team behind Dark Horse Racing to keep hearing people asking about it. I expect. Yeah, sure enough, it was Paul Burns that got caught up in it. Surprising that it didn't show up. He must have that hit from Bence must have been enough to flick him around and allow him to keep at a speed that it didn't register as a crash for our telemetry. But certainly ended up facing the wrong way for at least a few moments there.
It did. And it's created an almost bigger battle actually. It was quite a big group before, but the incidents in the last couple of moments have really created a big group. And Burns now having to go on the defensive from Michael Stewart, who will surely head down the inside here and head straight through. I don't think Burns was expecting him to do this, but no reason why not. And Stewart goes through into the top 10. Burns going to try and follow through as well. That's close.
Oh, a little bit of contact there. Don't know quite how well iRacing models tyre contact when there's no front bars involved, but thankfully we're not going to find out this time. Jason Benz makes it through. Paul Burns relegated to 12th. Scott Gamble is around. Oh no.
Oh dear.
Oh no. You know exactly where this is.
He's on the curb anyway.
That's
a hard hit.
Big hit for Scott Gamble. The motor's still running. The front wheels facing very much in towards each other. You'd have to think that's well and truly taking him out of contention for anywhere in the top 10 once that repair gets done. You see that Scott Gamble just limping it down.
Yeah, he's got to meet Bull, and he's going to be into pit lane at the end of this one. Got to be careful he doesn't steer straight into the others, and now he's got enough turning just about to stay out of it, but goodness me, that's a damaged car, and he's going to spend a long time getting that repaired again. You could see in the desperation that he had there to get turned back round again. He was so frustrated with that mistake, and so desperate to sort of amend for it immediately, but yeah, that'll be that, unfortunately, for that car as far as the top finish is concerned this late on.
I think what we need from those of you in chat right now is an official name for that puddle that is sitting up at the top of Skyline, because it has certainly earned it's earned its name. I just don't know quite what it needs to be. I don't know, the Skyline splashdown just seems a little bit too theme park. But let us know what you've got up your sleeve, or for all I care, dump it into ChatGPT and come up with something. There's not going to be any prizes for the winner, but I reckon we do need to name that puddle, because that is all that's going to be talked about in the ASR Discord for probably the next 2 weeks until the season proper is underway and there's something else to talk about, because it has been an absolute riot up over Skyline for the last, nearly 70 laps now, Ewan.
Yeah, basically. The rain started falling at lap 40, something like that. So Yeah, nearly 100 laps where that corner has been wet, although admittedly for the first 30 odd so of those, everywhere was wet. So it doesn't quite match up like that. But yeah, it's had such a big effect on the final 3/4 of this race. And another one, this time at Reed Park, somewhere else for a crash at least.
Yeah, Kevin O'Neill finding himself facing the wrong way there, and probably has to back up and use that little escape road to get himself righted. I'll be honest, when I saw him come up, I expected him to be at the top of Skyline, but something for a bit of a change. A couple of suggestions coming through in the chat. Everyone typing furiously into ChatGPT right now, looking for the best name for a puddle.
I don't think ChatGPT gave Brett Fisher's his answer, if I'm honest.
No, look, probably not, but he's probably not far off. It's more of a creek than a puddle, isn't it? It's a puddle is what they've been passing every time they go through Murray's Corner for the last little while. That extended body of water that's still sitting up on Skyline does pretty much qualify as a creek by this point, surely. Oh, call it dry line. I like that, Will. Up over dry line, except not.
Dry line. It's very good. That is very good.
Yeah, big ups to Logsdale and Orman. Huge recovery considering Luke Orman's unfortunate disconnect in the opening couple of laps. They managed to just claw their way back up into that group of 5. Still a fair way off the back of David Coleman, who at this stage, after Jason Bentz going around there, has to be feeling, look, if not confident, at least pretty settled up in P3. And with, well, 27 laps to go, give or take, there's not a lot of time left. We've got to be getting very, very close to seeing the final driver changes or final pit stops from a lot of these cars. There will have been quite a bit of bit of fuel saving under the safety cars that we've seen. But right now, Logsdale in the 9.5 AJR entry is doing everything he can to keep his pace up. The front end of that car looking well and truly covered in the rubber and bugs that Bathurst are famous for, even if it is the wrong time of the year for it.
Yeah, is the in-sim date today's date, or is it?
Oh, that's a really good question. I honestly didn't look, but it should be pretty well today's date, I would think.
Okay. Yeah. I imagine so. Yeah, it's just about the right. It's almost the right season, isn't it? I suppose you're getting towards summer, springtime, if you like. But yeah, very, very changeable conditions here today. That is for sure. We've seen those reared ahead. It was only a short rain shower, but it's had a huge effect on this race. It's made the remainder of the race, at the time 3/4 of the race to go as it was at the time, it made it very, very difficult indeed. But we've passed the critical lap now. We're on the home stretch very much, and there's just one more stop to come. Will it be under a safety car though, or will it be under green? It seems that they're willing to wait and find out.
And I think if you're one of the drivers at this stage of the race, you have to give really serious credibility to the thought that there might be another safety car in the not too distant future, given what we've seen. I see Benny's suggestion there of the Prang Pond, and I think that might be up there with my favourite so far in terms of names, and hats off to the other entries as well. But at the moment, Prang Pond is absolutely leading the way for me. It's not hard to believe that we might see another safety car. The question is where you risk it, right? Where do you come in if there hasn't been a safety car without spending too much time in the pits with the driver change? And it's getting awfully close to some of these teams having to make that decision. Lorne McKee has had a bit of an issue, and looks to be down through the dipper, I think.
Another meat one.
But in any case, that car not in great condition.
Is this just a carryover though from another one at Skyline?
Well,
it
could well be.
If you can continue on, then you will do down the other side. Just depends how long it happened, and indeed where it happened as well, because as you can see there, it is still very, very dangerous through that section again as they come down the hill. These guys for 11th place, Manuel and Sykes battling away. One of the two battles on the lead lap at the moment. Also for 9th place involving Jason Bentz, although he seems to be struggling to make that pass now.
Yeah, just dropping back a little from Stewart. I wonder if there was just a little bit of trouble up and over the top there that's caused that. But Bent's still in there with shot. Dean Logsdale's in. So he's decided that's enough. It's time to make that final pit stop. Will this start a cascade of other drivers heading for the pit lane, I wonder?
Yeah, might well do.
I reckon most of the front drivers will be watching James Scott, won't they?
Maybe, yeah. Depends whether you want to run longer than him and get into sort of overcut with lower fuel, or whether you want to get some new tyres and do an undercut. I don't really know which one would be the better at the moment, but it's it is he who's the sort of the target man, if you like, and he who everybody's trying to beat at the moment, and he who is beating everybody else, nearly 12 seconds ahead of the rest of the field, and that's all been created since the safety car restart.
Yeah, it has, and he's done it a couple of times over. You know, Sean McNamara in second place has been really, really quick all day as well, but James Scott and this Revolution E-Racing number 243 entry, sponsored by AITT, has just been unbelievably fast all day. It's something pretty special to watch, that's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when we rejoined just after the halfway stage, they were buried in the pack, really. It was a completely different look to the field, but after one set of green flag pit stops, they ended up towards the front, got the track position, and on every safety car restart since, of which there's been 2 in pretty quick succession, it's managed to get a very, very big lead in very short order. And that's given them favourite status, you would say, to win from here. As you say, it's a case of somewhat whether there's going to be another safety car or not, but you know, that's certainly not out of the realms of possibilities with the action we're still seeing through this corner here.
Yeah, and still plenty of risk. You know, we've still got 25 laps or thereabouts to go. I don't think anyone can afford to breathe across Skyline, even more so than usual, let's face it. And I reckon we're going to get to the end of this race and the praying pond will still be there, still awaiting its next victim. As this race draws to a close over the next, look, probably half hour or so. Jamie McKnight comes in for that last pit stop. So Fisher Motorsports number 027 is in, will take on that last little bit of fuel and make the 20-plus lap dash for home. Simon Hederscheid coming in not too far behind as well.
And this is really starting to become a more common occurrence now. The drivers coming into pit lane, generally just trickling in. More pit stops here as well, or at least one more from Whistler.
Whistler, yep, coming
so
in.
5 on this lap now.
Notably, Jason Bent's still out there. Last pit stop for them was lap 118, so Bent's has about 7 or 8 laps on the cars ahead of him. So regardless of when that pit stop happens, it should be a bit quicker than the front 5 cars. Front 6 cars, even Michael Stewart on lap 110 as well. It'll just be a question of how much time is saved. I can't imagine it'll be more than a couple of seconds, but that could be all the difference in whether or not he does come out ahead of Stewart and picks up another spot here. And when they're so tightly locked in the battle with 080 up in P3 for the championship over these 3 rounds this year, every spot is going to make a pretty significant difference, I would think.
Yeah, definitely will. So Benson's got a sort of dispatch of Stewart pretty quickly, but I think he's starting to be held back really by that lack of a front end that he's got at the moment. It seems to be having more than a visual effect, which we saw immediately, but whether it's having an effect on his lap time as well, I think it probably is at this stage because of the pace he showed earlier and the lack of ability now for him to get past Stewart. And just looking at that through Forest Elbow, I reckon it's probably just giving him more understeer than he had earlier on. Certainly seems very much down on the front end there for Benson. Yeah, that's going to be very difficult for him to overcome as he tries to pass Stewart here. You need to be very fast off of Forest Elbow if you're going to pass down here, and if you've got a lot of understeer, you're just not going to be anywhere near close enough.
Still a big gap to make up there. Benson pulls back a good 10th very, very quickly as they come down towards Murray's, but got to wonder how much the front end damage is just affecting his ability to get the car turning. It doesn't seem to be causing him a huge deal of issue in keeping up with Stewart, but making the pass could be a whole other thing. Stewart's carrying his own little bit of battle scarring on the front left, but nowhere near as much as the front end of the 868 car. So this is where it really comes into play, is down the straight, and usually you'd expect to see Bence closing that gap, but with the damage he's carrying, just not quite aerodynamic enough to make anything of it. And Michael Stewart probably going to hang on to that, so Bence has got to really count on that pit lane difference to make this pass, I think.
Yeah, I think so. There's still a pit stop to come for these two. These absolutely got to make use of. We've seen plenty of stops already further down the field, by the way, for those for the final time. 45 seconds or so seems to be the maximum, and a little bit less for some of those a little bit further behind. Kai Ardley, is only 32 seconds in the box. There's a real difference in the amount of pit stop time as leaders in.
Now, will we see everyone else follow on through here? James Scott comes in. What does Sean McNamara do? Does he have the same sort of fuel on board, or does he just follow the same strategy? You'd have to think that he has to keep pushing, and it certainly looks like he's going to. And there he goes. So what does he count on here? I mean, is he hoping for a well-timed safety car? Does he have a whole lot more fuel than we realise? I can't imagine there's a huge difference in what he's got on board compared to James Scott. David Coleman has also come on through, so that'll put him up into second for the time being at least.
I mean, there can't be much fuel left at all for McNamara. This would be lap 28. I mean, Scott has almost done the same amount of laps as what he would have done had there been no safety cars. So I wonder whether they're just sticking to the plan and saying, well, we were going to pit on lap 138, so let's do it anyway. Maybe there's something else going on there, but McNamara and Coleman want to run the tank dry. We've seen Coleman do that again and again in this race. And I think, first of all, other than catching a safety car, that the best thing I can hope for is just making use of not having very much fuel on board and try and put in some quick lap times as a result. Wow!
Kai Ardley. Wow, that's not the first time we've seen him make a dive down through the probably the most dangerous part of Ross Elbow, but just really throws the elbows out and pushes Brian Minogue aside. Minogue, looking to respond, has been pushed too far offline, and Ardley jumps up into 12th. That was a very, very aggressive move, wasn't it?
Yeah, and I was just going to say, you've got to be.
Well, at this point of the race,
particularly. You've got to make aggressive passes around here.
Yeah, Bathurst just doesn't allow for gentle passing in a Gen 3 supercar. These cars are hard enough to get a pass done at any track, but Bathurst, most of all, I think, it really does need you to apply that kind of pressure to get it done, and it does require you sacrificing, a couple of incident points here and there sometimes to make it happen.
Yeah, I think that's the case in a lot of facts as McNamara comes in from the new race. I think that's the case in a lot of cars, unless it's a really slipstream heavy car, which you don't see too many of around here. It's generally the faster machines. I think, that's exactly what Bathurst is about. Some difficult overtakes, but by no means impossible overtakes. It does have quite a nice balance between not making it too easy, which it can be around some circuits in iRacing sometimes, but also not making it impossible either, which also is the problem with some racetracks just generally, whether on iRacing or in the real world. It's that perfect mix, but again, you've got to be aggressive to make it work. As into the pit lane and out, well, in a moment we'll go Jordan Ross. Haven't seen him up against James Scott in the second half of the race yet, and we're going to in the final 22 laps.
Jordan Ross has been quick today as well, so I don't know what to expect here. James Scott is certainly on his way past. You see him come down the home straight here, and we'll just glide on past Ross and Dyke, although coming out there looks like Jordan Williams in Dark Horse Racing, still showing us on wets, just in case anyone was wondering. So I hope he's checked that, double checked it, triple checked it, because at this point iRacing just doesn't seem to want to believe that he's put the dry tyres on. But Jamie Dyke on his way out of the pits now, and Jason Bentz finds himself in the lead of the race for the moment. Remembering, of course, that he does have probably about 7 or 8 laps of extra fuel on board compared to a lot of the drivers that have just pitted. So although he'll be able to stay in front for quite a while, he's probably at some point going to have to come in and do that final driver swap, but also take on a bit more fuel. Really, really tough call as to when he does it, though. You know, all of these drivers still spending about 40 seconds in the box, which is plenty of time for a driver swap. But as the number of laps remaining closes down, the amount of fuel he's going to have to take on will get lower and lower, and that's just going to reduce the time available for an efficient driver swap.
I think that the last time he comes in will be after you know, a battle with James Scott here. You know, there's one car here that's undamaged and one that is, and that's going to make this battle pretty simple, I think, as far as working out who's going to prevail in it. But I mean, Bentz could very much get in the way of the race leader here and just try his best to keep behind, because who knows what could happen if he catches a safety car while he's in the lead.
Yeah, and that's what some of these drivers will be absolutely praying for. Sean McNamara joins us in the chat. Gotta love some of these rejoins, mate. It has been an entertaining one from our perspective, to say the very, very least. There have been plenty of moments. Thank you to the praying pond up there. Can confirm that Justin McLean is a wobbler. McLean just dobbing himself in. Mate, certainly not the worst of what we've seen today, and we have seen plenty.
There he goes, James Scott inside line on Jason Bentz into turn 1. It's the battle for the race lead in the Bathurst 1000, and it could be the last lead change of the day. Bentz is not going to make it easy, though, at all for James Scott.
And Benson very, very slowly moving across. Gets to about the halfway point of that straight and knows that there's not going to be enough room. That's not going to stop Scott from having a big look up the inside as they get through Griffins. The front right wheel there for Bentz lifting off the ground as the suspension transfers the weight across one of the lapped cars, pulling over completely there. And I reckon that's a pretty scary place to be sitting as the other supercars whip past you. But anyhow, they continue their way up now. This is going to be the opportunity for Bentz to try and shake Scott a little and have just enough breathing room as they come down the mountain to do the same again. But James Scott has just been so quick all day. I will be very surprised if he doesn't get it past Dun and Conrad here.
Yeah, I mean, he's been quicker than anybody anyway. When you add into the equation that there's damage here, you start to realise that this is quite a sizable difference between these two drivers at the moment. Not necessarily down to raw speed, but certainly in the way that those cars are behaving. There's no surprise that Bentz is struggling. He's definitely got more understeer because of that missing front end. But Scott needs to get this done as quickly as possible to try and alleviate the possibility that Jordan Ross could close in on that margin, because if this goes on for another 6 laps or so, and even just to losing a second a lap, he'll lose half his lead. So Scott will want to get through, and he's got another chance into the chase now.
Still water coming up off the tyres here. Scott makes it look easy in the end as Bentz gets out of the way. Nothing he could have done there. Just James Scott too fast, and a car in just such fantastic condition comparative to Bentz's vehicle. And yeah, not much more to be said there. James Scott moves on through, regains the lead of the race, and really leaves Scott and Jordan Ross in third as more or less the only drivers in the field that have retained their spot from where they started, with the exception of Paul Fulton back in 25th.
Yeah, it's always the way that pretty much all these positions change all the way through, but pole sitter retaining its lead of 142 laps later is very, very impressive indeed from that team. So we go back to the battle for 5th position at the moment. These are guys who can make it to the end. In fact, everybody can, apart from Jason Bentz and Andrew Johnston, who's further down the field in 17th place. He is 1 lap down. He's just gone 1 lap down, but also needs to stop alongside Jason Bentz, the only other two who have to stop yet.
Huge kudos here to Luke Allman and of course Dean Logsdale, the co-driver. These guys back up to 6th now after not the ideal start, as we said earlier, up 7 from where they originally started and still looking to gain another position here before it's done. Damon Fisher will have them all over his tail for the next 20 odd laps. I don't know if they'll be catching Jamie Dyke up in 4th, but what a finish from the 9.5 AJR entry. It's been a bit of a roller coaster day for them as well, but if they can keep this up, it's one that's worth just writing into the record books as a pretty successful Bathurst 1000, I reckon.
Yeah, I think so.
Keep an eye on Michael Whiting though, because he's still there and considering whether he'll spoil the party a little.
Yeah, just hovering there. They do seem pretty similarly matched, actually, these three. But I've already seen Holman a little bit today, just through the field and
so wide.
Clips the water there. But you know, you get away with that. You wouldn't want to go any further off than that into the right hand side, but you can get away with just clipping it like that.
Yeah, when you put the tyres into the depth of that of Prang Pond, it just drags the whole right hand side of the car over, and as you start to correct it, you're out of the puddle and you regain traction and it's all over. Still a lot closer from Damon Fisher than I'd be comfortable to go after what we've seen. Jason Bentz finally comes in, so he's decided this is the moment. Let's see where he ends up, because the battle for the championship here is between Bentz and Jamie Dyke in the Fisher Motorsports 080. Stephen Varga gets back in to run the final stint. Jamie Dyke just crossing the line now, so it'll be a question of how long Vargs has until he can actually get back out of the pits. Probably still at least another 10 seconds or so he's going to have a huge amount of work left to do to catch up here. In saying that, looking at the points, it's going to be a really close finish for those two.
Two things on that. You know, we've seen already tonight, I think, that Varga is not quite as quick as Jason Bentz, which could become a bit of a problem as Varga leads now. But you know, 3rd place is almost guaranteed for Dyke. He's not going to drop down any further unless he makes a mistake. But also it'd be very difficult for him to gain any positions with nearly 20 seconds up to Jordan Ross, who's very, very quick driver himself. As Fisher and Whiting go side by side. Ullman's gone through here into 4th, and the two of them battle side by side through turn 2, and it's a decent effort round the outside from Fisher there, but he can't stay in front. Whiting gets into the top 5. Ardley gets past Varga as well, so 3rd place pretty much guaranteed for Dyke. Surely Varga now knows the position that he needs to get in terms of points to confirm the championship as well.
I will tell you right now, Ewan, if Jamie Dyke hits that water and goes into the wall, you will never be welcome back in another ASR broadcast after that comment. You may have just put the biggest curse in existence on Jamie Dyke, but I reckon he'll be okay from here. It's a fairly solid 15-second break.
I did say unless he makes a mistake. What I mean is he's not going to be overtaken on speed.
Fair call.
He'd do well anyway to lose that 3rd place on speed. I know Ullman's quick, but surely he's not a second lap quick for the next 15 laps in a row. But you know, could be proven wrong. You never know. There's only 17 laps to go though at the end of this one. So those kind of gaps are getting unassailable almost, and you start to wonder whether that's the case for the race lead right now as well.
Yeah, you'd have to think it's pretty well decided for the top 3 here. I'm really, really hopeful that I've managed to make our broadcast software dance in a way that will give us a fairly accurate number of points for them, but I can't promise it will. So I'm hoping that somewhere out there is Todd Martin watching on, who can confirm it for us fairly quickly after. I do know that for Quantum Racing to end up the 9 points ahead that we said they would be after 80 laps, they needed to finish in a position that would have given them an extra, what's that, 57 points. Now, if they're finishing at all behind 080, then I can't see that happening. And so I would have to think at this point that the Car 80 Fisher Motorsports have got the Endurance Championship wrapped up, again, barring any major issues. But it'll still be a fairly close run thing, even if it doesn't necessarily look quite so close in the points there. Will Wilson desperately searching for validation that they are on dries. And I can tell you that my software tells me that Dark Horse Racing is absolutely still on wets. So your guess is as good as mine, Will.
It's kind of amusing, isn't it, the way that happens. Not entirely sure why that is still going on, but as I said before, I have seen it happen on various iRacing software before. It's not just a SDK thing, by the way. I've seen it happen on other software as well. It just happens. Unfortunately, sim racing as a whole actually hasn't quite perfected the whole pit stop thing on graphics yet. Seems to be a very difficult thing to code.
For whatever reason, yeah. Look, I mean, if nothing else, Will, you can let the Dark Horse Racing team know that they can lean on that as an excuse for where they finished, and if only the iRacing had allowed them to run dry tyres, they would have been right up there on the podium. I reckon I'd keep that one up the sleeve for any, pub debates that coming out at the end of a Bathurst 1000, mate.
It's a good idea. I mean, we know racing drivers like an excuse, but that's an open goal, isn't it?
Isn't it just? Matt Vanderkraan closing in now on Brian Minogue, looking to pull in just a few extra points here if he can in this battle for 10th. A few seconds up the road yet before they catch up to Stephen Varga, who, look, I think will be pretty happy to finish right where he started in 9th. Michael Whiting and Damon Fisher, some of the biggest movers up the top end. Whiting up 13 places, Damon Fisher up 11 from where those cars started, but Luke Orman, probably the best recovery of the day that we've seen so far, sitting up in 4th right now. That's going to be an absolutely fantastic finish for them if they can hang on to this one.
Yeah, it is, and it's looking good as well in terms of the speed that Ullman's got. After starting outside of the top 10 at the start of this one to be 4th. Just look at the distance that's been put into Whiting here. Nearly a second is the gap, going over the top again for the 145th time in this race this afternoon. Still 16 more times to do that before the race is complete. And the pressure actually that Damon Fisher is putting onto Michael Whiting for that top 5 as well is only going to help Ullman, so he'll be absolutely lapping that up at the moment, the opportunity for a fight there.
Greg, ask and you shall receive. We absolutely do have a positions gained graphic. All I have to do is find it in my list of various bits of information that I can show you along the way. Here are the losses and gains that we've seen since the start of this race. Really, Scott Gamble back in 22nd, the most suffering of all of the drivers out on track with the massive accident that effectively took them out of this one. And not at all where we expected them to look likely to finish, but that is racing, and you can see a fair few movers and shakers up and down. Will Wilson, get out of my chat. Wilson is pretty good.
It's probably carnage this evening with various comments.
Look, you know what? He's getting us to the end, so we'll allow it this time.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it has been a long race, but it's drawing to a conclusion shortly, and it may just be another twist in the tail waiting just yet before the finish, as Matt Vanderkraan has got a decent run out of the first corner on Brian Minogue.
Oh no!
Towards turn 2. Oh dear!
Here it comes. Prang Pond, another victim. Kerfellow into the wall. The wee race entry looks to have gotten away with it, but that'll cost a few more positions, and unfortunately, likely to drop down just a little further as a result.
See, the problem with Prang Pond I've got is that these accidents are not prangs.
Prang's a typically understated Australian way of putting it, to be fair.
What, even if you've rolled over and and had a horrific car accident.
Like
just
the
a
big
prank.
reverse that we saw up and over the bonnet of the number 23 slow but steady racing entry. Yeah, look, still a prank.
Just a prank.
Still a prank, absolutely.
Wow.
Back me up in the chat, folks. You know it's accurate. It's always a prank here in Australia, even if it does rip off every panel of the car.
I thought that the English were the masters of understatement, but maybe we're not.
I mean, we've learnt the best from the English in a lot of ways, and to be fair, the entire the entire country has been provided a lot of English breeding stock over the years. So there's some pretty close alignment there, I reckon, Young. We've just had a bit less to do down here over the decades, and so we've really perfected the art, I think, of understatement.
Yeah, well,
it's a big country with not a lot to do. There you go. We'll back him up. She'll buff out. Goes hand in hand with it. Absolutely.
Yeah, well, I've heard that was more of an international phrase. To be fair.
I maintain it was an Australian starting.
Yeah. It's true. I do find understatements kind of amusing when you've had, especially big crashes like we're seeing here today. Certainly more than the dictionary definition of a prank, but it is fitting for what we've seen on the outside of that corner today. Still, the water just not going away. The fact that as well it's on the racing line is, dare I say, a little bit unrealistic, but I mean, it's provided a lot of action for us here this evening.
I don't know. I mean, the other argument to make, right, is that the rain came, 40 laps into today's event? I kind of wonder, if that's the racing line, has there been enough rubber laid down on the track that it almost prevents it from draining away properly? I can justify this however I want, I suppose. It's not the real world. Oh, we've got a car into the wall there. Looks like one of the Team OJR entries, though I'm not sure which one it is. David Logsdale, in fact, who's ended up in the wall at the dipper there. Will this be a very, very late safety car? Because that car is not moving. It's well off the racing line, but who knows what that might bring about. Luke Wallman's still in fourth, but Whiting's starting to close in on him as they make their way down Conrad Straight once again.
Absolutely. And into the chase. And Wallman's under a lot more pressure than what he was not so long ago. Whiting has certainly found some speed, but we'll just keep an eye on that car, whether it's going to cause a late race safety car or not. It would be high drama, but James Scott will be absolutely praying that does not cause a caution at the moment. It would create a very, very nervy ending, because while he's got a big lead, he's had a big head start over Jordan Ross, who I think has got pretty similar speed actually to James Scott, so it would be close in a hypothetical restart.
I'm not convinced that we are actually going to see another safety car, and I'll tell you why. I've just noticed on our telemetry that the safety car is sitting in the pits with a meatball flag applied, which suggests to me that Brad Grant may have forgotten to turn the engine off last time he pulled it in, and they absolutely will overheat and cook the engine. I wonder if that's what's happened there. In either case, it's getting very, very late in the race.
Does he not escape whenever he comes back to pit lane, or does he sit there?
Look, I think even if you do get out of the car, if you don't shut it down, it will actually, in some cases, keep running. I've seen it happen more than once. It is massively irresponsible. Big tap of the wall there for Kai Ardley as he tries to reel in Anthony Weismar.
I'm not sure that's the greatest use of the words petrol resources, if I'm honest, but anyway.
No, look, probably not. Thankfully, these ones are pixel-based and fairly renewable compared to the real oil reserves.
It's not draining any supplies, really, is it? But yeah, I don't know why it doesn't do. I guess because sometimes when you've had an incident or whatever, and you're having a quick pit stop, sometimes people hop out quickly to. Oh dear, that's too bad. You quickly hop out to have a look at a replay or something, I suppose, don't you? But I can't understand why iRacing wouldn't do that sort of automatically. I guess it's not very realistic, is it?
You know what? I'm here for it because I kind of like the idea that someone might accidentally burn their motor out by just leaving it sitting there for too long. Particularly for safety car driver. Ardley makes the dive through the chase, pushes Anthony Vismo very, very wide, and the accelerated endurance car forced to just give that position up for their own safety. He's going to look at having another crack back at it. Ardley's been very, very quick today, but he's had to recover a couple of times from much further down. So we see Vanderkraan now on the back of Varga and Minogue as they start to just bunch up a little bit as we enter the very dying stages of this 1,000 kilometres. That said, still a little over 11 or 12 laps to go. A lot of support in the chat for Luke Allman, the 9.5 AJR entry, out there doing the final stint up in P4 right now. Still under pressure from Michael Whiting, but he's hanging in there, and Whiting doesn't seem to have much of an answer at the moment. Just maintaining that half-second gap is going to be enough for Allman here if he can just get it home.
Absolutely. It's going to feel like a very long final 13 laps, I've got to say, with the pressure coming from behind, but it's what closing out these races is all about, as Vanderkraan and Minogue catch up to Varga. Are they caught up to Varga, or have they been overtaken by Steve Varga?
What to say, honestly. I
Varga is losing a bit of speed.
I can't
compared
really pick.
To Benz.
Well, yeah, we know that's the case, but Vargs is absolutely getting caught here. So Ardley went past Varga back on lap 143. Neither of these drivers have passed or been passed by Vargs. We're still seeing that AJR car sitting there. So I maintain that they'd love to bring a safety car out, but it's burnt out its motor. I maintain that that's what's happened. It's my story, and I'm sticking to it no matter what.
It's been a while sat there, hasn't it? I wonder whether they're just waiting for the engine to be repaired before they throw a safety car.
You know what? Let's.
Do it later.
What I haven't noticed, to be fair, is smoke coming from the safety car. So it's sitting there, no driver in it. Looks like we've just seen the Team AJR car get towed as well.
Oh. There we go.
There you go. You take a look at them, and all of a sudden they decide they might just pop out of existence. It's fair enough. Jamie Dyke looking very, very comfortable to bring this home, up 10 spots from where the Fishy Motorsport 0-0 started.
He's slow. We are under safety car, are we? He's slow.
I don't know that we are, because we have to be. Yep, this has to be.
Wow.
This has to be a virtual safety car that they've decided to call. We don't have ears on race radio, but if the damage has been done to the safety car, because Tim Lawson now looks as though he is in the safety car itself, but still in the pits and still with a meatball flag showing, I do wonder. There you go. It's the virtual safety car that has been called. So that incident for David Logsdale, the Team AJR Oldfellas, was David Coleman confirming the safety car is indeed broken. I called it. I told you, Ewan, it's a thing.
Yeah.
That makes the last 11 laps of this race very, very interesting indeed. I don't know that we'll see a huge amount of movement in positions, but we see Scott risking life and limb through Prang Pond. Even at this sort of pace, I don't know if I'd be doing that when I'm in the lead at lap 150 of 161 after seeing the number of drivers that's claimed. But it gives a shot to a few other drivers here in this pack.
So I wondered why Jordan Ross had come into pit lane there. It wasn't immediately obvious to me at the time. I just presumed that there would be no safety car with it burnt out on pit lane, but it seems that Ross decided and saw that what was going to happen there and said, well, I'm going to come into pit lane in that case and put some new tyres on. So he'll be on fresher tyres than Scott and Dyke as well, but there are so many lap cars in here. I wonder whether they're all going to be waved past in the way like they were a couple of safety cars ago. But we've seen a few in our time here now, and we've only seen the lap cars wave by once. So I wonder whether it's going to happen here this time round as well, because a lot have been put down, lapped down by James Scott here. In fact, everybody, only the top 14 now are on the lead lap, and then we've got a number of others who are in between first and second on the road right now.
This is going to be a very, very interesting restart. There's a number of lapped cars caught up in the line here. Jamie Dyke and Jordan Ross right nose to tail in this line. James Scott out in front, but Sean McNamara dropping into the chat, just confirming fresh tyres on that number 951 that Jordan Ross is in. You get 3 or 4 really, really good laps out of these tyres before they start to turn. And this is exactly where Jordan Ross will want the very best times that he's put in all day. Light on fuel, fresh tyres. They'll have just enough temperature in them by the time this virtual safety car comes to a close. And I'm going to be absolutely guessing here, I'll be honest, as to exactly when it's going to be green flag conditions, whether it'll be this lap or not. And I'll base it really on James Scott and how hard he puts the hammer down here as we cross the line. Looks like we'll have another lap at least before we do go green again. Jeez, look at the amount of debris and the amount of water still in Hell Corner.
Just makes the racing line so narrow, doesn't it, when you're actually trying to make a pass. Down the inside, you'll be in the water. If you're trying to go around the outside, you'll be in the marbles out there. It just make things a little bit more difficult along the way. So yeah, that's something to remember in this race, certainly, because of the water that we've got all over the place. Something to remember maybe for Jordan Ross, who's surely going to be trying to make moves here early on, but he's got to make 2. He'll be behind Jamie Dyke. He won't want to risk everything, I suppose, but you know, it's the Bathurst 1000, and he'll have a chance at a shot at James Scott as well.
Not to mention the chat favourite at the moment, I've got to think, Luke Orman, up in 4th, not that far off the back. You can see Jamie Dyke's very distinctive DJR fishy livery there, with the 951 just coming past the camera now. So Orman is right there, only 1 lapped car between him and a podium position. Of course, he does need to get past Jamie Dyke and Jordan Ross, and that could well prove to be a bit of an ask. He's on older tyres than any of the front 3. And Michael Whiting, don't forget, is still right there with him, and he'll be on his tail as we get to the restart. 10 laps to go once the safety car release happens. I don't know if we'll see any of these lap cars get waved by down Conrod Straight. I'd like to think that we do, because I would hate for that to be the way or the reason that anyone gets away with a win or a position here, is because a lapped car ended up in the way of a move. I guess we'll have to wait and see what race control give us.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they will surely pass them by, but of course the relatively new rules in Australian racing means that it's not like a Formula 1 style wave by, whatever. You know, it's a wave by done just before the safety car comes into the pit lane, which means they don't get a whole lap back, but they just get back onto the lead lap should there be another safety car. You know, that you don't just get a lap back for free, you've got to have the pace to stay there. But it may create some lap traffic in the very final laps of this race, because there'll be 10 to go. In the very, very final laps, it might just create a little bit more traffic than what we'd otherwise maybe expect.
Does look like the safety car might have finally had its engine replaced, or something similar, as the meatball seems to have been removed from it. I think it's probably a little too late in the day for them to bother bringing it out for this particular safety car period, but you never know. Here come the wave rounds. So we see the first of those wave rounds happening. Let's see how many more race control can get through before they make it down Conrod Straight. It's a long, long straight. Here comes another. So rocket past the camera.
Oh, it's still not in second though, is it?
No, not quite yet. We'll see as they come up and over here. There's James Scott. Now that is Scott Weston from EWT, so he might not actually get a wave through in time here.
Well,
which is interesting. They may be starting with the drivers that are down further laps than that.
I think, when you wave by like that, I think you all go at the same time. I think the message from race control would have been all lapped cars go past now. But, if you're just not listening to that, or if you intend to come into pit lane or something, I don't know. But for some reason, he hasn't gone past here, and it might have a bit of a bearing on this race.
It could well do. I'd expect that we're about to see green flag racing resume as Scott starts to lift the pace. And he gets a good-sized jump by doing so, control handed back, and James Scott leaps out to a couple of seconds over Jamie Dyke. As Dyke and Ross find themselves stuck behind the lapped car of Scott Weston from EWT. Dyke has a big look up the inside. Weston moves on over. He's going to allow both of those cars through. Now keep your eye on Luke Orman in the background as well, as we make our way up Mountain Straight, coming very, very close to the end of this Bathurst 1000. And Jamie Dyke and Jordan Ross are going to go side by side as we get to Griffins. Dyke has to pull back in. Can't quite get alongside yet.
Wow. So Jordan Ross now with the fresher tyres, 2.5 seconds to catch up to James Scott. But what an advantage that is. I mean, either all the lap cars should go through, or none of them should. And in the end, one driver I don't think was quite following the instructions that should have been, has had a bit of an effect on this race, because it's given Jordan Ross a lot bigger of a disadvantage here to try and overcome from James Scott, who effectively got 2 seconds for free there. He saw what was happening immediately, and he knew it's straight away, almost as soon as he could accelerate away from the field, he did, and he's really benefited as a result. There's one of the lap cars, I think.
Just trying to figure out who on earth that was that was in the wall there. That was Philo in the wall, by the look of things. So we'll go and have a quick look and see where that's happened, because that must have been after getting waved by and just overcooked it up and over the top. But this lap car in Weston is only just getting out of the way now, so Luke Orman can get through. And Orman's going to do everything he can to break that little bit of draft back to Michael Whiting. This is going to be a very, very close thing at the end of this race. Out in front though, James Scott immediately leaping out to 3 seconds ahead. It's going to be near impossible to rein him back in now.
Yeah, I mean, the required rate for catching him has already gone up to 0.3 of a second a lap. That's pretty significant, although at Bathurst, of course, you can gain that, don't say easily by any means, but it's more possible to gain that than it might otherwise be. Jordan Ross will try and chase that down and do his absolute level best, but that's a very big gap in just 9 laps to try and close. So yeah, going to be very, very tricky indeed, and we'll see whether he can do it. But that lap car, I'm afraid, has had a big effect on this, and whether it would have ended up with the same result anyway had it not been there, I don't know. But that's the point, really. You never end up knowing as the battle for 4th goes towards turn 2 again.
Luke Orman's going to have to be very, very defensive here, as Whiting has a good turn of pace. Orman can hold him off, but it's a big ask for this amount of laps to be holding off the Fishy Motorsports number 27. David Coleman just confirming that they let him pass, but that lap car has caused some issues there for Ross and for McKnight, of course. And then yeah, apparently race control not actually calling the wave around for that car, or whether for the whole field, I'm not entirely sure. I don't, without ears on race control, it's a little hard to know exactly how they called all those wave rounds, whether they did call the numbers individually or did just wave any lapped car past. And if they've missed that one in the queue somehow, then yeah, that could explain what's happened. In any case, Luke Orman hasn't suffered too badly as a result. Still finds himself at the head of this battle for 4th, but with a whole lot more cars right on his tail, ready to jump on any mistake that might come along.
Yeah, I think it's hard to understand, by the way, that the race control didn't wave anybody past. So everybody but one went through. So
well, there you go. Getting confirmation they didn't call 052 through. Kai Ardley forces the issue and charges past Damon Fisher. We've seen that happen time and time again. Ardley absolutely willing to put it all on the line still. and in the end afforded probably a little bit too much space and allowed through without so much as a panel scrape.
Yeah, just about slipping through there. So another pass for Ardley, who's really made up a lot of places in the second half of this race, but still down on where that car was qualified, inside the top 5 at the start of the day. Ullman's still holding on to 4th place. Needs to be careful that Whiting doesn't switch back, but no, Whiting is committed to the outside line. Committed very early indeed as well. Will he go straight through, or Ullman's surely got to hold this on now? There's no point letting anybody through at this stage. It's a proper battle now at the end of the Bathurst 1000. What a great overtake that is. Whiting round the outside into 4th position.
Ullman's going to have to watch really carefully here, because Kai Ardley has been an absolute demon down Conrod Straight all day, and if Ardley's this close behind Ullman as they come out of Forest Elbow, I can almost guarantee that there'll be another position gone begging for Luke Ullman. It'll still be a great result for him, but what a shame for that safety car, because this battle wasn't going to be anywhere near as difficult for him had it not compressed back up. Further back, and this is a long way back in the field, Neil getting squeezed all the way to the white line by Troy Stone Street up ahead in the 801 sim racing entry. As we see Luke Ullman, Ullman's had a bit of an issue there. Yep, absolutely has. Really, really unfortunate. We'll go back and see if we can catch that. Stephen Vargas had a big one behind.
It's a track blockage back there.
Let's watch this pass from Kai Ardley. Oh, it's actually Whiting. Whiting's hit Prang Pond. And Ullman, the unfortunate victim. Kai Ardley says, "Thank you very much, I'll take the places." And Whiting ends up getting away with it. But Luke Ullman...
And then the track gets blocked further behind, so it creates an accordion effect. And you can see there's nobody behind them anymore, because they've all got caught up. I wonder if they're even still there. But well, they all got going again. I think they've all got going again. But you can see this group is nowhere near as big as it was before, because they all got stuck behind each other into the dipper, and somebody spun round in front of the field, and all sorts was going on back there.
We'll take another look, just focusing on Luke Ullman this time from a slightly wider shot. And you'll see Whiting in front, hits Prang Pond, into the wall, gets it sideways and back the other. Unfortunately, Ullman tags the wall, comes across the track, big lock up behind. Stephen Varga has to jump right on the brakes. I don't know that Varga's actually got. There we go. So through and into the dipper, and then gets really squeezed up. Everyone trying to fit into the one space. That is so close. Varga's in the worst possible spot.
Absolutely the worst spot, but thankfully it's a safety car restart and there's not that many behind them anymore, because the lap cars went all through there. But that was very, very busy. Well, busy not the right word. It's congested and just physical. Oh wow, that was wide, very wide for Fisher, and Ullman's going to get an opportunity to get back to 7th immediately here.
Damon Fisher needs to be so careful. He's keeping it nice and tight through there. Not surprised to see that at this stage. But a top 10 finish here for Luke Ullman will still be pretty hard to argue with. I know it'll be disappointing for the team over at AJR that they didn't end up a little higher up. But such is life. Sean Vandermeulen's around. And that looks like that's Simon Haynes as well. Simon Haynes. You know what this is going to be. You know what this is going to be. Let's go back and take a look.
He's already pretty damaged, isn't he, Vandermeulen? So it goes wide again.
Prang Pond it is.
Steering already probably,
and then back across and wow! Simon Haynes,
goodness me,
completely T-bones Sean Vandermeulen, and Simon Haynes comes off the worst for wear. Got Weston probably getting a little bit lucky. Did get contact, but it's nowhere near as bad as Simon Haynes, and that'll have to be the race done for the Quantum Racing 666 entry. What an unfortunate way for that to finish. Prang Pond claims, look, I've lost count. I've used up all of my fingers and toes. That's it for me. I can't track the number of victims at that place. has actually taken today.
I lost the count a long time ago, to be honest with you. It's just been the action point of the race, and unfortunately it has claimed some more. You know, it's a real shame to see races end like that with so much big damage, because, as you say, at this stage in the race there just isn't the time to sort of repair those kind of things. I mean, we've got 5 laps to go at the line. Excuse me. That'll be, just under 11 minutes, just about 11 minutes of actual driving. So if your repair time's any longer than that, which I'd imagine those repairs will be, then you're done for the day, and don't even get the feeling of crossing the line, even with a lowly result. Crossing the line at the end of a long and troubled race like this one is an achievement in itself, and unfortunately some of those teams won't get to do that.
Yeah, it's the story of the day for so many. You look at the list of retirements so far and where they've come throughout the race. Philo's going to be in the pits for a long time, repairing from that earlier incident. Zelle's been in the pits for forever and a day, and the only reason not showing out is because he's stuck in there while they're doing the repairs. 18 and a half minutes, almost 19 minutes in pits now. Can't see them getting back out on track. But then you've got, of course, Buchanan, who popped the motor on the way into the pits. Sholito had accident after accident after accident before finally being forced to retire. And then, of course, Sipple and Sykes in the Quantum Racing 17 and Ugangatangas Racing entries out much earlier in the race. To see a few cars join that group of retirements so late in this race is absolutely devastating for those teams who have put in so many laps here today. It's pretty heartbreaking as a driver to get so close and not be able to even just roll across that control line at the end.
Yeah, exactly. It's a real shame, which is fortunately what this race is about sometimes. Bathurst bites for sure, and there's going to be some very disappointed teams at the end of this one to see so many retirements so late on. All of those, by the way, in the last sort of 2/3 of the race. So there's another lap car staying out the way of everybody here. Holman has really lost a few places in these last few moments as well. He was running really well inside the top 5, on for a good finish. Now he's only just inside the top 10. Going to be slightly concerned that Minogue, Usteval and Vigor as well don't catch him before the finish here and demote him outside of the top 10. I don't think it'll happen, but he'll be slightly concerned and looking over his shoulder about it.
And no sooner have you said that than there's been a big moment for Rick Varga. Well, we'll go back and take a look at that in just a second. I think Luke Allman actually lost that spot less because of his pace, more because he had gone defensive against Van der Kraan, and then the lapped car was there, and Van der Kraan's had just enough overlap that Allman had no choice but to actually pull in behind rather than continue to defend that line. It's just luck of the draw in that respect. Michael Whiting now looking at Kai Ardley in his rearview mirror. Ardley's made the pass so many times before down Conrad or into the chase. I reckon there is a fair chance here that Ardley will be thinking about a massive dive under brakes at the end of the chase if he can get close enough. Not quite there yet, still 3/10 in it. It'd be a very, very bold move to do it this lap. As it is, Ardley just decides to sit in and he'll save it for another lap. Let's check out what's happened to Rick Vigar and whether he'll recover from this one up into the cutting. Just powers on a little too early, gets it pulled up. Very, very little damage there, thankfully.
That shouldn't do too much damage at all, but it's one of the few times actually in this second half of the race where we've seen the sort of getting on the power be the difficult part of driving this car. It's always the thing that catches out Europeans, I think. It's the throttle management you have to do in one of these cars, maybe from an oceanic region, a little bit more used to it. Driving
I can assure you we're not.
All the time.
I can assure you we're not. You know, the quality of racing we see here is a result of, I can tell you, the vast bulk of this field dedicate themselves to the V8 supercars. They drive nothing else on this service, and they put in hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of practice laps to get to this sort of level. I am... My times in a supercar around here, I'm happy if I get within 15 seconds of these guys. They are incredibly difficult to drive. And you would think that, you know, even spending some time, as I have been, you know, last iRacing season, spending a lot of time in the Porsche Cup cars, and dealing with no ABS and some pretty limited electronic aids that give you a little bit of a better feel for it. It absolutely doesn't. The supercars are just the most ill-tempered cars that you could ever imagine driving. I don't know why anyone chooses to, but I take my hats off to them.
I get that these guys are obviously very well practiced and whatever, but even so, it would take. Point being for me is that it would take a European a very long time to get to this sort of level because of all the reasons that you outlined there. This is it's been a great display of this here today in the second half of the race that I've been here for anyway. Here today, and yeah, it's very much the first time I've seen it really today. Out of the cutting there, just getting on the power a little bit too soon, a little bit too fiercely, and spinning around. And considering that's happened in the final 5 laps of this race, which we're very much in now, it's very impressive.
Yeah, it continues right to the end. These guys are absolutely pushing the limits of the chassis and the tyres. Bayardley just managing to hold on as Whiting and Visma put the screws to him, and Anthony Visma just can never decide whether I want to pronounce it Visma or Visma. Sorry, Anthony. It's been a long day. We're into the last few laps, and I do thank the crew in the chat who have kept us going all day, and appreciate that you've enjoyed the racing. Glad to have you along. There's of course plenty more racing to come in the season ahead. Season 6 is just a week and a bit away at this point. So if you enjoy the V8 Supercars, then keep your eye on this, or jump on over to the Simple Racing broadcast channel, where we'll have all sorts of different stuff going on over the next few weeks as the seasons resume for the various leagues that will be covered. It's hard to beat though a good bit of supercar driving around Bathurst, and that is certainly what we've had here today.
Yeah, certainly. It's been a great race as always. The Bathurst 1000 always delivers, no matter what series or what field of drivers is in it, to be honest. We're absolutely seeing that here today with just 2 laps to go at the line. But yeah, I think the pick of the drivers certainly has been James Scott. I mean, this is the pole-sitting car after all, and so you'd expect some good speed out of it, but the pace that James Scott has had over the rest of the field here has been nothing short of remarkable. Previous to the most recent safety car that we had that left this field out there with about 10 laps or so to go, he had about 45 seconds over 4th place. I mean, that's an extraordinary gap considering when the previous safety car to that was, which was only about 40 laps before that, something like that. And he hadn't driven that entire time, of course, but he had driven most of it, and he's driven this team to a very, very close now to a victory in the Bathurst 1000. Lap 160 begins.
Just 2 laps to go, almost 7 seconds gap that James Scott has got back to Jordan Ross at the moment. The Revolution E-Racing number 243, absolutely dominant so far today, and as you say, hats off to both Scott and of course his race partner Trent Allen, who have both put in some cracking stints. But I think the top 3 all have put in some pretty impressive drives today, as we see Damon Fisher and Luke Allman now going side by side. I think Allman might just get him here, although they're going to be side by side for the run up Mountain Straight as well. So it's not over yet. Luke Allman's still fighting to stay in the top 10. But has the pace out of Hell Corner as Damon Fisher cuts across the other side of the track. Allman goes defensive as we come up towards Griffin to spend the second last time under race conditions here today. Damon Fisher cannot get there at the moment, so Allman picks up 8th spot. A great result for him. Michael Whiting, certainly the most improved, the Fishy Motorsports number 027 entry, up 13 positions from where they started today. Almost 1,000 kilometres ago, through all sorts of weather conditions, multiple safety cars. They've managed to survive pretty well intact. A few little rubs of panels on the door there maybe, but the car looking in pretty decent condition, all things considered. So they've had a pretty solid day of racing. Anthony Visma right behind is up 8 spots as well. Jamie Dyke, the Fishy Motorsports number 80 entry, runs a little bit wide there, just caught looking at his black box maybe, or perhaps trying to cool the tyres on the grass, I don't know. But Jamie Dyke just cruising along at the moment, up 9 spots, sitting in 3rd. and on track for what will hopefully be a podium result and surely the win of the 2025 Alliance Sim Racing Endurance Championship.
Now, we've all been there, haven't we? Looking down the relative or whatever it is.
Absolutely.
Just driving down the grass accidentally. But there is James Scott. He's just taken the white flag. There's just one more trip over the mountain to come, and he's got 7 seconds in hand to do it.
Yeah, this is effectively a victory lap for James Scott at the moment. Trent Allen, I'm sure, is in the chat with him and just willing him home. It's been a phenomenal drive over and over again through every safety car. Their gap has been completely eroded, and yet they continue to open up a multi-second gap. If it wasn't for the safety cars, I suspect that this entry would have been probably a good half lap ahead of the rest of the field by the 1000k mark, which is really saying something when you consider the company that they're in. You know, the likes of Jordan Ross and Jamie Dyke behind are absolutely not slow by any stretch of the imagination, and yet the team of Alan and Scott have really just put the screws to the entire field all day and have made it look easy.
Certainly has. Of course, we know it's absolutely not, but when you see a driver just so in the zone like this and just flowing so easily, it just makes it look so easy as well. And comes through Forest over now and onto Conrod Straight. And Scott's at the pick of the pair as far as this team is concerned. It's going to be Mustang by the things on the mountain. And Camaro, Mustang, Camaro in top 4, very evenly balanced between the two manufacturers. But not necessarily in terms of the teams. James Scott has been one of the best drivers since that. I think Jason Bentz has shown himself to be very strong earlier as well, but you see, he's not been driving for some time and not at the front like Scott has been.
Yeah, huge result, no two ways about it. James Scott, enjoy the victory. That car has seen it all over the 1,000 kilometres. It's looking a little worse for wear, but he crosses the control line, and that is the win of the Bathurst 1000 as he takes the checkered flag. James Scott, a huge drive from start to finish. Jordan Ross, 8 seconds behind, will finish in second place as he crosses the line, and Jamie Dyke will come across in third, gets the podium to finish the race today, but also takes the Endurance Championship win as he celebrates on the way across the control line. Massive drive for the Fishy Motorsports team. James Scott, I expect, and there it is, we'll see a nice little celebration. And you may as well use up the rest of the tyres, hey?
Well, exactly. That's what they're there for at the end of the day. You can do a burnout and celebrate here at Bathurst. James Scott, you know, the likes of Jordan Ross and the 951 team may be able to talk about the lap car that was screening Scott at the beginning of the race, but actually even after that Jordan Ross wasn't able to gain any time from the 3 seconds he was behind after that first lap from the safety car restart. So I think we can pretty safely say that afterwards that it probably wouldn't have mattered anyway. Scott was just a class above the rest of the field here, and so there was no way there was going to be any other outcome with him driving like that.
No, absolutely not. And we see his teammates joining him there for a bit of celebration. And why not? A bit of a lineup of cars behind doing much the same. Plenty of tyre smoke to be left over the hill here as we get up and over Mountain Straight. But James Scott, just a cracking way to finish the drive off. Trent Allen's out there, I'm sure, as well, and we'll try and get all of these guys into the booth in just a moment. If there's anything you'd like us to ask them, then pop it in the chat and we'll see if we can throw it in there. But we'll wait, of course, for all of these guys to get back around to the pit straight and into the pits. A massive drive from everybody today, not just those who finished on the podium, but everyone just getting in there and running a Bathurst 1000. He's probably overcooked it a little there, but at this point those rear tyres probably not a huge amount of tread left on them. Luke Orman, a great drive to get back up into the top 10 after the early events. Jamie Dyke on his way down Conrod Straight now. So if the teammates are listening in, then jump on into the green room, because we'd love to have you both along to have a bit of a chat to us as we get to just over the 7-hour mark of today's broadcast. A massive thank you to everyone who's been along. Don't leave us just yet, because we'll absolutely be trying to get a few of these drivers in to have a chat to us from the green room. And Jamie Dyke doing everything he can to use up what's left in that car, which at this point can't be much, surely.
No. Absolutely. He's enjoying himself though, isn't he? There he goes. Through the chase. Always used to be a big celebration at the end of that straight there, as everybody cartwheeled through the air, but no longer. Like it's
it's a real shame that they took that jump out of the Bathurst scan. But anyway, there we go.
Disappointed about that, I know.
This is what we love to see from Jamie Dyke. He'll always deliver on this stuff, and a well-deserved Endurance Championship win. These guys have shown up for all three events and have put in the kilometres and kilometres required to actually get there. So good to see him enjoying all of that. I don't know if we'll have David Coleman jumping in here or not. We'd generally try and start off with the third place crew, but let's see what we can do. We'll leave Jamie Dyke to just finish off those tyres, and we'll start to get a few of the crew in here to have a bit of a chat to us as we finish off today's Bathurst 1000. Given who's around, we might start off with our winners. What do you reckon, Ewan?
Yeah, why not?
Why not?
Go pop down.
All right, well, let's bring them on in. James Scott and Trent Allen, the Revolution E-Racing car number 243. Welcome to the booth, and how are you guys feeling? First of all, congratulations on an epic Bathurst 1000 win.
Cheers. Stoked. Never sweated so much not driving. just watching. But yeah, so happy with the results. So impressed with James's driving.
Ewan, I might hand over to you here, because I'm going to do what I can to get some points together. But
Okay.
Trent, the pain of sitting there, just watching it happen. I mean, James has been well and truly in control of that car throughout. But does it feel a little bit out of your hands once you step out for the last time?
It does. Excuse me, but in a good way, because you know who you're handing it over to. Like, it's stressful, but I can't think of anyone else I'd rather hand the car over to have to go through those restarts and stuff at the end, because I wouldn't cope with it myself.
They were nervy restarts, James. Tell us a little bit about your sort of strategy for the multiple that you had to take on in those final 40 laps or so.
Yeah, no. I think with those restarts, I think it's best to not have a strategy, because if you don't know what you're going to do, then no one else knows either. So just mix it up a bit. But yeah, in the last safety car with that car, I think there was a few cars in between me and Jordan. I knew he pit for fresh tyres. I knew I was always going to go as early as possible. That was probably the only one that everyone could read what was going to happen. But yeah, the others just mix them up, and they worked out well.
Were you never tempted to join him, by the way, coming into pit lane to take tyres on as well?
I kind of knew what was going to happen. I think if we pit, we would have come out behind Jordan, and he probably would have stayed out. So, being in their position, they sort of had a free shot at pitting and getting some tyres when they knew we didn't. So I think it was just going to be do the opposite of whatever we did. So I think I'd rather the track position in that situation. If I was going to pit and come out ahead, obviously you'd do that, but I just wasn't 100% certain. I think we would have come out just behind the 951. So that would have made our last 10 laps quite difficult. So yeah, rather the track position and play it from the front.
Well, congratulations to you both on this great win here tonight at the Bathurst 1000. Thanks for coming to chat to us at the end, and as I say, once again, congratulations to you both.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So.
As we wave off the Revolution E-Racing crew, we'll bring on in the Evolution guys in Jordan Ross. And mate, what a way to finish off the drive, hey? How are you feeling?
Hey guys, I'm pretty embarrassed. Just got my ass handed to me by James, but pretty good. So no, it was good. It was a fun race, mate. We had a ball.
It looked like a lot of fun from our perspective. Sean McNamara, mate, you I don't know. I'm almost a little upset I didn't see another 205 out of you. You kind of blew our minds a little bit in qualifying when you cracked that mark. Obviously, the race pace is a little different to quali, but you're pretty happy overall with how this one went today?
Yeah, it was good fun. It's good teaming up with Jordan. James and Trent just did a great job. They were just, James was another level, and the Fishy boys as well. But that was good fun. It was a well-run event. Enjoyed it, and shame we didn't get a proper crack at the end there with that safety car. But it was a good little fun hit out.
Look, I think we probably, with apologies to the Revolution E-Racing crew, we didn't really give them an opportunity to shout out anyone, so we'll make sure we don't miss that with you guys here. Anyone you want to say hello to before we let you go?
Just Jordan, really. What a legend. Great teammate.
Yeah, shout out to Sean and hi to mum at home.
You know what? That'll do the job, boys. Well done. A solid drive all day today. And congrats on a podium spot for a Bathurst 1000. No small feat in any company, much less the quality of drivers we had here today. So well done again.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. And
thanks.
had a ball.
Yeah, and thanks to all you guys as well, seriously. Thanks to Race Control and commentary and everyone. Well done. Good day.
Good to hear. We'll let you get back to it as we go to the guys a little further back in the field, but certainly no less at the end of the day. And some names that I am all too familiar with, for better or for worse. David Coleman and Jamie Dyke. Welcome to the booth, boys.
What's going on, boys?
Mate, I don't know which of you to start with, but let's kick it off with Jamie Dyke. Mate, how was the finish for you?
Yeah, pretty cruisy. To be honest, I didn't have the pace of James or Jordan. I knew I wasn't going to beat them. Jordan was on fresh tyres, so I thought he'd have a crack at Scott. But we had the pace for everyone else, and I just kind of moseyed on home.
And how on earth did you guys avoid what has been affectionately coined the prang pond up on Skyline? And I think that's the name that we're going to stick with from here on. Dave, did you have to give that much thought each time you went up and over the top, or was it more luck of the draw for people hitting that thing?
There was one lap I actually hit it, and the only thing that saved me is I think the car bottomed out on the curb, so I kind of just straddled it. So, but yeah, I call that the pond of death, mate. It's a bit like the fish pond. So once you're in it, you never leave. So, mate, that was treacherous.
Yeah, I think treacherous a bit of an understatement today. Both you and I ran out of fingers and toes for just how many cars got caught up in it, and certainly everyone watching at home, we pretty much all, I think, collectively groaned as soon as we went to any sort of crash replay and saw the footage start from just before that left-hand turn, because we knew what was coming. But you've done an awesome job to survive that, if nothing else, but to end up with not only a third place here at the Bathurst 1000, but taking the overall 2025 Endurance Championship crown. Massive effort from both of you across the 3 rounds spread across this year. A huge congratulations from us here. Was well deserved, and certainly a big cracking set of results right throughout the Endurance Championship.
Yeah, thanks, mate. Whiting and McKnight actually ended up getting P2, so everyone just drove amazing. I'm super proud of the boys and how we ended up, and that was a really good season, 3-round season, really good.
Yeah, it's not often that you have a season of only 3 rounds that offers quite so much, so many laps of racing to keep an eye on, but that's one of the joys of endurance racing, I suppose, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. If it was, kind of wish there was more rounds, to be honest, but it was a bunch of fun.
3's enough.
Yeah, 3's enough. Look, I'll be honest, pulling together a commentary team for a Bathurst 1000 is a challenge for us here as well. So glad to have had some good people alongside us here in the booth to check it all out. But I'm with Dave. I think 3 is a good number for the course of a year. Jamie, you obviously like just sitting in the driver's seat for hours and hours on end, mate. You are welcome to it.
Well, we got Adelaide coming out soon, so That's another
It's on the
good
list,
first
isn't
for
it?
Enduros. Yeah.
It's on the list. All right, boys, we'll let you get back to it. Thanks so much for dropping by, and congratulations on the result today, and of course the championship results here.
Appreciate it, boys. And once as always, didn't actually say too much of the broadcast because I've been doing a lot of laps, but what I did see, fantastic production as always, and yeah, keep up the work. It's awesome to watch it, and I think, you know, in my heart, #1 broadcaster on iRacing in Australia at the moment. So yeah, keep up the work.
Appreciate it, mate. Appreciate it.
You
Look,
want a good broadcast, you go Simple Broadcasts.
well, look, we do what we can, but it's the drivers that make it. There's no point if it's not good racing to watch, and as always, delivers. The last question I'll ask you before you go, Jamie Dyke, what's the secret? How did you get DC into a Ford?
He bought one, mate.
Yeah, I bought a Raptor, so I got to.
Oh no!
I got to drive them away. Well, I actually don't mind it now. In all honesty, the Mustang probably actually sounds more like a supercar. It did take a bit to get used to. Just like the noise, I think you work out the sound of the engine without even looking at the shift lights, and that's taken a bit of getting used to. But you know, they're pretty much the same car. It's good fun. So. You know, we ran the Dickie Johnson livery, so, you know, the thing I was worried about is he had a lot of bad luck around Bathurst, and I was waiting for someone to throw a rock over the fence or something, but, you know, we skipped that, so, yeah, anyway, we won't take up much time, boys.
Appreciate your time all the same, boys. We'll let you go and celebrate with the other Fishy Motorsports guys. Great drive, well done, even if it isn't a Ford DC, and we will absolutely catch up with you, I'm sure, in Season 6.
Yeah, Blue Oval for the win, boys.
Leave you to it. Thanks, gents.
Take it easy, boy.
Oh, Ewan, what a way to finish, eh? You can't ask for much more from Bathurst 1000 than a 10-lap sprint to the end after a safety car. It could have been a pretty drawn out and dull finish, but as always, the racing gods have delivered for us here today, and what a way to finish off this championship.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Bathurst 1000's always exciting, even. To be honest, if there wasn't any safety cars, I would imagine, or at least we didn't have the final one or two, I think, you know, there would have been plenty of racing towards the very, very end. The result may have been the same because James Scott was just so strong over the course of a long run, and it turned out in those final 10 laps a short run as well. So I think, you know, the result wasn't affected by those either. And yeah, it's always fun at Bathurst. The conditions today, though, just made it all the more dramatic. The amount of incidents we saw over the top of the hill was quite extraordinary, but you know, made it all the more exciting, and thoroughly enjoyed it.
Good to have you along, and a massive thank you to all of the various Simple commentators who have joined us here today, from Josh Harrison, Isaac Edwards starting us off, to Dean Biggles-Hopton, and of course Reece Gardner carrying the mid of the race, and of course to you, Ewan, for joining me for the closeout here this evening. It's been a huge day. Bathurst 1000 always requires commitment from everyone involved, but a massive thank you to everyone at ASR for putting it on and allowing us to be a part of it here at Simple Racing Broadcast. If you've enjoyed what you've seen today, make sure you tune in just over a week's time. Tuesday the 30th of September will be the start of Season 6 of the regular V8 Supercar season for ASR, so we'll be back, of course, to bring you all of that racing. Or if you can't wait that long, jump on over to the Simple Racing Broadcast channel, where we do have more racing to come this year. We've got a few more races and a few new seasons kicking off this week, in fact, from Monday night. So just give us a bit of a search, youtube.com/@Simple Racing Broadcast if you want to find us, and if you haven't already. And of course, a massive shout out to SolarGuard for jumping on board as the major sponsor for ASR. We'll see plenty of that logo plastered around the place as we get into the season proper, but it's been great to have them along for the Bathurst 1000 today. A very big shout out, of course, to everybody who's watched along at home. It has been a very, very big day, and it's always a pleasure to have such a great group along in the chat to keep us company. So thank you so much for tuning in. Until we see you again, though, it is, of course, goodbye for now.